Good morning to you all. Today I'm going to be wearing this shirt with my catfish hat. Got the cat hat and the cat shirt. All right. So as it turns out, apparently holding a GPU overnight was not a good idea. As we can see, I held on to 1,325 shares that I kept accumulating as it dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped. And that wasn't good. And it continued to fall and fall and fall and fall. And so this morning, I want to show you something here. Just give me a second here. About to go to my documents here. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. And we're going to have to start a new piece of paper today. There we go. So good morning, everyone. If you're new to this channel, I'd be surprised. Anyone new to this channel right now, I would be very surprised at this hour of the morning. But there may be some people new, and so we're going to tell you a little bit about me. I go by the name Catfish Tyler, and that's because I buy on the bottom, or at least when I think we're nearing the bottom, and that's what I do. I buy stocks when the prices fall. And a lot of people like to get on these call outs. And sometimes these call outs that are being called out here on this channel by people who are using different scanners, they can get you in trouble. So today, hopefully, my stream will go from start to finish without YouTube cutting it off in the middle. And just give me a second here. Here we go. And then my password. So, this morning, some of you aren't going to be happy, I'm sure, if you held on to the stock that we talked about yesterday. And these, just so you know, are all the stocks that were called out yesterday by the individuals here who are using software to pick out runners. But as many of you already know, I write down the names and the symbols, and we look into each of these together, and we work together as a team, and then we look at each chart and we look at the catalyst and we really study it. Does this company do reverse splits? Do they have a record of history of reverse splits? And we look into it real well before we make a decision to get in. And that being said, in the interest of the safest thing we can do, it's usually best to let the champagne on the excitement news pop the cork off and the stock flies up. You might buy 20 shares, you might buy 50, but sometimes you'll get it and it's lost its fizz and the cork starts to come down. And that's what we're looking for, okay? We want to buy when that cork bounces off the ground. All right? We do not want to get caught off guard and change our namesake, Catfish, buying on the bottom. We don't want to change that process. We don't want to get overly excited about these stocks that are called out and jump on them and then have them, the cork fall, do we? We don't want that. No. Nobody wants that. So let's just remember that fact and therefore continue to do what has brought us success in the past. Don't jump on these stocks that are getting called out, that are, oh, it's flying, oh, it's to the moon, When everyone is shouting, you should be getting outing, okay? When everyone is crying, that's when you should be buying. All right? When everyone shouts, that's when you get out. When everyone cries, that's when you should buy. Okay? That's what I believe. Minimize your risk. That's the number one initiative for you here in the market today. Because is there a lot of risk? You bet there is. If some company wants to announce some great news and then everybody talks together, hey, let's run this thing up and let's buy all the shares. And then let's short it on the retailers. And then let's just sell all those shares all day long. There's nothing you can do about that. Nothing. As a matter of fact, that seems to be what happened to AGPU. Now, is this company I'm talking about, AGPU, and I'll show you the chart here. Some probably don't want to hear those letters right now because they've lost a lot of money on it, or so they presume. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you should never, if you make an investment in a company and that stock price falls, that doesn't make you a loser. All right? You haven't lost your money. It's there. Your money's there. You just remember that. You haven't lost it. You may be down, but that doesn't mean you lost your money. Because isn't it true that even things that you lose, which you may lose day to day, you lost your keys, isn't it true that they often get found later on? So you haven't lost your money because you bought a stock and the price went down, okay? It's not lost. It's just whether or not you have the fortitude and the patience, okay, in some cases, to bear the brunt of your being down, okay? So let me just make sure you understand this. The reason I'm saying this about this stock, and the stock I'm talking about is AGPU. AGPU. It was called out yesterday by several members here of the tank. Jayhawk, the Bass Assassin. They got a massive $260 million contract with NVIDIA. And I want to come over here. And have you ever heard that there's a term, sell on the news? Okay. So we're here on AGPU. All right. Now, here we go. So bear with me, folks, and please try to understand this. This is the stock I'm referring to right now. And we're going to be looking at other stocks because yesterday, these are all the stocks that were called out yesterday. These are all the stocks that were called out yesterday. All right. We're going to look at all of them. In fact, we're going to see if any of them that after this big run up they had yesterday are going to drop down this morning to a fleecing out where the cork drops to the ground. That's what we're looking for. So you may want to take a look at these stocks, take a picture even of this screen right here, and look into each one of these stocks, okay? Because everybody told me about them yesterday. These are all the members that were talking about these stocks. So take a picture and look into them, folks, because you might catch a drop. You might catch a fleecing. You might catch a... That's what we do here on this channel, folks. So we're going to look at all these, and we're going to study, and we're going to learn. So if I'm going to day trade a stock, it would be a good idea to day trade one that you already know makes big moves like these have done, okay? Usually the common theme between all of these stocks is that they have very few shares outstanding. You'll mostly find very few shares outstanding. And this is why they have the capability of going up so much, because it's a law of supply and demand, everyone. Now, before I continue, just give me a minute and I will be right back because my wife is leaving and I want to get a kiss goodbye. All right. All right, I'm back. All right. So we're going to also look at people's call outs this morning. RR and QS. All right, Tony. Thank you very much. I like that. I will be moving to Moo on Monday, practicing about paper trading. I got you. Got it. All right. Net 5 says buy SoFi. We'll look at SoFi today a little bit. I would like to look at it again. It's been a while since I've looked at it. Good morning, Nisi Jane. Good morning. Good morning. Iguera. Good morning. Good morning. Christine K. Good morning. 28 Trader Garage. Pixie Dex and absolute are wild cards. LOL. All right, garage picks. YCBDAIXINNBR and VLNPAPLACBSNDL are wild cards. Okay. AUD Jayhawk. Gotcha. PAPL. Gotcha. YCBD. Thank you. TRT. Got it. Oh, take look. Okay. QS. That's the second one called that out. QS. Emmanuel. Thank you. Gotcha. When I get two people calling out the same one, then I know we got something hot. GSHG. All right. C. Dinger. Good morning. Good morning. May we all have a blessed day, too. Yes, Jayhawk. What do you think of PAPL? You're the second one to bring it out, Port Bear. All right, good. Ah, I see. Garage picks. I've started compiling a list in my garage the night before. Got it. Been doing well, so I'm making them public. LOL. Okay, good. Good. But garage picks, pardon my ignorance, but so the first pick you have is YCBD and then AIXI and then NNBR. Okay? All right, I got it. Right? Am I correct? I'm right. I know I am. That's what it is. YCBD AIXI NNBR. Got it. Understood. Understood. Perfect, 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 perfect. One Love, good morning, good morning. VZ Rover, hello there, welcome to the tank. GSHD, you're the second to call that out. I believe. GSHD. There it is. Jayhawk, yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's go take a look at some of these stocks. Starting with QS. Now, for those of you that are not aware, I trade with real accounts on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and then I use the Charles Schwab Thinkorswim paper money account for trading to show you how to set up Thinkorswim. Okay, it's a paper money account here for Thinkorswim I'm using, and you can just monitor, how I do day by day. It's easy to do. Yesterday, I had a very prosperous day until I bought into a stock that was rocketing, AGPU. Now, that being said, we're going to look at these other stocks first, and then we'll go back to AGPU in a little bit. Hold on, please. So, here we are. We're looking at QS. Okay? And this is identical to what AGPU did yesterday morning. Okay? It was up to $14 a share, AGPU was. So, again, you're going to be making yourself vulnerable here if you're buying at a high, all right? So the first thing you want to do is from this page, go to this page and look up the stock QS. Okay, and first thing I want to do is I want to go to Fintel, FINTEL.io. And I want to see if there's any institutions that are holding shares. And here I'm looking at the short interest. 11% of this stock's available shares are shorted. And they have 0.22 days to cover. All right. Now, more importantly, I can see that 34% is off exchange short volume. That's high, folks. That's very high. All right. Now, the next thing I want to look at is I want to look at institutional ownership. There are 52 total, and there are none shorting the stock. Oh, but I'm sorry. This is still on SIDU. This is on CDU. I thought, man, that's pretty odd. That's the same number as CDU has. First, let's get up here and make sure we have QS up here first. So we're going to search QS. QS. Enter. I wonder what. Search QS. There it is. Institutional ownership. But also on SIDU, you see there's some high interest on the float. So here we go. QS has 468 total institutions. And out of 468, 439 are long only. 9 are short. And this is very similar to SoFi, by the way. And 20 are both long and short. Okay. But, ladies and gentlemen, the average portfolio adjustment over the most recent quarter is negative 38%. So, on average, out of these 468 institutions, they're pulling out, reducing their positions in this stock, QS. Okay? So just be aware of that. But look over here and you see that's only most recently that it's pulling back. All right? So it has just seen incredible stair-stepping institutional buying. Okay? So over the long run, that's pretty good. All right? And also up here, the number of shares has increased, even though they've gone down over the most recent quarter. You can see 38.53 on the average portfolio. That's pretty substantial, folks. It might just be some profit taking, though. All right? Because when they get up 30%, they will take some off the top. I know that for a fact. 30 is one of their numbers. I noticed it with SoFi when it was up 30%. A lot of institutions sold some there. So just so you know, right now in a little bit of institutional drawdown, okay? All right? Now this is QS, folks. We're going to look at it right here. Here they are on the chart, and here's the news. Here's the news that has it breaking. And it's QuantumScape, EYE's AI power infrastructure. It's joining the AI data center boom. All right, well, there you go. Closed at $7.31 yesterday, opened this morning at one of Savannah's numbers. I'm kidding. It's sitting at 913, folks. And the bid just went to 915. So it was just 913 and just rose to 915 on this stock. QS, everyone. QS. QS. And you see the bid is still rising. Now, am I telling you or suggesting that you buy the stock right now? No, absolutely I'm not. Definitely not. Not at 917 and 919. That would be a sell number on my sheet. 920 is a sell. Sell the 920, buy back 888. Many, many times, folks. I've done it thousands of times. Sell some of this at 920, please. All right? Take my word for it. Sell some here right now. You should have just sold some there. See, look right here. Here's my buy-sell sheet. It says right here, sell 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Buy back as low as 89 cents. All right? 93, 94, 97. Always sell the 20, folks. Always sell the 20. You'll see. Watch. You'll see what happens with the stock most likely. Watch it. And there's the 09 afterwards and the 07. Watch it, folks. Watch it drop to 888 or 893 here. Watch. I'm telling you, 920 is a sell, everyone. Always. You can watch me call these numbers out on this. This is going to be a good one to call out. This one will be a great one to day trade, folks, and I'm going to do that. All right. There we are, from 920 back down to 901. You're going to get an 897 here or 893. You might even get an 888, like I said, 889. Here it comes. But 920 is always the sell, folks, always. And the minimum, it would be 901. That would be a 19-cent pullback. You could get 9 for a 20-cent pullback, but 90, this is a safe place to buy a few shares, I would say. 901 from 920. 901 would be a safe place to pick up 5 shares or 2 shares or whatever you're dealing with. But watch here, folks. I'm calling 893 right now, or 889, maybe even an 877, believe it or not, with a stock that's up this much. It's up hugely, folks. This stock closed at 731 a share. This could do the same thing that happened with AGPU. They get big news. Somebody in groups of people buy all the shares, and they get all these retailers jumping in the pre-market, and they run that thing up, and then they short it at $9.38. And after they shorted at $9.36, they just sell it and 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 keep selling it. And they sell in a circle, folks. They sell in a circle. If you don't know what I mean by that, sometimes you'll see a stock, it may only have 4 million shares outstanding. But on a certain day, on fantastic, unbelievable news, the stock can trade 100 million shares, even though that has only 4 million shares. You want to know how that happens? How it hits 100 million or over 200 million, and there's only 40 million shares out there? Well, I'll tell you how it happens. Once they buy up all 40 million shares, this one short sells it to this guy, and this short sells it to this one, and this one short sells it to this one, and he short sells to this one, and he short sells it to that one, and then he short sells to this one, and then he short sells to that one, he shorts it to that one, he shorts it to that one, he shorts it to that one, he shorts it, and then he gets it again, and he shorts it, and he shorts it, and he shorts it, and he, and him, and her, and she shorts it again. And it goes around in a circle over and over, the same share, short sold, short sold, short sold, short sold, short sold, short sold. And they get rich doing this, folks. They get rich, and the price just goes down and down and down and down and down and down and down. All right, good. I'm happy. Darkness past. BURU. Let's find out, BURU, if anyone went over once you mentioned it and bought any of it. So let's find out right now. You're not the only one who's been calling out Buru. Believe me, we got a lot on here, so I know others have it. So I want to know right now. I'm going to take a survey here. Hey, by the way, I want to thank whoever helped me get over 25,900 subscribers yesterday. I know we were below that, and we went over 25.9. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel, become a member, subscribe. And if you do, you're going to learn something here, folks. I promise you. You can just come back on your leisure when you've got a few extra minutes and watch and listen to what everyone is talking about here in the chat. And you will find out that this community is one of the most intelligent group of traders and group of individuals that I've ever witnessed. And I'm just saying, all these individuals who are using this equipment that they're using to pinpoint hot stocks. And I'm happy to share this with you so you understand how this channel works. All of these individuals, like 28 Trader that just called out 4 stocks this morning, they're using some tools, trading tools. They're using scanners, stock rocks, AI testing phases, Bloomberg, GPT, Deep Financial AI, Webull scanners and screeners and Iris and Bar Chart and Interactive Brokers and Bloomberg and News and Chat GPI, Stock Titan scanner. Everybody's got all these scanners and all of this equipment, software that they're using to pick out these stocks. All right. Now, just because we pick them out and they're on the run doesn't mean we buy them then. What we want to do is we want to get these bottles when the tops come off and the cork goes flying up. We don't want to buy in this while this is happening. We're going to wait for that cork to come back down and hit the ground, people, before we buy this sucker. Don't expose yourself and buy into these stocks unless you buy 5 shares or 10, okay? That's it. Please don't open yourself up to a big bunch of risk buying thousands of shares. Never do that. That is the opposite of what I do. I nibble. Everybody has watched me here for 2.5 years, nibbling away, nibbling away, nibbling away. I nibble in and then I nibble out. Actually, I nibble in like the CEO of McDonald's nibbles at his big arch and then describes it as a big bite. But I actually nibble in like the CEO of McDonald's, and then I nibble out. Well, I bite out like the CEO of Arby's. Or did you see the one that was put out by? There's several other commercials that come out with CEOs. Wendy's did one after this CEO, and they must have all figured out what a great way to sell more burgers is to do a do a meme of the CEO of McDonald's. Here it is. You've been waiting for it. The big arch. And I'm going to be eating mine here for lunch, believe it or not. Let's open this thing up and see what this product looks like. Oh, my. Well, that is a big burger. Oh, goodness. Well, it's got sauce and lettuce and 2 quarter-pound product patties. Man, I don't even know how to attack this thing. Oh, it's got onions coming out of it. It's as if this guy's doesn't even know what's in there. It's coming out. He's like, oh, there's onions in there. Like he has no idea what the recipe is. It's hilarious, folks. You've got to go see it. If you haven't seen it, go to YouTube and put in McDonald's CEO Big Arch taking this little nibble of this thing and shoving it in his cheek like a squirrel. Oh, man. It's hilarious, folks. I should be careful, though. I shouldn't be saying anything because I said something about Buffalo Wild Wings 2 days ago, and they shut my stream off immediately. So I better watch out. Now I'm talking about McDonald's and all of them. Next thing you know, there'll be no more Catfish. You can't talk about these things. Oh, goodness gracious. But anyway, back to my point here, everyone. I'm rambling, but still, this is the software people are using to pick out hot stocks. We get them when they reseed. And to the 5.1 million viewers of this channel over the last 2.5 years, I want to say thank you very, 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 very much. You are the backbone of this channel. And for all of you who've helped me start generating a little bit of income, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If it wasn't for you, this channel would not be going on. This is over 2.5 years, folks. That's not a lot, I know, for 2.5 years, but it's what has kept the channel going. You guys, all of you guys and gals, and I appreciate it very much. And I want to call you out and say thank you to you all. And for sharing my channel with your friends and family and so forth. And, the cool thing is that YouTube actually offers quite a bit of cool stuff when it comes to your channel. And you can go over here and you can search for all types of things about your channel if you want to find out stuff and about your channel. And you can get in here with your content and all this, and you can look at all kinds of stuff here. They give you all kinds of stuff that you can look at about your channel. And one of the things that you can find here is search terms, how people find your channel. Okay. And that is something I'm going to try to find right now, because this is the most interesting thing. And I'm going to have to maybe do it at another time. Probably do it at another time would be better, because it might take me a minute to find this. But at any rate, I'm going to come back here one screen at least and try to take one quick stab at this. And we're going to my analytics here, and we're going to go to right up here. Let's see, community. There we go. And nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Analytics. Let's try this. Earn. There we go. It might be under this. Well, I can't find what I'm looking for here, folks, but it involves search terms. I'm trying to find, what is your main trade today? Well, these are the stocks that have been called out today. So if you want to take a look at these, I'll be happy to put this up here, and you can take a picture of that, or you can pause the screen and you can look up each one of these today. We're going to be looking them all up. And these are the ones that we've got on the radar. So we got to do some investigating, though, before we buy into these stocks. So just give me a minute here, because I'm trying to find something real quick here. And unfortunately, I'm not finding it here. I was hoping to find searched posts, playlists, promotions, collaborations. Huh. Well, doggone it. Here it is, right here. How did viewers find my content? Here we go. And it says, from the shorts feed. This is, ladies and gentlemen, why I stream in the vertical live stream. Okay? Right here. Because I get most of my viewers from vertical live feed. And this same vertical streaming goes to the shorts feed. Okay? So 50% of my viewers are coming from the vertical live feed and the shorts feed. See the hours? 1,727 hours of people watching me on the vertical stream. Man, that's pretty high, and I want to thank all of you who have the patience to watch a narrow screen. I know it's not easy, but I thank you, that those of you that do. And okay, so unfortunately, this doesn't show me what that the other time I found is that most people are finding me by searching my name. They come to YouTube, and when they get on YouTube, they are putting in here on YouTube. They come here and they put in my name. This is the number one way, according to YouTube's analytics, that people are finding me. This is the number one way. And that's how people are finding my channel. Up to 25,900 subscribers. And that is how people find me. They're searching for my name. And I want to tell all of you, the reason I'm mentioning this is to thank you for sharing my channel with your friends and telling others about me. This is the key way people are finding my channel, folks. I found out the number one source for people finding my channel was not by typing in how to day trade or how to trade the stock market or stock market tips or any of the things I have in my tags. They're not searching for that to find me. They're finding me through my name. And that says something to me, that the word is spreading, and consistency is key. Yes, I had jumped up, and I had about 15,000 views a day, and 18, and then 20,000. I was getting up to 22,000, 20, even 30,000, and all of a sudden I went on vacation down to Florida. I went down because my mom had fallen, and I had to stop streaming for about a week, and I went to Florida. And I kept streaming each day a little bit, but I broke with that regular schedule. And when I did that, my viewership dropped from 20,000 a day down to 3,000 a day. See, I found out, I guess, and someone mentioned it yesterday, YouTube didn't like it when I did that because they like consistency. They want their viewing audience to be able to rely on you and depend on you. And if you take off and you go somewhere, they don't like that. And my viewership immediately dropped big time when I went down there to help my mom, see my mom, and make sure she was okay, and see all my friends. But anyway, I want to let you know and express how grateful I am for all of you to still be here with me. And we'll keep going from there. So this morning's stocks that have been called out is we've heard about RR, and all of these stocks. I want to make sure you understand this clearly. I'm not a financial advisor. I make zero guarantees. I provide and you decide. Okay, I provide, you decide. All right. So here we go, folks. We're going to look at this information. You decide what to do with it, okay? Now, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. I'm not a financial advisor. I'll say it again to eliminate any chance of me having any risk. This is Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform that I'm using here. Down at the bottom, this is a 200-day moving average indicator. This is a 50-day moving average. This is a 45-day moving average. This is a 10-day moving average. And this is a 5-day moving average. Now, in case you don't know about Charles Schwab, they're pretty easy to work with. If you come up here, you can click on all types of things up here. And if you click on this, you'll see all the moving averages right there that I put in. So how I put those in quickly, I'm going to show. Come over here and put in moving average. These words, moving average exponential. Once you type that in, just put in moving, you'll find this. And once you find it, you click on it, and then you come down here and you click add selected, and it'll jump into here. Then when you get it here, you can edit it. You click on that, and you can make it a 200-day, a 100-day, a 10-day, and you can make it whatever color you want right there. And I make mine big and bold so I can see them good. I make mine 3. And then you just hit OK. And voila, you put in your first moving average line. And again, I have a 5-day, a 10-day, a 45-day, a 50-day, and a 200-day. There you go. That's how it's done. And then down here, you click OK, and you're all set. Then you got your screen set up just like I do, and you can use the same colors. My 5-day is turquoise. My 10-day is orange. Dark blue is 45. Red is 50-day, and green is 200. All right? So that's what we want to clarify first. And the stock we're looking at is called out here this morning by Tony Henry, and it is QS. And I already looked into this. Their institutional ownership has been going up and up and up until recently, and there's been a little bit of a pullback in everyone's institutional portfolios because they're up over 30%. So they take a little profit, folks. But QS looks good. The news, QuantumScape stock jumps this morning. It announced it's joining the AI data center boom. All right. Here is the story. Shares of QuantumScape were soaring Thursday, while the electric vehicle battery maker reported a loss in the first quarter. It also revealed increased interest from sectors outside the car industry and touted its AI data center potential. The stock jumped 25% to 915 ahead of the open, while S&P 500 and NASDAQ futures indexes both dropped by a half percent. Apologize. All right, so that's what's going on with QS. All right. Now, I don't propose it's a good time to buy it here at all. And in fact, I just told everyone to sell it at $9.20 a share. And I told them if they sold it at $9.20, that they could buy it back as low as $8.88. So right there's where it was at $9.20. And how far did it fall to? Well, it fell to $9.05. So it actually fell to $9.01 because I was watching it. So it fell 19 cents. And that's QS, folks. So keep your eyes on it, but I would not indicate that this is a time to buy into it because, folks, we obviously don't want to buy a stock when it's got its new 1 week high or 1 month high. We don't want to buy a stock there. We want to wait till it loses some of its fizz. We got to let this thing chill out a little bit, okay? They just popped the top. Everybody's getting in on it. And ladies and gentlemen, we've already seen this. Many stocks on the news have run up big time in the pre-market only to sell off all day, just like AGPU did yesterday. Man, that thing hit AGPU. That doggone thing went up and hit $14 yesterday morning in the pre-market. And here's my point. They can buy it and buy it on this great news of a contract with NVIDIA, get it up to $14.40, and then they can, all the shares that they got, they can just start selling them. They short the position. They go, man, we got the doggone retailers by the balls now, and then they short sell it. And this guy short sells it to this one, and this one short sells it to that one. And he short sells it to that one, and he shorts it to that one. He short sells it. He short, she shorts, he shorts, she shorts, he shorts, she shorts, he shorts. And all these shares, they just keep selling them over and over and over. The same shares around in a circle. Down she goes. They're all short selling it, 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 short. All the way down, back to the 200-day. They get to the friggin' 200-day and they hoard it all up. And then what do you know? Up she friggin' goes. Nobody knows why. But ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly how it's done. I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you. If you buy into a stock and you go over, and the first thing we're going to do right now, for example, is we're going to go to this AGPU right now. And I want to show you something here, all right, so you can understand. And just before I jump on there, let me make sure and see what XRTX is doing. Up 5% yesterday. That was a good call out. Thank you. I made some good money on that. I made some good money on XRTX. So I want to thank you for calling that one out. That was a good call out. So now, though, I want to do something else here. I want to look at QS. Enter. Now, I want to come down here. Oh, I'm sorry. The stock I was just on was actually AGPU. So I want to look at AGPU. There we go. All right. Now, come over here and let's get to statistics. All right. This is AGPU, and we're looking at statistics. So let's click on that. And now let's go see how many shares are outstanding. Okay. Shares outstanding. Here we go, folks. 5.4 million or 5.54 million. Okay. Shares outstanding 5.54 million. And the float, ladies and gentlemen, the float is 3.96 million. All right, AGPU. Shares outstanding. Hold on. Shares outstanding. 5.54 million. So in other words, that's all the shares that are supposed to be out there available to trade. And the float is 3.9 something million, 3.96. All right. So now let's go over here to the historical data. How many shares were traded yesterday? Look over here, folks. 83 million shares traded. 83,510,800 shares. Okay, how is it possible? How is it possible for a stock that only has shares available of 5.54 million shares? How is it possible for that to sell 83,510,000? Well, it's very possible. It's very possible, folks. And I'm going to use this piece of paper to show you how. This short seller one short sells one trade to this short seller, who short sells it to this short seller, who short sells it to this short seller, who short sells it to this one, who short sells it to this one. Understand? And then this one again short sells it to this one, to that one, to this one, to that one, to this one, to that one. And they make a fortune doing this, folks. The same share just goes hand to hand to hand in a circle over and over and over. And they make a friggin' fortune doing it. And to prove it, you can see here with AGPU, yes, the news of a $260 million contract will shove a price from $4.55 a share, or right here's where it was, $4.55, all the way up $10 up. But once they've bought all these shares and they've accumulated all these shares, they bought all 4 million. They bought all 4,500,000 of them. They bought them all. They bought all 5,054,000 shares. They bought them all, 5 million. It's easy to do. The price of the stock was only $4. You know, they bought 5 million. They're rich, folks. They can buy us all they want. Then they short the position at 447, and then they sell those 5 million shares. This one sells 500,000 to this one, short sells 500,000 to this one, short sells 500,000 to this one. You get what I'm saying? And they just keep short selling it. Every one of them taking up a shorter position, a short position, a short position, short, 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 short. And they just massacre it right back down to where the 200 has gotten to. And this is called kissing the ET right here, folks. And I've shown you this before thousands of times. And you're about to witness what happens on a rising 200 day. Yes, when it got here, you should have short sold it. Not now. You'd be crazy to short sell it here when it's almost at the 200. I mean, this is as close as they're going to get to the 200 right now. That little spike down that you saw this morning, probably at 4 o'clock. That's as close to the 200, I think, as they're going to get. Now, don't get me wrong. They could still bring it on down out of the open and hit the 200. They could get it to keep falling. They could keep short selling, and get it to the 200. And then go long. And man, this thing could explode. Because listen, this is a huge deal that they got. It's huge, man, massive. AGPU, in case you're not aware of it, they just got a $260 million contract to provide NVIDIA with 8,300 chips. So this is big, big, big news. And institutions and market makers, hedge funds, whatever, man, they know that they can buy every single share and then each fund sell to the next, short selling in circles, 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 circles. Or it could be just one fund, as we found out a couple weeks ago about another stock. And one of our young ladies told us, hey, I did some research, and apparently there was one entity that made this happen on this stock that we had bought into to make it drop. It was one entity that had done it, one entity. She had asked her AI, and they said apparently it was only one entity that made this run up and then made it fall. Just one entity did it. Rolando Moto. Yep. I don't know options, but I'll buy if it falls though. Yep. So this is the stock. It's AGPU. It has only 5.54 million shares outstanding. And yet it traded yesterday 90 million plus shares. Well, 83 million, I'm sorry. So there's only 5 million shares out there, folks. There's only 5 million shares, 5.54 million shares out there, and somebody bought them all and sold them all 10 times over in a circle. 10 times they sold the same shares over and over and over. The 5 million turned into 83,510,000 shares. And I'm sharing with you guys this information so you know how it works. Is the stock market manipulated? Yes, it is. Was SIDU stock manipulated 2 days ago by Benzinga with a news flash that they had just done a public share offering 4 days earlier? A news flash from Benzinga, breaking news. SIDU did a public share offering 4 days ago. Okay, yes, that is a form of manipulation, folks. There's no doubt about it. SIDU will most likely now, after them running it down with that news, see, it was getting ready to go, people. It was getting ready to make a move, and they had to come out with a breaking story. Here, they had to break a story that had already broken on Friday. The story broke on Friday. This is why the price had fallen so far. But what does Benzinga do? Breaks the story again, like breaking news. They just did a 58 million share offering, and they made it fall to here, folks. All right, you got it. You know that's what they did. That's what they did, folks. That is exactly what they did. The news came out on Friday. The news came out on Friday of the public share offering. And after that news came out, fell all the way to here, started to recover, was going to go up in the pre-market. It was going to be attacked, and then they saw it rising. It was going to go. They knew that they could see it was about to take off. And they called Benzinga and said, put out another story about the public share offering. SIDU, folks. I believe this stock is going to go all the way back up and beyond these numbers to actually up to around $8 by the time the IPO for SpaceX comes out. That's what I think. It's going to ride on the shoulders of and I think the ones that manipulated it down, Benzinga, I think they know that. That's why they wanted to get it at $3.68. And the weak thing is they wanted not this number, but they wanted 366, folks. They wanted this number to be 366. And they probably got a call, Benzinga did, and they said, hey, you guys think you can make this story break again about the SIDU public share offering that broke 4 days ago? You guys want to break it again right now like it's a news flash? Maybe some people don't know. And if we can hit those people, we can start another panic sell-off. Boom. Excellently executed. Market Manipulation 101, ladies and gentlemen, on SIDU. Then yesterday, one last net sack fleece out, and here they're trying this number, which is not even the same as where we were here yesterday midday. I believe SIDU is going to come right back up and cross this 200 because it's going to ride the wave of all the space stocks, including the one that was called out yesterday by Double K, and that was F-Jet. Some of you might have taken a look at that, but I want to ask a question this morning on this channel, and I want to know, do any of you own Buru stock? Because of the call-outs that we've been hearing about it lately. So we're going to put a question. Are you holding any Buru stock? Or did you, cap lock, sorry. Did you buy into BURU stock? What the hell? My typing is horrible on this keyboard because the keys are so big. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. Did you buy into Buru during the past 2 days? Yeah, can we sue Benzinga? Class action manipulation? I don't think we can because I would believe in the actually meat and potatoes of the article. They probably at some point put that the date of the thing was done, but it didn't matter. The headline was out there. The headline is what they cared about. They worded it sort of tricky too. All right, they worded it sort of tricky the way they worded it. If you go over here to Buru, just a second here. I'm sorry, it was a AGPU or SIDU. Duh. Here we go. The wording of it said here on the 21st, CNews Space announces closing of offering. See? So here on the 19th, they announced the pricing of 58.5 million registered direct offering. And then here on the 21st, they titled this is Benzinga, CNews Space stock drops as 58.5 million offering weighs on the price. See that? Sea-Doo Space stocks drops as 58.5 million offering weighs on shares. Of course it dropped. You put that article. And of course the offering weighs on the shares because you just notified people who did not know. You just let them know again 4 days after the fact that they had done. So the wording of it was very tricky, folks. See how that is? It drops as 58.5 million offering weighs on shares. And the timing of this, right before 12 o'clock, 11:59 and 37 seconds. They waited for the absolute perfect time to do it. It was timed perfectly for optimal effect. On Tuesday, the 21st, it was right here. Look at the time that it was put out. Right here. This is the article. Right there's the article. And they put that article out at 11:59. 11:59. They posted this article on the 21st of news that broke on the 19th. And this article said Sea-Doo Space shares are lower today as investors react to a new capital raise that increased share supply and may pressure the stock in the near term. Perfect. See, there's the key words, near term. You're the ones that are pressuring the stock, Benzinga, with this article 3 days after the fact. You're the one putting near-term pressure, which is exactly what is designed to do. Make it fall just a day. The company has priced 13,453 shares for pre-funded warrants at $4.35 a share. Nice. Well done. Perfect, Benzinga. Marty says, I bought Brewery at 19 when it hit a low. This is a dollar stock and RPGL at 43. We need to look for good stocks hitting lows. Yes. Just like Muddy Water that wrote a short report on SoFi. Bunch of BS. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They just get. And I've often said to people, if you don't know about this yet, go over and watch a YouTube video that was put out about 15 years ago. It was put out, and it's called, the title of it is Jim Cramer on how the stock market is manipulated by hedge funds. I think it says Jim Cramer on how hedge funds control the market or manipulate the stock market. And if you watch that video, you'll see how he admits to doing it himself. And they asked him at one point, well, Jim, how much would you be able to or willing to tell us? How much do you put in, and when you're going to attack a stock like that? How much money are you talking about that you'll sell? If you don't mind. He goes, 2, 3 million, 5 million, whatever it takes. If a stock's taking off and you got to stop it, you spend 8, 9 million. He just tells just like that. So go watch that video. You'll be amazed. And you might go, wow, I don't know if I want to get involved in this shady stock market at all. When you hear how he talks about how easy it is to make phone calls and create a scenario based on speculation and, masterful the way they do it. So believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the stock market is absolutely manipulated every single day. And listen, the powers that be here with this SIDU stock, I got news for you. I took a picture to show everybody here, and I'm going to have to sign into my photos again, so hold on. Let me just get signed in here, and I'll show you this. So here we go. And I'm going to go to my photo library. And here we go. And what I'm here to show you right now is this picture right here. All right, now this picture was taken on April 22nd. Here you can see at the top. I took this photograph April 22nd on the stock SIDU. Okay? This is SIDU. And you can clearly see that it shows on the 22nd at 8:56 in the morning, there had been an increase of portfolio allocation. The average portfolio allocation had increased by over the most recent quarter by 1,101%. Okay? So the average portfolio allocation out of these 53 institutions was 1,101% increase over the most recent quarter. The next day, the price of CDU drops on the Benzinga report. And the following day, surprise, 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 after this day, April the 22nd, you can see that they suddenly increased to 1,324% on the Benzinga rundown, okay? These people know what they're doing. These institutional buyers, when they saw Benzinga come out with that story on the 22nd that dropped SIDU, they bought in. You can clearly see. They bought more. They increased their average portfolio to 1,324. I'll show you again, just so you're clear. Whoop, there's our Buffalo Wild Wings. Here we are. I'll show you again. Look at institutional ownership. This is in the morning before the market opened at 8:56 a.m. Institutional ownership was, and this was actually when I took the picture. This data was from the day before on the 21st. On Tuesday, this I hadn't refreshed the screen yet, so this is still showing Tuesday's 21st data. Even though the date of the picture shows April 22nd at 8:56 a.m., this was before I refreshed the screen. So this was not on April 22nd. This number was April 21st. Then I refreshed the screen, and voila, the number went up to 1,300. And I took two pictures of this before I refreshed the screen, so you could not just see. This was the first picture I took, but I wanted to make it wider so you could see what I was taking a picture of. So it says here, average portfolio allocation was 1,101% on the 21st. Then Benzinga releases their story at the lunchtime break, makes the stock price fall like a rocket, and then the following day, they happen to own 1,324% increases to their portfolios, okay? This is on the stock SIDU I'm talking about. So they bought in on that Benzinga drop, baby, and you can clearly see it. It's very visible. 1,324%. And the day before, they only had 1,101%. These institutions, folks, they're opportunists. And they all know that on the IPO of SpaceX, that CDU, which is a space stock, is going to probably run right along with it. And so they increased their portfolios in a big way during the drop. And today, let's go see how many they are now. Let's refresh the screen. And we will take a picture right now of this. And now we're going to refresh the screen and see, did they get more? No, not yet. They haven't bought more yet. But you can clearly see these 52 institutions that own stock in SIDU. They loaded the wagon yesterday. On that price drop, they loaded the dang wagon up. All right? Just so you're aware of it. Okay. Poet, yeah, I still think it has a possibility. We'll take a look at it. Hold on. Happy boy, hold on. Now, one other thing I wanted to share with you today, if you'll take a look, and hold on, let me close this now and then come here, is we want to look at AGPU. Now, again, this stock yesterday, it only has 5.54 million shares outstanding. But yesterday, somehow or another, it traded 83,510,800. Okay? How is that possible? How is this possible that a stock that has such great news a $260 million contract that they just signed to supply NVIDIA with chips, an ongoing contract valued at $260 million, and there's only 5.54 million shares out there, but it sold 83,510,000. How? How is that possible? The float on the stock is only 3.96 million on this AGPU. How could it sell 83,510,800 shares if there's only 5,000,054 available? The SEC, why don't they look at this obvious ridiculousness, okay? Really, seriously, doesn't the SEC care at all? No, apparently they have no interest in asking this obvious question. How can a stock that only has 5.5 million shares outstanding trade 83.5? Okay, how? Well, I'll show you how. Once they got it up to $14 a share, once they got the price up on this NVIDIA news to 14 a share, they shorted the position at $14. And then this one here short sold to this one. This one short sold to this one. He short sold 100,000 to this one. He short sold 100,000 to this one. She short sold 100,000 to this one. He short sold it to the same one that started this whole short selling. Then he takes the same 100,000, sells it to this one short, 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 and they keep doing it. It's the same 100,000 shares being sold over and over and over again. Understand? All right. So you need to be understanding of how this works, people. This one, and we'll write it down. There was the price, $14.47. $14.47. $14.47. AGPU is the stock I'm talking about. And there were only, on this stock, like I said, 5.54 million shares outstanding, but it traded 83,510,800 shares. How in the world can it be possible that a stock that only has 5.54 million trade 83,510,800? How? Here it is. I just said it. This one sells 100,000 to this one. Short sells 100,000 to this one. Short sells to all each other. Back to the first one, back to the same ones, over and over and over. The same shares, short sold repeatedly. And what is their objective? To get rich doing this. To rig it, folks. It's rigged. Understand? And their objective is to get the price all the way back down to the 200-day moving average. Right there. They just missed it, in fact. They just missed getting there just now. Look how close they came. Look how close they came this morning in the pre-market to hitting the 200. Look at that. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's as close as they're going to get. I think that's the end of it right there. I think now these that have manipulated this stock in such a way are about to again make it rise, okay? Like a phoenix from the ashes. And remember, there's only 5 million shares outstanding. The bid now is 683, and the ask happens to be 689. And if you think I think this is a good buy at $6.83, you bet your butt I do, because it happens to be a number that's on my buy-sell sheet, and I'll show it to you right here. Right here, buy back. There it is. Buy back 82.83. Even 84 and 88 are good numbers if they've driven it down from $14, folks. All right? Now, here's the deal, folks. I provide, you decide. But if that isn't consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, I don't know what is. And let's look at the one-day chart now instead. Well, hell, there it goes. You got yourself a vaggie. You got yourself a vag with legs. You got your triple vag. And then you got a nutsack. Right? Here's the one, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, that price here will not be beat for a low ever again. We may never see that number again. Mark my words. Write it down on a sheet of paper. That Catfish said that this price, which is $6.52, write it down, that I suggested AGPU at $6.52, the lowest it will go. Lowest price ever again. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm saying that it's $6.52. And I'm putting it in writing right there. Lowest price evermore, $6.52. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because I'm sure the 200-day average is probably right here at $6.50 a share, okay? Or something around that. No, here it is right here. 684. The 200, 684. 200 moving average, 684. That's the lowest you're ever going to see, the 200-day moving average. Right there, 684. You can already see down, stop. And then the price, back over And you're going to have a triple upside crossover on this chart today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness a triple upside crossover where the current price just crossed the 200, the 10-day just crossed over, and the 50-day is going to cross over the 200-day average. And you're going to witness it right now. That's my call. Now, I want you to see that there has already been some obvious resistance. And once they break over these levels, there should be resistance again. But if they're not, then it's going to go to the moon. So I'm going to put a mark right here where there should be resistance right there. The next place, there should be resistance. And if there isn't, it's going to go much higher, is right here, ladies and gentlemen, at this point right there. All right. So this is the stock. And it should see 5-day line is what I'm using, the blue line. I'm just using the blue line. And you might wonder, what's so common? What's the big deal with this number that they just made the bottom right here? Why? Why did they make this the lowest they ran it down this morning? What's the big deal about that line right there? Where does that go back in history? Why that line? What's so important about it? Well, let's go look at the 5-day chart and see. What's so important? What's so important about that line right there? Let's take it out further. Now let's look at the 10-day. Where does this line come into play? Does it reflect on the 10-day? No, it doesn't. Does it reflect on the 20-day? It's getting close. Almost the resistance level when it went up that time to there. See, I'm trying to figure out what's the big deal about that line now. Why did they choose that number to bounce it off this morning? What's the relevance to the past? And to be honest with you, I don't see any relevance to the past at all whatsoever. Not in the last 20 days. Let's take it out to 90 days. Maybe we'll find it there on the 90-day. Boy, I tell you what, folks, that's a sweet area to conveniently drop it back down to that line right there. And let me explain something, folks. There never has been any resistance at that price. There's never been any resistance here. Why all of a sudden interest right here now on this stock? What's going on here? Well, I'm breaking it down for you. It's AGPU. And I think that this price is the lowest we're ever going to see on this stock. Where that 5-day average just tapped right there, I can't find a relevance to that in the past. I wish I could, but I can't find one. The only other place I see a relevance to where the 5-day dropped to was right here. This bottom of this candlestick and the top of that one. That's the only relevance. Well, here too, also right there, the bottom of this candlestick. So that's the commonality of that line that they just drove it down to, the 5-day. And now it attempts to break over and they try to sell against it. Well, are they coming against it with any real authority? Not really. Not really. Way more buyers than sellers here. More buyers, almost equal buyers and sellers here. A few more sellers here right now on that candlestick. And the reason that is because they don't want this to happen. They don't want to see this crossover of the 50-day by the 5-day and the 10-day. They want to squinch that down, compress this all. All right, this is AGPU, folks. I provide, you decide. And my guess is this is the lowest the price is going to be for a long time. $6, and that low right there that they got this morning, 6. Are you serious, Savannah? Look at that number, Savannah. $6.66. Oh my goodness. All right, good job, market makers. Take a price from $14 to $6.66. No, there's no coincidence involving that number. There's no coincidence there. 1447 to 666. Alexa, what is 14.17? Oh, Alexa, start over. What is 14.47 minus 6.66?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 14.47 minus 6.66?
14.47 minus 6.66 is 7.81.
Nice. A 100% drop. A 100% drop in this stock price, ladies and gentlemen. AGPU. Man, I like buying there. And the news is that they just got a contract with NVIDIA for $260 million worth of chips. So I must be very cautious here, because now that they have to create that many chips, might they need to do a public share offering? Yeah, they actually might. They might need money to make all that happen. So just be aware, we could see a double slam wham on this thing, AGPU. But God, I pray that doesn't happen for anybody that bought into it. But that being said, I think they'll at least wait here until their price makes a recovery off of this obvious manipulation down. So we'll see what happens. But don't be surprised if it rises and it gets to the next new high, that they do a public share offering to have the funding to create this big expansion and demand from NVIDIA for their chips. All right, I'm just telling you. So that being said, though, I still think that this is good news for this company. And in the long run, I think this will be a great stock to hold on to. And yesterday, it closed at $8.75 a share. This morning, yes. They've got it down to $6.75, so a $2 drop. And would I be buying some here? I might suggest that you do, okay? It's just a suggestion. But I'm not telling anyone what to do here, and I never do. As a matter of fact, I tell everybody that you should not hold any of these stocks that we day trade overnight. I've been saying that over and over and over for months. Don't hold any day trade stocks overnight. If you want to hold some stocks overnight, hold these overnight, okay? Hold these overnight. These are the ones you want to hold overnight. And a matter of fact, you're safe to hold on to these for a year, okay? Because if you'd have bought this with me a year ago, all of these stocks here would have gotten you some very nice gains, almost every one of them. And if you'd like to get this list of these stocks from me, I'm happy to send it to you. And you know how much it will cost you? All of these stocks, over 50 stocks here, over the last year, these are their returns over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. Here's their market cap. Here's their PE ratio. All right? No one else has this list but me, everyone. I'm the only one. This is my list. I made it using Google Finance. And if you buy this list, it's not $250 to get this list. It's not $100 to get this list. If you want this list that you can edit and add other stocks to in the future, it's only $24.99, people. $24.99. And you can look at the ones that have done the best over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, in the last year. You can cherry pick them. You can cherry pick the ones you want. Over here is the market cap PE ratio. And again, this is only available here on this channel if you become a monster level or Goliath level member. How do you do that? You come down here below the stream and you click join. And then when you get here, it says Big Bottom Cat, $4.99, Monster Bottom, $9.99. And you hit, okay, I can pay $9.99 a month to get these spreadsheets. And also, if you want to be able to edit the spreadsheets, come in as a Goliath level member for $24.99 a month. And when you get this level membership, I'll also make for free available to you my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim candlestick codes that will tell you the volume on these candlesticks if there's more people buying or selling on every candlestick. It tells you more buyers, more sellers, more buyers, more sellers, more sellers. These candlesticks tell a story, folks, and I'll send them to you if you become a Goliath level member. And I'll show you how to load them into your Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. It's easy to do, folks. It's easy to do. And I'll send you this candlestick code. And I'll send you, if you become a Goliath level member, I'll send you these longs that I'm holding longs. I'll send you this. And not just these will I send you. I'm going to also send you another list of stocks that pay dividends. And here on this list, there are 57 stocks for you to choose from. And here's the market cap and PE ratio. 57 stocks on this list for you to choose from, okay? And you can cherry pick the ones that are doing the best. And I want to also let you know, just because these stocks have done so well over the last year doesn't mean they're going to keep doing that. But one thing I know about this channel, 39% of my viewers own these stocks. They wrote and told me so. I did a survey. And this is just the stocks that I hold long, folks. See up here? Those are my longs master sheet. If you become a member of this channel as a monster or Goliath, I'll send you this one too, my dividends master sheet. And look at the percentage gains of these stocks over the last year. And again, it's set up the same way. You can see how they're doing over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And you can see the market cap, the PE ratio, the dividend that they pay out, and the percentage of the dividend, folks. And this is $24.99. You get this list. And you get the long list. And I'll send you a list of stocks I've been day trading for, and all of us have day traded over the last couple of years. So this is what you get for $24.99. Editable lists. And for $9.99, I'll send you the list, view only. You can only view it. But you'll still have access to these numbers, and it will tell you and update you daily, okay? And you will get the PE ratio, the dividend they pay out, and the percentage that they pay out in dividend. And you just cherry pick across here, folks. Cherry pick off this list. And just so you know, the top 40 stocks on this list, I didn't pick those out. They were picked out by Roaring Kitty. His name is Keith Gill. And He's the one that picked out the top 40 stocks on this list. I got them from him. He's the guy that was behind the GameStop big run, Roaring Kitty, known on Reddit as Big Effing Value. And the top 40 stocks on this list are on his list. They're his pick. And this list is a list of 70 stocks on this list that pay dividends, folks. And everybody loves dividends. By the way, this one, they're the same stock. Those are all the same stock. This is just where I have it. I can go over and put in a different stock in each one of these when I edit, and it just automatically fills this. And if anybody else has the name of a good dividend stock that you know of right now, I'd like to know. Yep, they had to get that 666 low. Yep. Mo D says 5 more shares filled at 665, 837 dollar cost average AGPU. I hear you, my man. I'm down big time on it. I'm down big time. I'm down. I didn't lose my money. I'm just down on it right now. Okay? So, AGPU. $666 low. Looks like they even got it down to lower, 660. And I've even been telling you guys lately, that's the new number for them, the 60. They really do like that 60 number now. That's become like a new number for them to get, 60. It is the new number, 60, 61. It's going to be on my buy-sell sheet. It definitely is. And right here it says to sell, in case you didn't know, at the 60. You should sell there. If it goes up to 60, you want to sell there. If it drops to 60, you want to buy it there. All right? See right here, it says 61. That number actually needs to say 60. All right? That number says 60 from now on. All right? Because that has become a key number recently. I've noticed this over and over lately. 60, 61. Big time number for them now. They're changing their ways because of me. I already have these buy-sell sheets. They hate this. They hate that you know these secrets. They don't want you to know these numbers. They hate that you have these numbers that they've been using for the last decades to manipulate the market on. And I'm here to share it with you, though. That's what I do. So become a member, folks, and you will get some good rewards. And there goes AGPU. Now, I believe it is going to continue to rise and rise and rise. I believe the lowest price we will ever see is $6.52, which was achieved this morning. And I believe that will be the lowest price evermore, okay? That is going to be the lowest price evermore, 652 on AGPU, all right? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And let's go to the one-day chart and just make sure you all understand. Now you've seen a triple vag drop, a triple vaggie, and there is the lowest price you will ever see on this stock, perhaps ever. $6.52 a share. All right, that's my call. And you see no sustainment or nutsack. You see no sustainment or nutsack. You see no sustainment or nutsack. Am I right? None of these prices have been sustained. They're just stabs at it, stabbing. Oh, well, there's the only sack that was formed on that line. But now I actually want to put another line in here. right here. Right there. Okay, so we got the 5-day drop to there, the 5-day drop to there, the 5-day only to here where they nutsacked it, then the 5-day on another VAG to the same point. And this time, they could not get the 5-day to there. They could only get it here. So I want another line here, because it makes me feel good to see that and show you that. All right? So we've got a drop of the 5-day to almost this line. Then we got a drop of the 5-day to that line, the lowest of them all. And then we've got a drop of the 5-day to here where they nutsacked it. And then a drop of the 5-day to that line. And I like that. And there she goes, folks. 3. Look at all these veggies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, how many times do you want to hit that thing? And man, you better be careful, Shorty, because you might get some chafing, right? I mean, that thing looks tight, man. That every one of those looks very, very tight. I'm just going to call it for what it is. And like I said the other day, you may need hold on a second. For those of you that just experienced the 4-time vaggy, that tight, you might need to get and call out you might need to call this towing company right here. All right? You might need to call this company to come to your aid. All right? This is what you might need to call to come. And it says there, we'll snatch you out of a tight spot. And for those of you that didn't know about camel toe towing, this is what I would suggest this morning for all of you. If it's wedged in tight, we'll pull it out. All right? So, for all of you this morning that were involved in the 4-time man, that thing is every single time there this morning, all 4 times, extremely, extremely vaginal, okay? Every one of them, very vaggy-like. And I think she's done. I don't think there's going to be one more. I think that's done, folks. You just can't take anymore. Like I said, at this point, there may be some chafing going on. Oh, all my old weed stocks are squeezing. Good, Big Zigs. 5 more shares filled at 665. There you go, AGPU. AGPU. Buyer, Modiv. Good job. All right, cool. So now let's just watch this AGPU run its course now, okay? They've had its intercourse. Now it's time to run its course, all right? You watch, folks, because I got news for you. As fast as it fell from here to there, it can now go from here to there, all right? I'm not kidding you. I know what I'm talking about. You see here? Look at this consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. And look what happened after it converged. Boom. Well, then the market maker said, wait a minute, before this thing just goes all the way to the moon, literally the moon, let us do 4 vaginal explorations. And then we'll let it go to the friggin' moon, okay? So here they had bought these shares all up and accumulated, consolidated, converged. So they started, let's sell them now, short sell them, boom, take it long, go up here, now short sell it, boom, take it long, short sell it, boom, take it long, short sell it, boom, accumulate the shit out of it, buy a lot, take it long, boom, short sell it, run it down to the deepest they can, which was here, and then take it friggin' long. Take it friggin' long over the 200. Take it to the friggin' moon. Take it to the moon. Capitulated over the 200. Rising 50. Boom, off it goes, folks. Look at the sellers there coming in. Look at them. Spike sell, spike sell, spike sell, spike sell, all to try to stop it from running up, folks. But they're not going to stop it from running up. That's not the design. The real design is to just keep trying to leash it. Look at it go, folks. See, it can't be stopped. It won't be stopped. They can try all they want. It won't be. And with this 50-day right up here, folks, there won't be any more barcoding here when the 50 gets up in this region. It won't barcode here. It'll all barcode above. Just wait for that 50-day, folks, to get right up above there. And look, they don't want it to break that line. Look at that 50-day. Look at them trying so hard to hold that 50 on that line. Man, this thing is being played. Trust me, there's a shitload of eyes on this stock right now, folks. Okay? You can bet your ass there's a lot of eyes on this thing. This is a huge deal they got for these chips. $260 million deal with NVIDIA. Oh, yeah. Don't you get the impression that they've thrown the towel in on this? No, sir. No, sir. And they know still at this stage there's probably a lot of retailers that are getting in on this. And they're going to work the retail market. They're going to work them, folks. They're going to herk and jerk. And we can make a fortune off of this, folks. Just like they are. Man, I'm excited about this stock, AGPU, folks. $260 million contract with NVIDIA, and they fall from $14 to $6.66 this morning. And in case you didn't see it, the low was actually 652. 652 was this morning's low. And I believe after taking it down, how much did they take it down? What did they take it down to? 14, what was it? 1470? Hold on, let me get back here and find out. Man, have they manipulated this thing down? Look at this thing. Goodness gracious, look at that annihilation. Wow, 1447 to 652. Hey, Alexa, what is 14.47 minus 6.52?
14.47 minus 6.52 is 7.95.
Gosh. Ran it down $7.95. That's 100% drop, folks. In 5 days, the stock value has dropped 100%. Wow. More than 100%. Let's try this. Let's see what this is. 6.52 times 108% plus. It's over that, that's for sure. 6.52 times 108%. 120% plus. 1434. So 122%, 6.52 times 122% plus. 1447. That's it exactly. 122% down. Down 122% at 652. And a drop of $7.95. All right, I got it. All right, I got it, folks. And the stock I'm looking at here is AGPU. And again, the reason that this stock made such a big move was very good reason, folks. If you'll give me a moment here, I'll show you the reason. AGPU. The first catalyst was that on April 16th, Josh Blacker resigned as CFO. Then on April 20th, their shares are trading higher after the company launched its strategic compute Hold on. Okay, here it is. April 16th, Axe Compute, Josh Blacher resigns as the chief financial officer. And that was on April 16th. Jeremy Yawkey, Redder, appointed as CFO effective May 18th. Then on April the 20th, Axe Compute unveils Compute Reserve Dashboard, giving investors a unified view of its NASDAQ stock and operational strategic compute reserve. Then on April 20th, the company is trading higher after the company launched its strategic compute reserve dashboard. And then on April 22nd, Axe Compute receives a $260 million 36-month contract to provide 2304 NVIDIA 8300 GPUs. So this is the news that launched the price from a price of $482 a share, $10 higher almost, to $14.47. And then, amazingly, on this day, a stock that only has outstanding shares in the number of 5.54 million. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This crazy AGPU stock that has only 5.54 million shares outstanding suddenly trades a massive number of shares. It trades 83 million on this news. It only has it only has 5.54 million, and the float is only 3.96 million. How in the world, can a stock that has only 5.54 million shares outstanding, how in the world can it trade 83,510 shares plus? Well, I showed people this morning when they got it up to $14.47, they began shorting that position. And they started doing this. And this individual short sold 1447 to this one who bought 100,000 and then short sold to this one, and he sold at 94.46, and then he sold at 94.44, 94.43, 94.42, 41, 40. Short sold back to the original shareholder who short sold it again to this one and this one, 100,000 to that one, 100,000, 100,000, back to this one, short sells it again to this one. And they're all in this together, folks. They're all in this together. And they take the same shares and they sell them, short sell them to each other over and over and over and over. And that's how you get 83 million shares out of a 5 million share available stock. Do you understand? And they get absolutely rich doing this, folks. And by the way, they don't want me telling you this. They don't want you to know how they do this. But this is exactly how it's done, folks. It's the only mathematical way that a stock that only has 5.54 million could trade 83 million shares. It's the only way it could happen, folks. And if you don't believe me, explain another way. Explain any other way that a stock that only has a float of 3.96 million shares can trade 83,500,000 and fall from $14.47 to $6.66 this morning. This is the only way that it can be done. And this is how it was done, if you ask me, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But this is one of the reasons you're here on this channel, folks, and you hopefully subscribed, is because I show you this. I prove to you. I explain how it's done, so you're not just standing there bewildered and confused and not knowing how in the world did this happen. I tell you how they do it. Now, this is only my speculation and my guessing, but I've got to look at a rock solid way to figure out how a stock that only has 5 million shares available can trade 83 million. And then if I know that this is what they did in the process they did it by, I'll short sell the stock. Okay? You should have short sold it too. But now they've already taken it from $14.47 down $7.95 to $6.52 this morning's low was. $6.52. And then $6.66. So, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, the bid is on a number 660 that I have on my buy-sell sheet. If you'll take a look at it with me, I'll show it to you. And you're going to see one of my buyback numbers here is right here, 60, okay? That is one of my buyback numbers, just one of them. And I'm not telling you to buy 1,000 shares here. I'm not telling you to buy even 500 or 100 even. I'm telling you to buy 5 shares or 10 or 2, depending on your budget. But I think this is a good number to buy when it's down almost $8 in just 3 days. So you be the judge, folks. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. And congratulations, anyone who bought into SIDU on the rundown that was created by Benzinga, who pulled a nice fast one on SIDU. And so Benzinga, thank you for those buy-in numbers. Now, one thing I want you to notice is on Benzinga's rundown on that news, I have something interesting to show you, and that is that prior to Benzinga's story coming out, prior to Benzinga's little reissue, I want you to be aware that institutional ownership, there were 53 institutions, and their average portfolio allocation had been rising so much in the last 90 days, most recent quarter, that they were up 1,000, increasing their portfolios on an average of 1,101%. I've never seen anything like this before. This is huge, huge increase of ownership. But after Benzinga came out with their story, 4-day-old news, trying to act like it was a news story about SIDU doing a public share offering. And so they, just so you understand what the meaning of manipulation is, if we come over here to SIDU and we look at it on the news, you'll see how manipulated this stock was by the news. Because CDU announced right here on the 19th, folks, they announced a public share offering. And after they announced this public share offering of 58 million, the price plummeted. And you can see right here's when they made the announcement. And then down, 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 down. And after it went down and down and down, and by the way, we sold it here at $5.83 and $5.86. I know some of you sold with me there. And this thing dropped like a freaking rock. But then, after the big vaggy 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock sell-off, it started to climb. That's right. It started to recover. And this was right here on Tuesday, the 21st. And it started to make its move up. They tried a vaggy drop early in the morning, right at pre-market, and then it started to climb. And what did they do then? They had Benzinga on the phone and got them to reissue the previous April 19th story about the public share offering. Well, they called up Benzinga and said, hey, why don't you do that story again? And so they did. They said, CDU space stocks drops as 58 million public share offering weighs on shares. They very deceptively, and notice, ladies and gentlemen, notice the timing of this release. This article, when it was released. Notice the timing of it. It was at 11:59, right before lunchtime. Benzinga releases a story saying titles like it's new news at 11:59 and 36 seconds. CDU space stock drops as 58.5 million offering weighs on shares. This is news, folks, that's 3 days old, that was announced on the 19th, but SIDU conveniently right at lunchtime break, when they know there's going to be low volume and lows is what we always say. Lunchtime lows, a good place to buy. Buy the lunchtime low and then watch the sucker blow. So they knew right here before lunch, they reissued a story as if CDU had made a 58.5 million offering. And one of my viewers even jumped on the screen and on the chat and said, oh my God, Catfish, look, they just made a 58.5 million offering. And I'm like, no, that's old news. And I was right. It had come out on the 19th. But what do you know? Somebody called up Benzinga and said, hey, guys, this story was released by Benzinga, folks. And they called Benzinga on the phone and said, hey, can you run another story about the $58 million share offering? Because We're about to get hammered here. This thing is about to go through the roof on us. We got to control it. That's what happened, folks, if you ask me. Yep. So just be aware. Now, I want you to see this morning, new news. Sea Space advances its Fortis next generation command and data handling system. All right. So new news on Sea-Doo this morning. Sea-Doo Space advances its Fortis next generation command and data handling system. And listen, they're going to make something happen with that 58 million they got, folks, and they're going to announce it. And then we're to the moon. And by the way, everybody knows this is a space stock. And everybody knows what's about to happen with Elon Musk and SpaceX. And if you don't think this stock is going to benefit when SpaceX IPOs, you'd be an idiot not to know that. All right? Nini Guru, good morning, everyone. And Kat, got my stock market maker shades on. All right. Gotcha. Joey, good that you didn't go into initially heavy. Yep. Mo Deep says, I'm going to find this bottom eventually. Yep. Well, there's the news with SIDU. And as you can see, Benzinga, they played their part. Unfortunately, one thing they failed to do was get the number that they were probably contracted to achieve, which was 366. This is on SIDU, and I believe Benzinga was told, man, if you guys can get this price down from 455 to 366 right now, we got some Bitcoin coming your way. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So here's SIDU. Big news this morning comes out. There they are involved in a crossover of the 50-day right now. Looks good. SIDU. I like it. And the price is, of course, one of Savannah's favorite numbers to buy. The ask is 408, 407 now, 408 almost. So there you go, folks, 408. And by the way, the public share offering that was closed on Tuesday, that is done, man. Those shares are out there. It's all over. There's nothing else here. There's nothing else here. It's nothing else to talk about. They got 58 million in their coffers, and they're going to advance this company even more with, and they're going to be rocketing when the SpaceX IPO happens. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I see a possible price of $8 or higher when the IPO comes out for SpaceX. And I think that's exactly why it was doing so well Tuesday morning after they tried to attack it in the pre-market, and then they had the Benzinga story come out. Because, hey, man, they want to get the thing on the cheap. That's all there is to it. They know it's going to go skyrocket on the IPO. They know that. They know it's coming. They're not idiots. They know that Sea-Doo is going to ride on the shoulders of the SpaceX IPO, and they wanted to get it cheap. That public share offering helped them out, but then they had to reissue a story about the public share offering just to double dip that thing so they could get one more nibble on it. All right, we're looking at AGPU now. Kissing the 200, baby. Right now. Kissed it right off the 200 there. 639. And by the way, take a look right here, folks. And there's a number here. Buyback 37, 38, 39. There you go, folks. 37, 38, 39. Nice. And back to 655 now. Nice. So I had written earlier that 652's low this morning could be the lowest price ever. But now I get to change it to $6.39. There it is. $6.39. All right. Ninu Alu survived a public share offering at $2 a share and still holding. That's good to know. Thank you. Now, these are the stocks that have been called out today. Please take a look at these. All right. You guys can look them over if you want to. Take a picture. This is the stocks that have been called out today. Please take a look at each one of these, which I'm going to do now. And I want to ask one other favor of you guys. As you know, my favorite number is the number 8 in any multiple of the number 8. And in about 3 minutes, it's going to be 9:16 a.m. And that is 8:16. That's a multiple. So at 9:16 and 8 seconds, I would like to ask you all to do me a favor, please. And it's not a huge favor. It'll be very easy. If you have a mouse, here in about 3 minutes from now, I want you to please hit the like button. Not now, but until we hit the like button, it would certainly help promote the channel even more if we show a little love here, okay? Show a little love and tenderness. So here you go. If you put a heart on the screen, I will put a heart on there for you, all right? Because there's nothing better, as we all know, than a morning full of hearts and love. So if you put a heart on, I will put a heart on. And I want to thank you all for your hearts, your heartfelt sentiment. And as you know, I have a little song that I like to sing along. It's called the Heart On Song. Here we go. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a... There's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. All right. And we are now less than 2 minutes away from hitting the like button together. And if you don't mind, let's hear you chime in on the chats here. Let's go. Catfish is from Central Michigan. Shouts out from Central Michigan. Whereabouts are you shouting out? And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're now about 1 minute away from hitting the like button. And I am shouting out from Central Michigan. Yes. All right. Dale says that doesn't sound right. Nini Guru says too late, already hit it. That's all right. Nini says I got a heart on too. Nice. CPIX. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for those. All right, here we go, folks. We're getting very close now to 9:16 and 8 seconds. And where are you from? All right, let me know where you're from. Give me a shout out. Here we go. Then we're going to be doing the countdown, and we're going to do the launch here of the market. Shout out from Venice, Florida. Cebu Island, Philippines. Freddie Marcos. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're going to do here right now. Let's hit this like button here and count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. Oh, man, Louisiana, Slim Jim, Warwick, New York, Bismarck. All right. Northwest Indiana. All right. The Guru here. We're close together. Dread Legend, Catfish shouts from Central Morgue. Thank you, Dread Legend. Freddie Marcos, good morning. I got Harlan too. CPIX closed 305. Marty, CPIX, thank you. CPIX. Martai. All right. Cheryl Webster from Michigan originally, been in Nobleton, Florida, 69 years. Wow. Is AGPU dead, or are we waiting for it to rebound? Rebound. We're rebounding here on that. Shout out from Venice, Florida. I don't know if it's Cebu Island, Philippines, or Cebu Island, Philippines. But thank you for shouting out. Tony Henry, IA. I think that's Iowa? I don't know. Louisiana. All right, Slim Jim. Bismarck, Warwick, New York. All right. Needy Guru, Northwest Indiana. Dale, Ottawa, Canada. All right. Traveling the world for years. Freddie Marcos. Nice. Man, traveling removes all bias. Traveling removes all bias, folks. Little shop of stuff, San Diego. I already said, one of the most beautiful places in the country to live, San Diego, Florida. Dread Legend, Cincinnati. Hello there. I used to go water skiing at Dowagiac when I was a teenager. That was years ago. Aha. Emmanuel, Houston, Texas. Yes. Top #1 trading tank. That's right. Charlotte, North Carolina. Major Norwood. Hello and welcome to the channel. Mo D, please. From St. Louis, Missouri. Wow. Not too far away. Not too far off. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging me and hitting the like button at the same time. And all of your comments. B. Ziggs in Nashville, Tennessee. Man, I happen to have been in Nashville for about a year, and I met my beautiful wife again for the second time in Nashville, and we had met really initially in 1983, and we had a summer loving. It was a blast, summer loving. I got a piece of ass, a summer loving, and then it was past. Oh, I never thought I'd see it again, but Nashville, Tennessee, that's where I moved, and then I met her and once again screwed. Okay, so there you go. That's my little song. And Nashville, Tennessee, I used to work there. I had a music store there called Nashville Used Music. I was the rental store department, and I owned my own little location there down at the end of a plaza strip, and I used to rent out PA gear and sound equipment and recording and instruments to all schools. I rented out alto saxes and soprano saxes and flutes and trombones and clarinets and everything. All the instruments for all the bands. Yep. All right. Nashville, Tennessee. A beautiful country there, and you should head down southeast from there to the Blue Ridge Parkway and check out the Blue Ridge Parkway. Absolutely fantastic drive there. One of the most legendary, just along the Blue Ridge Parkway, folks. If you've never been down there, take the drive, take the time, go check it out. The Blue Ridge. Daniel Boone. You'll be traveling in the footsteps of Daniel Boone, the Blue Ridge Parkway. Almost as nice as the Cumberland Gap or the Appalachian Trail, folks. Either one of those two, I would highly recommend you do some hiking on those if you get a chance. So, here we are, folks. That used to be, let's see here. Yeah, I got in big trouble. Jayhawk's calling out Tizu. Yeah, I got myself in a fix. I got myself in a pickle. All right, so guys, we've had a lot of stocks as usual called out this morning, and I want to show them to you now on this list. And I want you to be aware that I'm not suggesting you buy any of these stocks, but I am going to provide you with the information on each one of these. I'm not a financial advisor, but I am going to let you know that number one, the reason these stocks have been called out is because they are on people's software. And we have a lot of members on this channel that are using different types of software. And here are the tools that they are using. They're using, as you can see, 28 traders using Webull screeners and Stock Rocks and 2AI softwares in the testing phase. And DP Barrett is using Bloomberg, GPT, and Deep Financial AI. Marty is using Tip Ranks. The Bass Assassin is using Webull scanners and screeners. Charles Washington is using the Iris scanner. Scuba McDubin is using Bar Chart. Joey B is using Interactive Brokers, Bloomberg News, and Chat GPT. Chevy Blue is using Stock Titan scanner. And you can see all the others that are down here below that everyone is using on this channel. And this gives us a distinct advantage over trading on your own, folks. When you use the resources of all these individuals to help you target hot stocks, you have an advantage, I believe. So, we're now going to go look at each and every one of these stocks and determine whether we should buy into them now or not. And my recommendation for the best stock to buy today has already been purchased by some of my viewers, and that is AGPU, okay? Khalid Halajri, all right. Yes, hold it on the SIDU, hold it. And with Khalid Al-Hajri's donation, I would like to now put his name on this list of all these previous donors, because Friday, that's this Friday at 4:08, we are going to be giving away this shirt right here. This is the shirt we're going to give away. It says, I could be wrong. And on the back, it says, but I don't think so. All right, so this is the shirt we're giving away this week. It has been worn by me, and it may have a little, mark here or there, but it might even have some of my DNA on it. And I will autograph it for you if you want my signature on there. I've got to get a new ink pen, though. I've got to get a new textile pen that I can write with that will stay on there, because I ran out of ink on the last shirt I signed. And that shirt is going out right now to Larry Pitts. Larry Pitts, your shirt is on its way. CPIX, all right, thank you. Now, if you're using software and you've called out some of these stocks this morning, please let me know what the software is that you're using. I'd appreciate that. All right. If you're using software, it might have an omelet stain on it. LOL. That's right. It might have an omelet stain on it. So if you are one of the individuals this morning who has called out these stocks, I'd like it if you'd let me know, like Happy Boy or anybody else, what are you using to target the stocks if you haven't already told me? All right. So let's go up here and start with the top one. And we're going to look at called out by Tony Henry, RR. Let's look at it. All right. And we're going to be looking at and by the way, AGPU, and I need to add Khalid Al-Hajri right now to this list. Hold on. There we go. All right. Nini Guru says, if you got millions, buy TEM. Nancy Pelosi likes it. All right. If it's a Pelosi stock, it's going to rock. All right? Nini has the Pelosi meter going. ANTX looks good. Okay, Amado Jimenez, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. He's got his finger on the Pelosi pulse. Folks, take a look here. Look at the buyers coming in right here now. AGPU. AGPU, folks. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. Right now, AGPU. And right above, and by the way, this is the lowest price you may ever see this stock again. $6.39 it achieved this morning. And what a convenient number to buy, because, ladies and gentlemen, that number is on my buy-sell sheet right there. Buy back right there, 38.39. So there you go. There was the lowest price this morning. And that number, again, 639. 639, folks. Now, you can see this is AGPU. I want you all to be very aware the price of this stock was $14 and it just hit $6.39. It was $14 on news of a contract with NVIDIA, $260 million worth of their chips. And this is why the price was attacked down from $14 to $6.66 this morning. $6.39 was the low, but they also wanted $6.66. But that is over now. Those sales are over. The blue light Walmart special just ended. $6.39 a share. My call out was this morning. This price may be the price forevermore. This number may be the lowest price forevermore. $6.39 on this stock, AGPU. All right, I'm just letting you know, and I could be completely wrong, because they could still come out of it out of the gate and come at it out of the gate right away. But I don't think so. I think it's a good buy here. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. You can see others who have the intentions of buying here. And in the last two 15-minute candlesticks, there have been almost 90% buyers there. And here there have been over 60% buyers. So let's watch this now. What are they going to do with it? AGPU. It's my number one stock. And those of you that are here with me, also, please take a look at these stocks. But AGPU is my number one stock pick today. Okay? And I say buy at $6.39. That was the low, $6.39 this morning early. And I say buy AGPU $6.39. And there it goes, folks. And it is off to the races, perhaps. AGPU, a $260 million contract with NVIDIA signed yesterday morning. The shot to the moon, $14.47 a share. For those of you not aware of it, here it is on the 5-day chart. And I want to show you what they've done to this stock. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the price on the news of the NVIDIA contract. The news came out. And again, I'm going to do AGPU right here. And it says here on the 22nd, AGPU shares halted on circuit breaker. Okay? AGPU. Stock rockets higher. 260 million GPU contract with NVIDIA. Oh my gosh, the thing jumped up to $14 on that news of the contract with NVIDIA. $14.47. And some of you just bought it at the lowest it's ever going to be. From now on, $6.39. And now the bid is $680 and the ask is $681. And the stock is now down, just so you're aware of it, I've got all the math here for you. The stock has now dropped from that all-time high of $14.47 to $6.39, down 122%. Down 122% off the $14.47 high. This is AGPU. And I believe it was massively overbought and massively, even more massively oversold. And this is my number one pick for today, AGPU. And you can now see the 5-day moving average crossing over the 10-day moving average. And this is my number one pick. This is my number one pick stock. It's down 20% today. There, now it's only down 19.43. Now only 19.03. This is my number one pick. Now only down 18.74. AGPU, my number one pick today. Completely oversold. And down 122% this morning. This is when I like to buy, folks. When the stock is down 122% off its high on great news, by the way, great news. $260 million 3-year ongoing contract with NVIDIA. Oh, man. AGPU. Now, just so you're aware of it, folks, these are all the other stocks that have been called out that are on the move and on people's radars this morning. So if you wanted to take a look at these too, please consider these other stocks and have a look at them, all right? Especially Buru right now. Buru is really on a run. So you guys take a look at all these stocks if you have the time and pick out the ones that you like the most that are really making the moves here. So this is my pick, AGPU. And we have right now 98 individuals here with me. I would like to ask you a favor. The time right now is 9:34, but at 9:36, which would be a multiple of the number 8, 8, 16, 24, 36, I want to ask you to do me a favor, and that is we'll all simultaneously hit the like button. And that's going to be in 1 minute from now. We'll hit the like button. Don't do it yet, but we'll do it at 9:36 and 8 seconds, if you wouldn't mind. And the stock I'm calling out today is AGPU. I think it is going to be the biggest mover. I believe it will be the biggest recovery. It was down 122% from yesterday's morning high. It still has fabulous news, a $260 million contract over 3 years with NVIDIA. And this is my number one pick stock today. AGPU. And I'm not telling you to buy it right here. I'm not telling you to pile in on it and got thousands of shares. I'm saying nibble at it. Buy 10 shares, folks. Buy just 5 shares and sit and watch it and wait and be patient, and then buy another 5 if it keeps climbing. And if it keeps climbing, buy another 5. But ladies and gentlemen, this was huge news that spiked this price all the way up to $14.47 yesterday in the pre-market. And then interestingly enough, what happened? Here we go, folks. Hit that like button right now. Yes. 9:36 and 8 seconds. Thank you for hitting the like button for me. I appreciate it. And if you missed it, do it at 9:36 and 48 seconds. That's just as good. And let's get even more people over here to the channel to learn from my 26 years of experience on trading the stock market, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you very much for that informative information, Freddie Marcos. I appreciate that. All right, now, here we go, folks. Hit that like button right there, 9:36, 48 seconds. And we're going to propel this to even more people out there. And now, this is, again, AGPU, and I'm looking at the long-term chart. And there it is, folks. It looks very good. Let's see if it can continue to cross on up over that 10-day and make a speedy recovery, okay? That's what we want to see happen here. A speedy recovery. And I can see they tried to sell against it just then, and it keeps rising. More buyers than sellers over the previous 15 minutes before the market opened, and now more buyers than sellers here. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this candlestick up here. Watch the top of this candlestick. Watch this. Watch it. You'll know that you should get in on this if it keeps rising here and keeps rising and keeps rising. Watch the top of it. Watch the top, and look how they've got it sitting on this line of resistance previously, right now. And it's going to go over it, folks. AGPU. Watch this. Watch this 5-day, cross the 10-day, and watch it climb. That's what we want to see. We do not want to see that right there. We want to see this keep rising. But we did like it. They got it there, and it just bounced right back up. That's for sure. We like that. And watch this now. Watch the top of this wick. Watch this wick length get shorter and shorter and shorter is my belief. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't see any reason for anybody to sell this stock right now. No one. No one. Who wants to sell it here now? The price earlier this morning was already at $6.39. It's at $6.80 now, folks. And watch this thing. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Keep your eye on it. Watch it closely, folks. This is important that you watch this. AGPU. Because I think it's about to explode back up. I think it could easily go back to $10 from here. No problem at all. Because of the way they manipulated it down, folks, for the last 48 hours. It's really been 36 hours of manipulating it down 122% off of its high. And the stock is AGPU. If you don't know about what made their stock price jump, what happened was they got a massive, massive news story that just came out. And that story that came out from AGPU was that they just received, and here it is, this news came out on the 22nd. They just got, it says right here, a $260 million order from this company called NVIDIA. This is a massive story, folks. And yet the price falls 122% after that. Oh, boy. Sounds to me like somebody wanted in on the cheap. And now look at the bid, 667. The ask is 684, folks. There's a 20-cent gap between the bid and the ask almost. And I'm looking here. Who's doing all the selling? Who's doing all the selling? Haven't they already sold? By the way, just so you're aware of this, folks, I want you to be aware of something. This stock, AGPU, it only has 5.54 million shares available to trade, outstanding. But somehow it traded 83 million shares on that news of the deal and fell and fell and fell and fell and fell. Well, how in the world can that happen? I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. This person short sells 100,000 and they sell it to this person who short sells 100,000 and they sell to this person who short sells 100,000 and they sell to this person who short sells 100,000, selling to this person who short sells 100, selling to this one who short sells 100,000, and then sells to this one who short sells 100,000 shares. And it's just like this, folks. This one sells to this one, who sells to this one, who sells to this one, who sells the same 100,000 to this one, who short sells it to this one, who short sells it to this one, who short sells it to the one that started it. And then they short sell it to this one, and short sell it to this one, short sell to this one, short sell, 200,000. Again, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 700. And each time, this is a million shares. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700,000. Every minute, they're selling these shares, short selling to one another over and over and over and over. And that is how a stock that only has 5.5 million can sell 83 million in one day. All right? That's how it happens, folks. And it is absolutely, it's manipulation. And I want you to see, that's why this is my number one pick for today's stock to go back up. Because I believe it was completely manipulated on that massive, excellent news. All right? Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think that this thing is skyrocketing from here. That's what I think. Now, again, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And nothing hedge funds love more than to sit a price at 1447 and short sell it circularly all the way down and hit the 200-day average. It's what they do, folks. They're professionals at this. They're masters of the market. And they shorted this, and they short sold in circles and 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 circles, all with the intent of getting this down this morning in the pre-market to the 200-day average right there. That was why they did it all, folks. And now, oh my, look at it. It just mysteriously off the 200 makes some sort of amazing, miraculous. No one wants to sell the damn thing anymore. Now they just want to buy it, huh? Look at that. Look at these last three candlesticks. Far more buyers than sellers there. Twice as many buyers as sellers here. 80% buyers here now in rising. I'm telling you, man. This is a stock, AGPU, folks. This is the one that I suggest that you buy 5 shares right now and sit and watch. And then buy 5 more if it keeps rising. Then buy 5 more if it keeps going up higher. Keep nibbling at it, folks. Keep nibbling at it. Look down here. You see the buyers outweigh the sellers by now 2 to 1. Now they're 3 to 1. And folks, I'm telling you, this is the one. AGPU. This morning's low, $6.39. Now, $7.08. And, hey, Modiv, I know you bought this at $6.39 or so you should sell it at $7.08. You should sell it at $7.08, what you just bought this morning. Sell it now at $7.08, okay? Some of it. Don't sell all of it, of course, because it could go way, way, way higher from here. But you should sell some at $7.08 and buy it back at $6.97. And there you go. It just hit $7.08, and now it is at 7. It hit 7. And then, oh, man, I love it, folks. And this was down. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I want you to understand something here. I'm going to come over here to this stock, and I want you to see yesterday it sold, even though there's 5.7 million, yesterday 83,510,000 shares. even though this stock only has, if you look at the statistics, amazingly, outstanding shares amount is only 5.54 million. That's right, folks. A stock that only had 5.54 million shares available and a float of only 3.9 million. How in the hell did that trade yesterday? How did it trade? 83,510,000 shares. Well, I explained this to everybody already. I explained it. What the fuck is this bullshit ads that come on here? The shit they show for ads is just fucking ridiculous. Excuse my language. Good God. Well, there it is, folks. This morning, look at it rising. And it could go all the way back up to $10, folks, is what I'm saying now. Okay? I could be wrong, but I don't think so. AGPU, everyone. That's the stock I picked out this morning. I suggested you buy it this morning. Here was the buy number. And I told you this may be the lowest price of evermore. $6.39 a share. Right there, folks. I said this AGPU stock this morning, the lowest price evermore, $6.39, down 122%. All right, I called it out. And there it is now, $7.45. Wow. Huh. Dang. Oh, my. Nice. It's up almost $1 from where you bought it this morning. I think at $7.55. Someone said they got it at $7.65. You're up 80 cents. Nice. Very nice. An 80-cent run up. Well, now listen, folks. I also have other stocks that have been called out today, and I'm not telling you to buy any of these. But I want you to know these are the stocks that have been on people's radar today, all right? No guarantees. Just go have a look at all of them, all right? Go look at all of them and see which one looks the best to you, which is what I'm going to do some of now. But, wow, folks, look at that stock. Oh, man, I think I picked the right one this morning. Look at that, folks. Look at the candlesticks coming in and now buying this stock like crazy because of the NVIDIA contract for $260 million. Man, I told you guys this was the one. And I don't usually suggest you hold a stock overnight, so I said, hey, guys, we don't hold these stocks overnight, so if you sold it last night, it's good for you because you got to buy it back at a 22% discount this morning in the pre-market. AGPU. And as I said, this is what unfolded, how it all happened. AGPU receives a $260 million contract to provide NVIDIA with chips. It's a 3-year contract. It's 3 years, folks. $260 million GPU contract. And as soon as that news came out about this, ladies and gentlemen, 36-month infrastructure contract, that news is what made the price jump. Dedicated GPU compute and AI-focused high-speed storage. And this is what made the price yesterday morning in the pre-market. It went up to $14.47 on that news. And then it traded, a stock that only has 5.54 million shares available, traded 83 million shares in a circular fashion, as I just mentioned. And I tell you and explain to you how this happens. Once they get it up to 1447 and get all the retailers in on it, on this big news with this contract, they start short selling it. And these are typical hedge fund manipulation. This guy sells to this lady 100,000. She sells the same shares to this one. They're in a group, folks. They're all working together, and they sell short sell to that one, short sells to that one, short sells the same 100,000 to this one. He short sells it to this one again. Now that one repeats and short sells to that one, short sells to that one, short sells to that one, short sells to that one. And they just do it over and over. And the price goes down and down and down and down and down. And that's how a stock that only has 5.54 million can trade 83 million. Because this is the manipulation effort and how they do it to get right down to the 200-day on the 5-day chart. See that? They brought it right down to the 200 this morning. Right onto it. And I told everybody this is one of my favorite chart configurations. And I call this Woody the Woodpecker. And you can see Woody's crest right there. And they bring it down here. And Woody, man, they took that and they just used that pecker. And they pecked and pecked and pecked on the 200. And they only pecked it once, actually. Here they pecked, and done. They got the worm out there, and off she goes. All right? Yes, it's a Woody, and he's got a pecker. I know that sounds coincidental, but it's true. This is a Woody, and this is its pecker. And they pecked, and then off she goes. You can see it now. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at her run. And she breaks over this line of resistance. She's going to go to here. She's going to go to here. If this candlestick wick top goes over this, it's going to go all the way to here, folks. Watch. One Love is laughing. Emmanuel's laughing. Hey, yes, AGPU buyers are coming in. Yes, they are. Yep. Good morning. Hey, JP, good morning from San Diego. Fly day back to Alaska. Wow. Well, our prayers are with you, JP, on your travels. Wow, watch this, folks. Watch it come up over this line of resistance right now. Watch it go. Watch it go up. AGPU. Even at this stage, folks, there's 2 times as many buyers as sellers right now. Even at this point, there's more buyers than sellers, and these candlesticks show it. Now, if you guys don't know about this, I can send you these candlesticks for your Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, $24.99. That's right. $24.99. I'll send you these badass candlesticks that show you not just the volume candlesticks and the volume, but the volume candlesticks that show you more buyers than sellers and more buyers than sellers. More buyers here, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. Now you're seeing equal buyers and sellers, but even that, when they try to drop it down, they buy in. You can see that, folks. And what I'm watching here with AGPU is I'm watching the top of this candlestick. And if it goes over this line, then it's going to go all the way up to here, folks. 775. If the top of this candlestick can get above this line, it's going to go all the way up to this one, 775. And you can see them trying to sell against it right now. Look at that. Look at the seller selling there. Man, this is some massive volume. What is the volume already on AGPU today? Let's go see what it is. AGPU. Well, they've almost traded half of the shares available now. They only have 5.4 million shares available. Just so you know, I'm keeping track of it for you. And look at the percentage here. 1666 it just was. It was just down, folks, 1666. Just so you're aware of it. It was just down there. Now we got the 1-6 inverted nines. Just to keep an eye on this. 1-6-6-6. It was down. Yep, that's right. And this is AGPU. Now, as for other stocks that we've looked at, that we're looking at on the radar, I want you to know these are the stocks that have been called out by others this morning. If you want to take a photograph of that right there, snapshot, screenshot it, and these stocks here, down here, screenshot, snapshot, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning. My favorite one is the top here, AGPU. I said, buy it, $6.39. The price now, $7.30. Yes, it was at $6.39 this morning in the pre-market. That's correct, it was. That's right. Oh, man. Look at that rundown this morning. And there's no coincidence about it reaching that number. There's no coincidence at all about that number, 639, because that number was right on the 200-day average line, okay? And if I come over here now on AGPU, you can clearly see what it's doing now. And I got news for you, folks. They're not going to stop buying this stock. It's going to keep rising, and it's going to go over this line. And then it's going to go up to 775, folks. AGPU. I just want to make sure you're clear on this. If you look at this chart, yesterday's morning's news about a $260 million order from NVIDIA for their chips, the price shot up to $14.47. And then this morning, the manipulators took it down to this lowest level of resistance right there that was on my, already charted out by me. And coincidentally enough, if you don't look at this chart, but you look at the 5-day, notice that that number that they took it down to from the 1447 was right to the 200-day average. And that, by the way, was a drop of 1447 to $6.39, a drop of 122% drop. That's when I buy, folks. I'm Catfish. I buy the bottom. We want to buy the bottom. 639. Down 122% on fantastic news of a contract with NVIDIA for $260 million worth of their product. Yep, I said product. I'm sure the McDonald's CEO would be very happy to hear me say that. By the way, look at the 5-day now, crossing the 45-day average. Look at this candlestick. Watch the top of it come up here. And if it breaks over this line, it's going to go all the way up to $7.75 a share, folks. AGPU. Yep. I thought we all bought it at 9 something. You too, LOL. Which stock are you talking about? And by the way, if I bought it at 9 something, so what? I only bought 20 shares there. All right. And by the way, look, it just broke over that line. So it's going to go to 775 now. It's going to go up to 775, folks. You're going to watch and see. I'm right about this AGPU stock, folks. Oh, yeah. She's going to go all the way to 775 a share now. There's no reason not to. Look at the 20-day chart. Look at that thing go, baby. And this is a formation I always call kissing the ET. Kissing the ET, I call it that. Yeah, baby. The momentum and weight of a 200-day average rising like this and a 50-day average and 45-day average rising like this, all that's going to happen is they pinch it down and it bounces off, because the gravity and weight of a 200-day average rising and a 50 and 45 rising will not permit it to fall any further, folks. This is too heavy weight, too heavy. This is an inevitable bounce, and that's why this is my number one pick today at the top of my list, AGPU. And I said buy it at 639 this morning. If you've got any money left, buy it. The doggone thing could now go all the way up over 14 again. Look at that level right there, 666 on the bottom line. 666 on the bottom line. That is amazing, folks. 666, the bottom line. Where they drove it down to this morning, 666. From 1457, folks, a $122, a 122% drop. 122% drop on AGPU. You see, I was right, folks. It was manipulated down. Oh, yeah. And now, listen, folks. Listen to what I'm saying. As the 5-day crosses the 10-day, they're crossing the highest level of resistance at the same time. This right here was where all the resistance was previously. And as the 5-day crosses the 10, they're also crossing this level of resistance. This has been a heavy level of resistance in the past, folks, that line right there. That's why I have it there. That's why I have the line there. Right there, you can see it dropped to there. It's a heavy line of resistance right there. But if it breaks over this line and they both come over, the 5 and 10 come over this line, well, it's going to go all the way to here then. And if it crosses this line, it's going to go to there. It crosses there, it's going to there. And then it crosses there. And watch out, folks. There's only one more line after that, and then it explodes. All right? And that line is right here. Right there at the top of this 5-day. Right there. That is the only future line of resistance right there. And let me tell you, if this stock can somehow make its way up over that line, it won't look back. It will not look back. It will be gone, gone, long gone. All right? I'm telling you. Even here, they already know, the market makers, that if it breaks this line, it's going up here. So they started selling against it right now, trying to stop it. But there's a problem for those that are shorting this stock, and that is that the 200-day is steadily rising, and this 50-day is steadily rising, and the 45-day is rising. That's trouble. When you got a long-term 200 rising like that is obviously rising, when you have a 50-day average that is obviously rising, and when you have a 45-day that is obviously rising, those are all the long-term averages rising. And I'm just showing you on a 20-day chart. Look at the 1-day chart. Ha! Well, ladies and gentlemen, this chart formation is now kissing the ET on the 50-day right now. I showed you the 5-day. And ladies and gentlemen, this is kissing the ET on the 5-day chart. off the 200-day average. They kissed it right off the 200 to launch it. Now, on the 1 day, they're kissing the 50-day. Here it is, kissing the ET on the 50-day rising. And it will bounce right off this because the energy of a 200-day rising and a 50-day rising will be the same thing that happened here on the 5-day. See the energy? The energy of the rising. Look at the 20-day. It's the energy of the rising 200 and the energy of the rising 45 and 50 that pushed it right off that back up. Understand what I'm saying? So here you have on the longest chart, the 20-day chart, a rising 200, a rising 50-day, a rising 45, and they repel an attempt to run it down to 666 by coincidence. And then it bounces, folks, as it should do, because these are heavy, long-term lines rising. And now, again, I show you the 1-day chart, and what do you see? You see them bring it down here and try to kiss the 45-day with a rising 200 and a rising 50 and 45, and they try to now kiss this. Just the same way that this morning they kissed the 200-day, now they're trying to kiss the 50-day. And folks, it's going to bounce off this and go right back up. You watch. Because this 200 is rising too aggressively, and so is this one. And there aren't enough shares available either, by the way. How many shares have traded now on it? Nice. Today's volume, 1.9 million shares. You guys know there's only 5.4 million shares outstanding on this stock? That's right. There's only 5.4 million shares outstanding. And what's going to happen here is the damn smart people are going to start buying and holding it and just holding it. And one after the other that's here today watching this channel will be buying into this stock and holding it. Not like the hedge funds and selling it, but buying it for the run back up to $10 or $14. They're not going to sell it now. Nobody's going to sell this. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. There may be a little hedgy selling here, a million or so there and here, make it drop 5 cents or something. But this thing's going off, people. I'm telling you, it's going to go off. There's no one wanting to sell it here in reality. They all know that was a huge contract, $260 million. And when that happens, that kind of news, these institutions, they don't want to pay premium price. They're going to run it down. They're going to find ways. Believe me, Jim Cramer. If you don't know it, go over and watch the Jim Cramer video on YouTube. He says it's titled Jim Cramer on How Hedge Funds Control the Market. Go watch that video and you'll understand exactly what just happened to this stock and how it was manipulated down. And as I say again, the daggum stock, this one here, AGPU, ladies and gentlemen, if you look over here at the statistics, it only has outstanding 5.54 million shares outstanding. 5.54 million shares outstanding. That's all. The float on this stock is only 3.9 million shares. And so you might wonder, when you look at the historical data, it's showing yesterday the stock traded 83 million when it only had 5.54 million. Yep, same stock from yesterday, and I'm telling everybody to buy it right now. Because yesterday, here's what happened. The news came out about this stock having a contract of $260 million with NVIDIA. And after that news came out, this stock was heavily manipulated. And if you don't believe me, you can see it right here on this chart. And you can see that the price on the news of the NVIDIA contract jumped up to $14.47. The stock had traded about 15 million shares at that point, and they only had 5 million available. So what happened? They wanted to run the price down to the 200 and buy it there. So what did they do? They started short selling it. They had the 83 million shares that had been bought, I guess, and somehow they had like 15 million. So what they did is they just short sold it. This individual short sold it to this one, who short sold it to this, to short sell to that one, to short sell to that buddy, to short sell to that buddy, who short sold to that buddy, who short sold to the original, who short sold to this friend again, and his friend, and his friend, and his, and his, and his, and his, around and around, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down. And suddenly a stock that has only 5.4 million has traded 83 million shares. And they've gotten the price down to their favorite place to buy, right on the 200-day average. Man, it's executed mathematically perfection, folks, perfection. The other institutions that wanted to get in on this news of this contract with NVIDIA, they didn't want to pay this price. They probably called all the other entities that they send buying in and said, hey, man, little Bitcoin for you if you want to start selling that right now, and we can get it down to the 200. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to start short selling the shit out of it, so why don't you do it too? Oh, okay. All right, yeah. What are we going for? The 200, man, the 200 days, 666 a share. Really? 666? Yeah. Right there. Price level, $6.66. Okay, let's run it down to 666. All right, let's do it. Let's start selling. I know there's only 5 million shares, but we'll trade 83 million. We'll trade it. Yeah, I know it. Isn't it crazy? I'm telling you how it was done, folks. You can either believe it or not. And they sold it right down to the 200 day this morning, right off the 200, rising 200 day. RUM also ran into 666, yep. Don't keep reminding them to pull an offering on the low float. All right, I hear you. Well, I'm here to tell you, folks, that this stock, in my opinion, is, again, there's a reason of all this list. There's a reason that I have it at the top and suggested people buy it at $6.39 a share this morning. All right? There's a reason. There's a reason why they ran it down, and there's a season. You buy it here on the ground, and then you find it running right back up to place where they started, okay? Yeah. And by the way, I want you to notice from this line right here, where the price is, look how high it went. Look at that, folks. Without any resistance, it went from here to there. The only line of resistance is going to be right there, folks, when it crosses over this line. You better be aware of that. It fell from here to here in an after-hours sell-off, folks, under low volume. 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2, 1 share, 2 share, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2, down to there. In after-hours volume, low volume, onesie-twosies, all the way to that line. And I'm telling you, when it goes back over this line, it's going to jump right back to there. You can watch and see. First, it will come to this line. And from here, they'll pull it down a little, then it'll go to this line. And from there, it'll go all the way up to right here, folks. Right there is where it's going. All right, and I'm going to put a line there so you can see it. And I could be wrong, but I've been trading a long time, people, and I don't think so. This is where the line of resistance will be, where the 5-day came down here and bounced off of that. And the next line of resistance is going to be right here, where it came up and stopped and then fell. So that's another line of resistance as we move up. Right there. Right there. Come on, man. Put a dang line there. Come on, do it. There. And then the next line, after it gets beyond here and pulls back a little, will be up here. Right there's where it's going. Right there. Come on, put a friggin' line there, you dumb thing. Why doesn't it want to put a line there? Oh, I've already got a line there. That's why, I guess. Let me draw this line out to where it should be. Right there. There we go. Right there. Now, to me, I want you to know, again, if this price rises on up here and it goes over that line, they know it's going to go all the way up to minimum right here. And then if it breaks that line, it's going to go all the way up to right here. And they know it. They know it, people. They know this. And then they know if it breaks this line that it's going to go to right there. And if it breaks there, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks there, it's going to go to there. Folks, this is called mirror trading. It's called mirror trading, all right? And right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the mirror point. Right there. Right there is where the mirror is, folks. Right there. All right? So be aware of how this is going to play out now. In my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And every resistance line will offer resistance again. See this green stop right there? That line? That's going to be a very light line of resistance. There won't be much resistance there. There was one time a spike to there. But there won't, from this line, folks, if it goes over this line, it's going to go all the way up to right there. It's going to go to that price. Right there, folks. It may stop here. It could stop there. Yeah, there's a list. There's a line there. There should be one more right there. I'll put one there. And the stock I'm on is AGPU. And the next line of resistance will be right, I guess really right about there. Yep. And it is the top of that 50-day average is where the line will be. Why it won't let me put the line there, but I want it right there. Goodness gracious. Put a line there. There you go. This 50-day red line, you see how they stopped it there and drove it down? So there's going to be a line of resistance there, folks, right there at that 50-day. I guarantee you. You should sell some for sure at this line. 805, folks. You should sell there for sure. And anyway, you should sell 797, 98, 99, and 8, 801, 802. Then they'll pull it back to 766, 772, or 777. Then you buy back in. Then it goes up over 8. All right? Just so you know. That's how it's going to work out. Ah, very nice. Man, that looks good. This 5-day is now over the 50-day, and the 10-day is rising over this line of resistance. Try to bring it back down here and rest this candlestick flat-bottomed right on this line of resistance. 571. Very nice. And then a bounce off this line and back up she goes. Watch it. See, this is why I told you this is a line of resistance. You should sell some there. And then the buyback is here. All right? That's how these lines work. That's why I put these lines in. So you know where the resistance is going to be. So now you can see where the resistance is going to be at all of these points right up here. You can see where resistance is going to be. All right? Every one of these points is where resistance is going to be as it rises now. Okay? And listen, if it gets over this line right here, if it gets away from here, it's going to go to there and then there and then there and there. And it came down so fast from there to there. It'll go up just as fast. This was all done in the after hours, folks, this manipulation down to there. This was all done in the after hours on low volume, and then this was all done in the morning on low volume. And look at that 200-day just steadily rising. Every picture tells a story, don't it? Look at the bottom of this. So look at the bottom of it, folks, right there. Look at it now, sitting on this lowest of the 4 lines of resistance, and it's rising from that even now. There it goes. And it's going to come to this line next. Watch it go up and sit right there. And then it will go to this one, and watch it sit right there. And here, it will be completely consolidated and capitulated right here. Watch it. Watch it sit right here now. Here it comes. Watch it come up and sit right on this line for a little bit. Coming up. There it comes. And it's coming to right here, folks. There it is. It's on it now. And now it's going to rise above that and go to this one. Watch it. You don't have to believe me. You can just watch. You can just watch it go, folks. There it goes, going up off this line now and going to go to this one right up here. Watch. And it's going to keep climbing. Folks, I just think this thing is just going to keep climbing and keep climbing and keep climbing and keep climbing. And as I've said already, if it continues to rise here and it goes up over this line, it's really going to go to the, this is AGPU. AGPU. For those of you who aren't aware, the price of the stock was freaking twice what it is now yesterday morning. It was $14.47 a share. Now it's sitting at $7 bid, $7.01 ask. Down 100% right now. But this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I called it out, and the price was $6.39 a share, down 122%. Down 122%. I said, time now to get in, $6.39. I also said it was a buy at $6.52 because the price had gone from $14.47 all the way down to $6.39, down 122% this morning. And it will not go back to $6.39. It won't happen, folks. It isn't going to happen. The lowest buy you're going to get right now is going to be $6.88. Or maybe $6.82. But that'll be it, folks. After that, it'll be gone. AGPU. There is what has happened with it. The price was down here below $5 a share. It was at $4. It was at $4.66 right there. $4.66, folks. and the news came out that they got a $260 million contract with NVIDIA, and it went from $4.66, almost up $10 to $14.47. Then, then the manipulation began, folks, because somebody wanted to buy this stock not for $14.47, but instead they wanted to buy it this morning in the pre-market right on the 200-day average, right there. That's where they wanted in, right there on the 200. So this morning, that's where they took it to. My mirror that I have here is blocking the view, but right there is where they took it to, the 200-day. From $14.47 a share, ladies and gentlemen, they knocked it down to the 200-day average at a price of $6.39 a share. Man, what execution. That you can't beat that. $14.47, sold short to this one, sold short to that one, sold short to that one, sold short to his friend, sold short to his friend, sold short to his friend, sold short to her friend, his friend, her friend, him, them, selling short, sell short, sell short, sell short. Same shares, just keep selling the same 100,000, keep selling the same 500,000, short. Get it down to the 200 and then buy the shit out of it. That's right. No. The market makers, they don't own this stock. Well, they do. They have owned it for the last 48 hours or 24 hours. There's no doubt they've been all over it. They've been teaching you a lesson, folks, how we can drive it down from 1447 to 100%, 122%, right to the 200-day, and then we can buy it all up again. And then we're going to run it up again. Then we're going to short sell it for a little bit in the morning from 10:30 to 11. Then we're going to buy it up again, and it's going to go higher. Then we're going to short sell some, and it'll go to here, and then we'll buy it up again, and it'll go to here. Then we'll short sell it. We'll short sell down to there. Then we'll buy it again, and it'll go to here. Then we'll short sell some. Then it'll go up, and we'll buy it. I'm telling you, folks, they're going to run this slowly but surely. Some mysterious way, it'll just keep rising and keep rising on this news of the NVIDIA contract. The only thing that will make it drop is if they need money to fulfill all those chip obligations and they do a public share offering. And could they do that? Yep, they could do it. They could do it. But even if they did, folks, they're gonna use all that million to produce more and more, and then they're gonna report a story. Just delivered our first order to NVIDIA, and they shoot up 30%. And then they said just completed our second order to NVIDIA. Just shipped them. Okay, up another 30%. And then they make another announcement. Just completed another order of NVIDIA chips and sent it out. It's just going to keep going up, folks. In AGPU. Watch it rise. And I just told Modev to sell some at 708. And the price now is 681. Huh. How do you like that, Modev? You heard me tell you, hey, man, you need to sell some. I said, don't sell it all, because it actually went all the way up to 755, I see. So congratulations, because I know you bought it at 665. You told me so. And you also told me you had an order in at 655. So I think you got that too. So you made $1 a share, Modev. I know you did. Modev says, I'm done with the lesson. I want my diploma. Yeah. Man, that's a great idea. I'm going to come up with a Catfish Trading Institute diploma. Man, that's a great idea, man. I like that. Dadgummit. That's such a good idea. I'm going to go to Google right now. Diploma template. All right. Oh, nice. I am going to get this, man. I'm going to order a bunch of these. I'm going to get one. Catfish College. Catfish Community College. Right? Mo D, please. Top Tank Diploma. I love it. Hey, David Kling, did you know that Tizu in Arabic means something bad? Meininger, Catfish, Tyler, Bo Byler, Banana, Fana, Faux Filer, V5, Mo Myler. Man, we got to get some diplomas for you guys. We got to get some diplomas. Oh, this. What are they attacking the Sea-Doo down for this morning? Yesterday, I'm glad I did sell it when it was $4.13 a share now. I guess I'm glad I sold all that. Wow, look at them attack it down to their favorite number, 372, 373, folks. And by the way, look at the percentage down, 777, folks, 777. Nice. Nicely done, shorters. 777 down. That was sweet. And the next number you're going to immediately see is going to be 666 right now. Watch. They just had it down 777. Now you're going to see conveniently 666 because they're too stupid to know that that number doesn't mean anything anymore. They're too stupid to know that 666 is not the sign of the devil. They're living in the old days. Did you guys know that the mark of the beast is not 666 anymore? It's 616. Just letting you know in case you didn't know it. Let's go see how many shares of this AGPU is sold now. I don't understand, folks. That number isn't changing. That number hasn't changed. In a half an hour, that number hasn't changed. What are you doing, Yahoo? Are you delaying the results 15 minutes right now? And by the way, take a look up here, folks. Every single market has been driven down this morning. Every single market driven down and now rising. Driven down at the open and now rising, about to go green. Driven way down and now rising. Driven down, now rising. Every single index, folks. Yahoo Finance, AMX CEO, our customers don't care about high gas prices. Hey, look at this. It says, oil steadies above 100 as Hormuz stays blocked. All right. Well, nothing really headlining the Yahoo News today. Nothing really going on. AGPU now going right back up over $7. And interestingly enough, the number just changed. And that is now, the number of shares traded is now 2,362,000. Well, there's only 3 million left. There's only 3,200,000 shares left to trade. And I'm wondering, did everyone who just sold, did they sell to a buyer on this channel who's going to keep it till it goes back up to 10? Did they sell to a buyer here that's going to keep it till it goes back over 10? And did these sell to buyers here that are going to keep it till it goes back over $10? Are we done with the circular selling to people that are just going to keep selling it and selling it and selling it and selling it and selling it? Are we now at a point where every time they drop the price, buyers come in to hold it long? Every time they drop it, buyers come in planning on it to keep going up. Here, when they dropped it to here, buyers came in because they expected it to rise. And here now, where they've dropped it to here, buyers came in because they expected it to rise. Now, let me explain something to you folks. If these sellers of the shares that keep making it fall are selling over to people like me and you who are buying it because we think it's going to go back up to $10 or more, who's going to sell it then? If they just keep getting bought up and bought up, folks, there's only freaking 5.4 million shares of this stock available. If we can buy these lows from them and keep chiseling away, buying that low, buy the higher low, buy the higher low, buy the higher low, eventually the low is up here and there's no more to sell. And up here, and up here, and up here, and up, and there's no more to sell because they're all then being held by everybody who said this is a great company to buy into now when they've knocked it down 122%. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And one other thing I'm going to show you about this stock, and I'm talking about AGPU. One other thing I want you to be aware of about this stock is that this price range where it is now, do you want to know how long it's been since it's been in this price range? And you do see, don't you, where it is right now? You do see where the 5-day moving average is, don't you? Can you see where that is? The 5-day moving average is right here. Has it ever stopped here in the past? Yes, it stopped one time right there. It stopped there once and then went on up. It's done this before over the last year, folks. Let's go up here to the time frame and change this 1 year to 2 years and hit OK. Boys and girls, the 5-day moving average is currently sitting right here. Right there. Give me a second here because I'm going to show you this. There we go. Right there. All right, now. This is AGPU, folks. And they must have opened their stock price right about this amount. When they first started back here in February, December 12th, they opened at this price on December 12th. Then they dropped. Then they rose. Then the 5-day dropped. Then it rose. Then the 5-day dropped. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea why they decided to pull it back from here down to right there. I don't know why they picked that line, but they did pick that line. I don't know why they did. It was never in the last 5 years a line of resistance. But somebody decided that that was the line that they were going to drop it to. And I'm going to put a mark there. There we go. And then I want to put a mark right here where the 5 days stopped right there. There we go. Right there. And then there is no resistance here. And there's only been resistance here once to the 5 day right there. And now this thing's broken the 200 and the 5 day is way up here. And the last time the 5 day was here was when it broke out as an IPO and dropped to right there, this line. Folks, it gets beyond this line. It's going to go up to this line where I've got this mark right here. That's where it's going next. This is AGPU. And the next line it's going to stop at is going to be right there. If it stops at all. Okay? If it doesn't stop at this line right here, then it will go to this line here. The next line of resistance is going to be this one, and it will be right there. Right there. And ladies and gentlemen, if this price goes beyond this, then it's going to go to the moon because the 5 days never been higher than this price twice. Once right there and twice right there. So if it goes over this line, it's going to go to the moon, folks. And that price right there is $7.06 a share. My friends, if this price goes over $7.06 a share, the 5 day here over $7.06, this thing's going to go ballistic. And they know it. That's why the price now, the bid is $6.87 and the ask is $6.90. But I got news for you. If this 5 day can get up here and go beyond this line, then nothing's going to stop it from rocketing even higher on up. Let's change this to 3-year chart. Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. Man, this is a great spot here. Look at the space here, folks. Look at all the space right here. And I got news for you. Look at that 45 and 50 on the 3-year chart. Look at it right there. Holy crap, folks. We got ourselves a triple upside crossover on the 3-year chart perhaps here right now. AGPU, ladies and gentlemen. Lot of volume here. Intense volume. Jeez. Look at that 5 day separating from the 10 day on this 3-year chart. Look at here. The 50 day is rising, and so is the 45 from below it. Right now, it's a blue-bellied redback, but it could become a red-bellied blueback. If this blue line can come up over the 45 day can come up over the 50 day, it's gone, folks. Now, this is the longest term 3-year chart that I'm showing you now. And this is AGPU. Now let's show you the 1 day. Oh, man. Hey, folks, from this line right here, that they're on right now where the price is, right now, from right there, you might want to look at how far it's gone below that line. Look how far it went the last time. See the first time they took it below it? They took it from here all the way down to there, folks. $6.39 a share. From this line to $6.39 the first time. The second time, from this line down to there, $6.56. So from this line down to $6.39, from this line down to $6.56, from this line down to $6.66. Oh my gosh. How do you like that, folks? From this line of $6.90 a share, they took it down to $6.39. Then from $6.90, they took it down to $6.56, which is really $6.55, I'm sure. And then from this line down to $6.66. Can you believe that, Savannah? This morning, after the market opened, $6.66 was the low. So they got a low this morning of $6.39, $6.55, $6.66. And the next low was what? What was this one? $6.77, folks. And then the next low was what? These numbers are all on my buy-sell sheet. $6.85. So here you go, folks. A low of $6.39 on my buy sheet, $6.55 on my buy sheet, $6.66 on my buy sheet, what was this? $6.77 on my buy sheet. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, every single one of those numbers here, you look here. Look at these buybacks. And the first one that shows up is right here, ladies and gentlemen, 39. The next buyback, 55, 56. The next buyback, 66 or 67 buyback. And the next buyback, 77, folks. It's not coincidence. The next number it's going to go back to is 83, and they might pull it down from 83 a little. Then it's going to go to 88. So right now, the price is at $6.90 bid, $7.05 ask. Holy cow! The ask is at $7.05. Yep, I hear you. I hear you, Marty. I hear what you're saying. So this morning's low, $6.66, and then it spikes all the way up to $7 and what? $7.62? $6.66 to $7.62. And I know, Modeve, you bought this at $6.65. So congratulations, Modeve, please. Now, so just be aware, the deepest vaginal drop right there was $6.39 a share. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do something here for you now so you can understand how this works. I'm going to show you what is called mirror trading, okay? And this is where the mirror starts right here. Okay, this is the mirror right here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to show you what is called mirror trading. Be aware how it works. Notice how it works and take this the rest of your life, okay? Notice the low in the middle of the mirror. Notice the mirror here, how it was here, and it dropped to there, and it dropped to there. Now, after that drop, it went all the way up to right here. So here, after it went up and then it dropped to there, it went all the way up to there. Now, folks, after this mirroring, it dropped to here. So after it got there, it dropped to here. Then after this mirroring dropped to there, it went back up to there. And sure as shit, but this time it went way up to friggin' there, okay? Why did it go from right here? How could it possibly go from this drop right there all the way up to there? How could it do that? Well, look at the way it fell, folks. See this drop from here all the way down to that line? That's how. And there's definitely a line right here, folks. There's a mirror here. There is a definite line right here on this one. Why it won't leave a line there, I don't know, but there's some resistance there. Because look, folks, it was resistance here to the drop of the 5-day, the blue line, and then it was resistance again right there, a resistance to the drop, and again, resistance to the drop. I'm trying to teach you guys, it's called mirror trading. Now listen, from this line where it is now, going back in history, there's only been resistance right there, and we've already capped that line. And there's been resistance here, and we've already capped that line. And there has not been any resistance above this point here. And there should be none at all from here all the way up to right here, folks. There should be no resistance until we reach this line now. Understand me? There's going to be no resistance from here all the way to there, all right? Now, there might be one right there because you can see the 5-day came down to here. But, folks, we should stop right here now. This has to stop now. If it goes over this price, it's going to go all the way up to right there. And if it goes over that price, it's going to then shoot all the way up to right here. This is the next point of resistance right there. You can clearly see it, folks. It's not hard to see. The next line of resistance is going to be there. So from here now, it should go all the way up to right there. Then pull back a little, then go up to right there. Then pull back a little, then go up to right here. Right there, folks. That's what's going to happen. This is called mirror trading, what I'm showing you. And folks, you can learn this here and take this with you the rest of your life, folks. You can carry this with you the rest of your life. And I'm going to be immortalized through you because you'll tell, hopefully, your children, and they'll tell their children what I'm teaching you here today. What I'm teaching you right here, right now. There should be no resistance here until this line is achieved right here where the 50-day was, right there, where the red 50-day came up and stopped and then fell. That is a major critical line right here. And if right now we go over this price, watch out because then it's going to go up to there, all right? You can watch and witness. Watch and witness it. If the price goes from here, it's going to go up to here next. There's no stopping it. There should be heavy resistance at this line where the 50-day came up and then fell right there. There should be heavy resistance at this line right now. And if there isn't, then we're going to go to this line next, right here. I'm talking about AGPU, folks, because I know a lot of people got in on this yesterday with me. And I'm showing you now. And there's no coincidence as to why the price just stopped right there. It stopped there because this line is a major resistance line from the past. There's no coincidence that it stopped there when before that was a resistance to the 5-day moving averages drop once, twice, right there. See that? So for the price then to just spike to right there, that's why it stopped there, just so you know, because there was already resistance on the 5-day average there and there. Very nice, Stephen. Very cool. Also up 126 with Buru. Nice. Wendy, good morning. Marty still owned Buru for a long time. Do you think it's go back up to $5 to $7 a share soon? Well, listen, this is the stock to buy now, Wendy. AGPU, if you ask me, because I don't see anything that's going to stop it from going from here up to this price here. Okay, it's going to go to this price. If it breaks over that price, it's going to go to right there, right here. And if it breaks that price, it's going to go up to there. If it breaks there, it's going to go to here. If it breaks there, it's going to go all the way up to here. And if it breaks this price, then it's completely gone. It's going to not stop. And that price is $7.39. That price right there, folks, is $7.39. $1 off of this morning's low of $6.39. So, folks, this is the stock I'm talking about. It's my number one pick today. And this morning in the pre-market, I told everybody that was here with me to buy the stock at $6.39. I make no guarantees, people, but my call out was to buy this stock at $6.39 because it had then fallen 122%. And I love to buy on the bottom. And I even said this might be the lowest price ever more, $6.39. From now until the end of time, this may be the lowest price ever for AGPU. $6.39 is what I told everyone this morning. And I told them why. I showed them that this stock only has 5.54 million shares outstanding. The shares outstanding is only 5.54 million. And I said on the news of the NVIDIA contract of 260 million, it traded 83 million shares, all making the price fall from $14.47 all the way down to $6.39, down 122%. I believe it might even be more than 122%. Let's do 639 times 125% and see if that's 1447. 6.39 times 125% plus 1437. Man, it's 127% down. 6.39 times 127% plus 1447. That's it. 126.5%. Down 126.5%. $6.39 times, hold on, 6.39 times 126.5. There it is, 1447. 126.5% drop on this stock price after the news of the NVIDIA contract for $260 million over the next 3 years. I like buying there. I like buying when the stock is down 126%. Now, did I buy it yesterday higher? Yes, I did. I sure did. I'll admit that right now. But I also like buying this morning when I suggested you get some at $6.39 a share. And purely a suggestion, folks. I don't tell anyone what to do here. Kat, since you like to craft with wood, could you create wooden plaques to hang up on walls like a diploma? Yes, I can. Yes, I could. Yes, I could. Yes. I could do that. Folks, I'm telling you, this stock is about to springboard now again. It's AGPU, folks. It's AGPU. AGPU, flat top green candlestick. AGPU. Look at that. There are, oh my gosh, look at that, folks. AGPU. On up she goes. AGPU. My number one stock pick of the day. And my goodness gracious, look at that gorgeous singular tot. And then look at this B cup compared to the D. Look at that, folks. Man, oh man. That is a nut sack if I ever saw it. Actually, it's a nut sack, folks. A big old pair of cojones. One of them was a little emaciated, a little bit underperforming. One of them, but ladies and gentlemen, this is a nut sack right here. And in case you're not aware of it, that is what it is, a nut sack, pair of them. And there it goes, folks, right on up. It's not going to stop either, folks. It's not going to stop rising. The news was too big. The news of the deal with NVIDIA is too big. $260 million over the next 3 years their contract is for. This is the stock, folks. I'm telling you, AGPU. And listen to me now. This is a critical line right here. Look over here. You can see where they nut sacked it there with a double nut there. That's a critical line. If it breaks over this line, folks, it's going to go higher. I'm telling you. It's going to go all the way up, folks, if it breaks this line. And they know this. They know this. They stopped it here once. They know that if it goes over this line, it's going to go right on up. I'm telling you, folks, be wary of it. Watch it. Watch it. AGPU. This is a critical line here that they've now only spiked the candlestick to once, and now they're twice right at it. Oh my gosh, it's going to go over it, folks. It's going over. It's going over. And why I say, look at the size of the buys, and then look at the dinky ass freaking sell on the shoulder of it. And even half that on the next one. They don't got any shares to sell here, folks. This ain't going to get it. That's not going to get it. That isn't going to get it. It's going to keep rising, folks. Watch the 5-day now go right up here to this line. You're going to have to dump more shares than that, shorty. That ain't going to get it. That's weak, freaking weak. Look at the size of these red candlesticks back here when they started attacking it down. This is true aggressiveness. This is aggressive selling. That is semi-aggressive. This is semi-aggressive. This is getting less and less and less selling to try to hold it back. But they're not going to hold it back, folks. I'm telling you, it isn't going to happen. It's not going to happen, folks. It's going to keep rising, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But they know how critical this line is. And that's why this morning already, once they stopped it there, and then twice they stopped it there. Because market makers know if it goes over this line, this thing is going to go right on up, right on up. They know it. And if it stalls here for a little at this line, then it's going to go beyond that, even higher to there. They know it, folks. They already know. They know it. You know, when I talk to you about mirror trading, when I show you this, and then I show you this drop, and then I show you this climb, and I don't see any stop there, and then I show you there's no stopping there, but now all of a sudden they stop it here, and here there was only this no stopping except the bottom of that candlestick. And so what do? They try to stop it there, the 5-day. They don't want it to go over that line. If this 5-day goes over this line, they're completely screwed here. But the main thing for you to be aware of is down below, the 200 is rising like steadily rising, and the 50 is rising and rising. And this is just an effort to push it down to this resistance line, and it bounces right off of it. See? There it goes, right on up. And look at this. Kiss and cradle in the 10-day. Kiss and cradle in the 10-day. And off it goes. Watch it, folks. Watch it. And people that are watching this with me, I think some people are buying. Maybe they believe what I'm saying. Maybe the people in Saudi Arabia are listening. Maybe the people in Dubai that I have listening. Maybe the people that are over there in United Arab Emirates. They're looking at what I'm saying, and it makes sense to them. And they understand it. They understand that a $260 million contract with NVIDIA is huge news. Maybe they understand the manipulation that I just explained to everybody and how they did it. Maybe they understand. Maybe it makes sense that they took it from 1447 on 38 million shares, even though there's only 5.54 million shares available, and they kept selling it in circles and circles and circles to get it down to this morning, 200, where they could buy it all up and then watch it rise, mysteriously rise. When it gets beyond this line, it's going to go all the way up to there, folks. Nothing is going to stop it. Nothing will stop it. Because this drop here was done in the after hours on literally no volume. And this drop here was done this morning on pre-market on literally no volume. To get it down to the 200, folks, so they could buy it all up and then run it right back up. And that's exactly what they're going to do right now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. There's the chart. It proves it all. And now they're both going to break over this 50-day moving average. The 5 and 10-day are going to come over. This 200 is pushing it all, folks. The 200-day down below rising is pushing all of it up. You better watch it because it's going to go right on up here. And if it breaks this line, it's going to go much higher, folks. If it breaks this line where they held it sideways for a half an hour, it's going to go all the way up. And nothing's going to stop it. This is AGPU, folks. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. Marty says, I'm buying AIXI and AGPU right now. Buru, good to day trade, says Marty. All right. Thank you. Oh my, the bid now 711, the ask 714. The bid now, the ask 713. The bid 711, the ask 718. Look out, folks. The bid 712. The bid 712, the ask 718. This is on AGPU. The bid 718, the ask 720. Trade. Watch me trade here, folks. All right, folks, I'm going to be selling here. I've got 1,325 shares. I'm going to sell 720. I want to sell 719. I want to sell 722. I want to sell 724, 727, 729, 730, 732, and 733. These are numbers on my buy-sell sheet, and you guys know it. Actually, my numbers start at 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. After you sell the 720, you buy back at $6.93. Your buyback $6.93 and $6.97. But you should sell up to 720, folks. And honestly, now that I showed you where you should be selling, I'm not going to put those orders in. I'll just sell at market when it gets there. I don't want to create a wall. And I don't want you to create a wall either. So let's just take these out. Let's not create any restrictions to it rising, all right? When it gets there, we'll sell at market. But we sure don't want to get 100 people here at the same time putting sell orders in at these numbers. We don't want to do that. That will defeat our purpose. That will defeat our purpose, folks. Bid 715, ask 719. Looks pretty good to me, baby. I like the look of it right here. Breaks here, it goes up to there. Breaks here, goes to there. Breaks here and goes to the moon. Watch it, folks. It's AGPU. And I want you to know, 722, yeah, all right. Age 726, just sold 20 shares, 726. Selling market here. And I sold 720. Nice. Gonna pop out 724 now. Now, the interesting thing is here, some people, thank you, Amado Jimenez. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody who keeps commenting here in the chat. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Buru, ladies and gentlemen, let's go take a look at it today. Let's go look at it for all you guys in the Buru right now. BURU. Holy smokes. All right, you Buruians. Nice. Man, oh man, at the high, $43.99. You should sell there. You should sell $43.44. Those are sell numbers on my buy-sell sheet, folks. You know that. Sell $43.44 and buy back at $38. Buy back at $38 and $39 after you sell $43.44. I just sold AGPU at $7.26. Now we're going out at $7.30. Going to sell some at $7.30 here. There we go. $7.30. Looking at the charts here. Congratulations, Buruians. Now I want to go to AGPU. Again, God dog it, man. There it is, AGPU. Oh my gosh, look at that beautiful candlestick. If it goes over this, it's going to rock it, folks. If it gets over this line, it's going to go off. I'm telling you, AGPU, folks, if it gets over this line, there's going to be a nice run. Look at it right here. A double crossover of the 50-day average right now. 5-day crossing along with the current price over the 50-day. And look at that steadily rising 200. And you better look at this angle here. You better look at this angle right here, folks. Now, why am I showing you this? Because I want you to see, look at the 200-day angle. Look at the pitch angle. Look at the 200-day. See how steady it rose right on that line? But look at it now, folks. Look at it now. The 200 is starting to change its lineage. The acuteness of the angle of climb is increasing now. It's increasing along with the 50-day and 45 turning upward, the 5-day crossing and the 10-day crossing. All the long-term averages are now rising. The 200 is, the 10-day, the 5-day, the 45 and 50. Oh my gosh, all long-term averages rising right now. AGPU. And I just sold $7.26 a share. The bid is now $7.21 and the ask is $7.28. And I think it's going to go up to $10 or more. Another minimum 30, and the bid is now $7.21. The ask is $7.30. This is getting exciting, folks. I like what I see. AGPU. Bid $7.21, ask $7.30. Both of those just turned green, and here we go. It's a flat top green candlestick with a double crossover of the 50-day. Look at it, folks. A flat top green. Watch it come up here now. It's going to go to here, folks. Don't worry about that. It's going to this line. This has been a common drawdown to the candlestick here from this line right there. They're not going to stop it, folks. Look at this. Every candlestick here now. Twice as many buyers as sellers. Equal buyers and sellers. Look at the attempt to sell against this. There's no selling power left. Oh my gosh, just look at that thing, baby. Wow, look at the 200-day moving average now rising sharply upwards. Look at the 45 and 50. They drove down to that line only to run it right back up. Holy smokes. Gosh dang, folks. Look at that 45 and 50 make a 90-degree turn right there. Look at that on this little vag drop right there. Jeez, folks. What's going to stop it here? What stopped it before? Just that line. That's it. It breaks over that line and it's going to go, folks. This is an important line here. Very important line for them to hold. They know it too. They know if they don't hold it here, it's going to go all the way to there. Right there is where it's going to next. And folks, I called it. It almost hit that line right there. Whew. Man, oh man. And then they pull it back down to this line of resistance right there. The rising 50-day, the rising 200, curving upwards, curving and rising up. Folks, this could take off. This could easily go from here all the way back up to there now. Easily. Folks, I want you to know, this is called mirror trading. Here was the middle of the mirror. Right there was the middle of the mirror right there, folks. Right there is the middle of the mirror. Right there is the middle of the mirror. And look at this vaginal drop. Look at the two labels. Look at it rise, rise. Look at it pull it back, pull it back. Look at it rise, rise, and not stop there, but blow right through that all the way up. Oh my gosh, folks. And look at it again now. And there's never been any resistance other than this line. If it doesn't stop there, it's going to go much higher, folks. And look at them bring it off that line there right down to this one and then bounce off this and continue its climb. Because the 50 and 45 are rising. And listen, this is a critical line. I already explained this to you guys. This was going to be a critical line. See how they brought the 50-day up here before and it stopped on this line? This is a critical line. If this 50-day now crosses over that, man, this thing, watch out, shorts. I'm telling you right now, if this 50-day does not stop here like it did right there, you're going to be in deep shit, okay? Because this thing is going to take off then. I'm telling you that. The 50 never stopped here before, right here. From here, the 50-day, the red one, it never stopped there before. And why would it stop now there? It only stopped here once. It never stopped there before, people. I'm telling you, the 50-day average line never stopped there before. It only accumulated on the 50, this line here before it went up. Oh my gosh, it's never stopped here. It isn't going to stop here now. It probably is not going to stop right there. The only time it stopped was once right there, and it pulled back and then shot up. So there, they stop it now here, pull it back, and it shoots up. That's my call. You want to pay attention here, folks, because where they stopped this 50-day average from rising before, right there, this line, where the price is, where they try to get it there, ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. When the 50-day was here and rising to right there, look where the 200 was, way down here. Now the 50-day has risen to the same point, and look where the 200 is. It's way up here, folks. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the 50-day rose here and stopped on that line and fell, the 200-day was way down here. Now the 50 has responded, come to the same line again, but the 200 has driven up to right here now. It's not way down here anymore. It's way up here. They're not going to stop this damn thing now. They're not going to stop it there. It isn't going to stop there. The 50's not going to stop. Here they can stop the 50 because the 200 was way down here. Not anymore. They're not going to stop the 50 here now because the 200 is all the way up here. You're going to see it. Watch. Watch with your own two eyes, folks. And this right here is this here. This drawback to there is this drawback to there. And from there, it's going to go all the way up to this line right here. So from here now, it's going to go to this line next. I call it. It's going to this line. The 5 days is going to go all the way up to that line next. Because this is the way they brought it down. This is a major resistance line for them going way back, folks. This point of resistance, why they just stopped it there and drove it back to the 50, is because this is a resistance line from way back. It goes way back, folks, this line of resistance. And not only was it a resistance to the rise right there, but it was a resistance to the drop right there and went up. And then it becomes resistance to the rise again and down. And this time it's going to go up beyond and beyond that all the way up. That's what's going to happen right now because the 200 and the 50 aren't going to stop pushing it. They're still climbing in on it. And look at this. Do you see what's happening now? Do you see the effort? Look at the big sell there right then, and then look at the buy come in. This is 15,000 share sell to start it falling, and it got to there, and look at the buyer coming in. Nice. Very nice. I told you it was going to go right back up. It's going to go up, folks. They're not going to stop it. Look at those Madonnas right there. Boom, off she goes. Right off the Madonna. That's what I call this, the Madonna formation. Look at that thing go. Flat top green, not even a freaking wick on it, people. All engulfing everything over the last 20 minutes. Flat top green coming in. Watch it jump up here now. They're coming in, folks. AGPU, and many of them might be coming in because of this channel. My DCA is too high to sell now. Okay, so let me ask you a question. You just saw me sell at $7.26. You just saw me sell 726. My DCA is higher by far. I'll show you right here. My DCA is $9.17. Understand? But if I can sell it at $7.26 and buy it back down at $7.06, didn't I do good? Yeah, I did, because then it's going to go back over 726 to 738 and then 745 and 755, and I'll sell it at 755. And then it'll drop back down to 738 and I'll buy it again. Then I'll sell it at 766 and I'll buy it down at 755. Then I'll sell it at 777 and I'll buy it back at 766. Then I'll sell it at 788 and I'll buy it back at 766 again. Then I'll sell it at 793 and 797, 98, 99, $8, and then I'll buy it back at 766. That's what I'm going to do. Even though my dollar cost is much higher, that's how I play the game. You watch, you'll see. Nothing's going to stop this from continuing to climb now. Listen, they got it where they wanted it this morning, 666. They were all jumping for joy and popping champagne. This morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, they were popping champagne because they got the price down to 666 from 1447. And they were celebrating because they know that this is going to rise right back up now. But they can't just let it go straight up, folks. They can't do that because that would be too much proof of manipulation. They got to herk and jerk it now, little guys. They got to make it look like there's some semblance of resistance. They can't just let it run wild because then they'd get flagged. They can't just let it run right back up to 14 here. It's got to go up to 1730 and then down to 1708. Or 708, and then it's got to go up to 770, and then down to 760 and 55, and then it's got to go up to 788, then down to 772 or 3, and then got to go up to 790s, then sell it, and then drop it down to 766, and then it's got to go up to 801, 2, 3, 4, up to 808, and then they got to drop it to 777. This is just what they got to do, folks, to get it slowly to ride right back up to $10 now. Just manipulating the crap out of it. Retail manipulation. You can watch and see with your own two eyes, folks. They're not just going to let it fall and stay down, and then they're not just going to let it rise without pullbacks. It's going to pull back, but it will be good all the way up to 10 now, I think, or higher. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at that. So I just sold at 732, you guys know I had a sell order there at 732, and I'm sure for a fact that that number sold because it hit 732 right there. Boom. 732. And y'all watched me load in that sell order there at 732. I put one in at 730 even also, 730 there. I guess I sold the 732. I don't know why I didn't sell the 730, but it sold my 732. Oh, yeah. Sell the 732, then back down to 711, 713. Good deal. Nice. So there's my average right there, $9.17, folks. Way up there. But I'm still going to sell some at 730 and buy back at 711. I'm still going to do that, folks. All right, let's take a look here. No real stocks look like they're on the move today, going up at all. Not really. I see I'm up a little bit here, $30 on, what is this stock here? GPRO. GPRO continues its climb, folks. Nice. It's down just a smidge this morning right now, but I'm up still on it in green nicely. GPRO. Nice. But you know what? I want to liquidate some of these shares here. And I'm so minimally down on any of these that I'm just going to sell some of these and get some cash together. So we're going to trade BATL right now. I bought a little of that yesterday. BATL. There we go. BATL. You guys were all shouting about it yesterday. So I just sold 200 shares of that at 384. Now I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to clean house on some of these here. BIAF, I'm out. I've got 80 shares just for the heck of it. BIAF, I'm out. And I've got 80 shares. So let's sell 60, sell at market, and then sell again 20 at market. There we go. All right, so I'm out of BATL now. Now we're going to go back over to Monitor, and we're going to find some other ones to get rid of. CADL, I've only got 30 shares of it, but I'm done with that. Trade CADL. When I sell them and I make a bunch of money, I like to hold a few shares just to see if it will continue to climb, or if it drops, I'll know. I'll get an alert. So I've only got 30 shares of this, so we're going to sell all 30. Sell at market. Goodbye. CADL. Hasta luego, baby. 30 shares at market, gone. Just sold it, 734. Next, Monitor. CING. I've got 10 shares. Trade. Sell it. Selling the scraps here. CING. 10 whole shares, folks. I'm out. Sell market. $10 shares. There we go. And I just sold CING. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going over here to Monitor now again. And I'm just cleaning up these ones I've been holding, 5, 10 shares of, a few here and there. Next, CMND, 180 shares, trade. CMND, I'm out of it. CMND, enter. Sell 180 shares. And I'm out of it. I lost $10.64 on that stock. Hey, I'm not afraid to tell people when I lose money. I'm down $10.64 on that one today. And I'm out. I just sold it. And now we're going to go over to our Monitor page. And we've got IBRX, which I'm up 1785 on. We're going to sell that now. IBRX. And we're up 1755 on that. So we're going to sell. And I've got, I've only got 30 shares left of that. So we're going to sell that now at market. And I made $17.40 on that stock right there. IBRX. IBRX. And now we go over to the Monitor page. And I don't want to sell my GPRO. I am going to sell my OMEX right now. OMEX. I have only 60 shares. I'm going to sell all 60. And I'm down 43 cents on that today. Sell right now, 43-cent loss. And that is OMEX, folks. And none of these are really moving, so I'm just going to liquidate them and move them over onto something hot. And now we're going to go back to monitor. And we have RBNE, which I'm down $2.70 on. This has been tough, folks. These stocks just don't want to move. They just want to sit there. So RBNE, I'm going to find a mover, baby. And I'm going to sell the 60 shares of that I've got. Sell at market. And it is not moving. This stock is trading in a 5-cent range, folks. 191 to 195 RBNE. So adios, RBNE. I don't know who called that one out, but good luck with that. Next one, RENX, which I'm up 670 on. Trade, RENX. I've only got a few shares, RENX, but I'm up on it. And I'm up $6.70. And I love to sell the 273 number. That's a sell number. And also, ladies and gentlemen, this is a sell number on my buy-sell sheet. 8283, 282, 283, sell numbers. But I got 60 shares of it. I've got 20 only left, so I'm going to sell 20 at market now. Sell market, 273. Thank you very much. I didn't have much of it, folks. I'm not, none of these shares I'm holding a lot of. I'm just going to liquidate the cleaning house here. Next one, RPGL. And ladies and gentlemen, I am up on RPGL. I am up today, right here, you can see. I'm up on RPGL 6707 since I opened this position. So good call on RPGL. I'm going to sell that. Good call out on that one, guys. Thank you very much, guys. Whoever called that out, I made $67 on it. RPGL. I've got 200 shares. I'm going to sell them right now. Sell at market. Thank you very much. I'm out of that. Monitor. Down here, RUM. I am now up on that 105 today. RUM. Someone called it out yesterday. RZLT. I'm up 315 on it, and I've only got 30 shares, so I'm going to sell that. RZLT. RZLT. Up $3.15. I have 30 shares. I'm out. Selling 30. Like I said, folks, these are all stocks that I've sold in the past, and I just hung on to a few of them so I can monitor it. And this one is doing pretty much nothing now, so I just sold it. And we're going to go back over to the monitor screen now. And the last one I have here is SIDU. I sold all of my SIDU, but 14 shares yesterday. I sold it yesterday, SIDU, at $3.14, I think it was. Or whatever it was in the 14s. SIDU, I sold it at $4.13 yesterday. I sold it also at $4.12 and $4.11, $4.10. I just kept selling it, folks. SIDU. And I sold it. I only have 14 shares remaining. SIDU. And we're going to sell our last 14 shares of that. Sell at market. 376. All right, and I do believe SIDU will make another nice run, but I'm going to be moving over onto a runner that you guys are going to shout out to me this afternoon. And just so you're aware of it, folks, these are the stocks that have been called out today. My number one pick today was AGPU. Buy it at $6.39 a share. That was my number one pick today, AGPU. If you go over to the charts, this is what it's doing right now. Oh, yeah. Look at it rising, folks. AGPU Now it's $7.14 bid, $7.21 ask. I suggested you buy it this morning at $6.39 a share. And dollar cost average down because my dollar cost average was $9.17. So I'm way down on this. But I'm going to trade right now. And I'm going to buy AGPU now. And I'm going to come in and try to buy it at $7.20 a share. I'm going to be buying just 5 shares at a time. And I want to try, first of all, to buy $7.13. Then I'm going to put in $7.15. Then I want to put in $7.17. I want to try to buy $7.20. And I just got $7.20. And I'm trying to buy. Oh, yeah, she's going, folks. Nice. And now I want to try to buy $7.18 and $7.20. Try to buy $7.20. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not in a hurry to pile in here on this. The bid is $7.15 and the ask is $7.27, folks. And I'm the one that already sold it at $7.27 earlier, so. And I'm trying to sell now at $7.30 right here, $7.30. But you bet your butt this thing is rising, folks. I like what I'm seeing here. Oh, man, I just got a phone call that came in, and I thought for sure it was going to cut off my stream again here today and start me over from scratch. And I just bought $7.23. And I'm buying the stock AGPU. I'm buying AGPU. Clearing out the old moldy algae. That's right. Now I'm going to come over here. And I've almost cleared out all of these. I'm holding only RUM and GPRO. And I just bought $7.21 on AGPU. And I'm also going to sell SPRC. I want to thank you for the call out for SPRC. And let's see who it was that called that out. SPRC, Tony Henry. Very nice call out, Tony Henry. SPRC. And this is it down here on the bottom. And as you can see, SPRC, I made a nice profit on. I'm up $57 on SPRC. So I'm going to go up and trade this SPRC. Oh, yeah, and it's at its high. It's at the high just then. And as you can see on this one, I'm up right now $54. SPRC. Uh-oh, I don't want to do that. I want to... oh, man, I just bought it at $6.30. Well, I'm going to sell it at $6.37, $6.38, $6.43, and $6.44. I've only got 35 shares, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 at $6.49. That's where I'm going to sell this. SPRC. And I want to thank you for calling that one out, Tony Henry. SPRC. Let's look at it on the chart. Nice. Oh, man, look at that thing rising, folks. Honestly, this might be one. And look at this 644 sell. See, now you know why I tell you to sell 44. 43 and 44 always sells, folks. I don't believe so unless you ain't to pay $50 through Schwab. They can do international options or $300 through a bank phone call. on April 30th, 175 million RMLOD flood the market and will be a buying opportunity. All right, thank you. J-Rod, AKA, and look like it will keep going up. All right, thank you. Now, for those of you that are joining here lately, please have a look. These are the stocks that have been called out today. Please have a look at these stocks which have been called out today. If you need to, just take a photograph with your camera or screenshot these stocks and take a look at them, folks, that have been called out today. My number one pick for me, though, today is this one, AGPU. All right? But this SPRC, folks, this looks very strong, called out by Tony Henry. And let's take a look at the 20-day chart. Man, oh man, folks. Oh, my. We're entering the danger zone now. Entering the danger zone. Very little resistance here. I just bought AGPU at 718. Look at that, folks. This is getting thin, man. There's nothing back here. Nothing. Look at the 90-day chart on this. Look at the 90-day chart on this. There's, ladies and gentlemen, I'm letting you know right now, there's no resistance over the last 90 days above this line. None. None whatsoever. None. None here, folks. SPRC up 3.92% right now. This is getting good. Let's look at that 180-day chart. Oh my gosh. And folks, I have already charted this out where all the lines of resistance will be. Okay? I've already done my homework on this chart, and I know where the lines of resistance are. I know where they are. I know where they are, folks. And I can tell you there's going to be a line of resistance right there. I can tell you there's going to be no resistance from here up to there. All right? Till it gets to 868. If it breaks $7, it's going to go to 868, folks. There might be one bit of resistance right there, right there. I'll put a line there too so you know about it. And that's right there. The top of that green candlestick there, the top of it green right there, and the little hitch you can see right in there. So that will be the next one right there, the line of resistance right there. Okay? So as this goes up, it shall go up as it fell with a line of resistance. From this line, there's a line of resistance only here. And if it breaks this line, which is $6.99, it's going to go up to this price right here. Right there. And that price line will be $7.93. If this dang thing breaks this line, it's going to go up $1, almost $1. And the stock I'm on is SPRC. And the way in which it fell with resistance there, and then resistance right there, resistance right there, resistance right here, and resistance here, and then no resistance down to right there, basically. Then resistance here, all that will be repeated as it rises, folks. Every one of these lines that I have a red mark, there should be resistance at, and you should sell some of it there. You should sell some here for a pullback to there. Sell some here for a pullback to there. Sell some in the middle of this for a pullback to the line. Sell some here for a pullback in the middle. Sell some in the middle for a pullback at the line. Sell some on the line for a pullback in the middle. Sell some right here on this line for a pullback in the middle. Sell some here in the middle and for a pullback there. Then sell here for a pullback there. This is how you do it when you're day trading, folks. All right? I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And there's a 20-cent gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is $6.19 and the ask is $6.38. A 19-cent gap between the bid and the ask on this stock, SPRC. And I'm selling here at the 37, the 38, the 43, the 44, the 47, 48, and 49. And you can see right now on this stock, I've only got 35 shares, but I'm up 56 bucks. Thank you, Tony Henry. That was a good call out on that one. SPRC. Next, AGPU. This is my number one stock pick of the day. I told everyone or suggested this morning in the pre-market that you should get in some more of it right now and you should buy it at $6.39 is what I said this morning in the pre-market. And now we're going to look at the one-day chart. And there she goes, folks. Oh, my gosh. This is a critical line here, folks. Just bought AGPU at 716. This is a very critical line for them, this line. This line is critical for them, folks. It's been critical several times in the past, and it's critical now, too. I'm telling you. This line should be extended to come all the way across the page here. Let's just bring it on over here. And it's a critical line, folks. They know if it gets over this line, it's going to this one, and then that one, and then there, and then way up from there. This line right here is a critical line. Gosh dang, folks, just look how many times they've worn this line out. Notice the rundown and the bounce, the rundown and the bounce, the run up and the pull down, the run up, the pull down, the run down and the bounce, the run up, then the pull down, the run up and the pull down, the run up and then the pull down. Do you see that? There's the run up and then the pull down. You can just bet on it happening, folks. You can guarantee it's going to happen. You can guarantee it, folks, when you see a line like that that's been resisted so many times. You know it's going to stop there, folks, right there. Go back to history. Look how they stopped it there. Look how they stopped it there. And again, look how they tried to stop it there one more time. I'm ready to buy this now. AGPU. Coming in at 713, 715. Just bought 714. Now let's try and get 708. I'm trying to buy now at 713. The bid is 709. The ask is 718. The bid is 710. The ask is 718. I'm coming in at 714. The bid is 711. The ask is 718. And I just bought 715. And I'm buying AGPU, ladies and gentlemen. AGPU. Here's the chart. And I happen to be yep, 713. I happen to be buying on this 713 line that they took the 50-day up to and stopped it from rising. And now the 50-day has gone over that number. I told you this was a critical line right here. And there they are trying to get down to it again, one stab at it. But ladies and gentlemen, the 50-day, this was a critical line that it just broke over and went right on up. That's beautiful, folks. And now the 50-day is hit this line, and there they try to pull it back. But look at that 200 just rising like a freaking rocket here, folks. The 50-day rising, the 200 rising, and they try to push it down to that line, which was resistance to the 50, was resistance there, resistance, 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 resistance on a pair of tatas. Oh my God, that line is resistance. Look at the resistance to the drop right there. My goodness, folks. Resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, and resistance to the pop, resistance to the drop, resistance, folks, resistance to the drop and a rise, resistance to the drop and a rise, resistance to the drop and a rise. All right, folks, you with me? Are you starting to see the similarities of this line? It's been resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance to the drop, resistance, 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 resistance. Up she goes. Resistance to the drop, up she goes. Resistance to the drop, up she goes. Resistance to the drop, up she goes. Hello? Wake up, smell the coffee, people. Resistance to the drop, there she goes. And look at that consolidation, capitulation, and complete convergence here with a rising 5-day now. And a rising 200, and a rising 50. And there's the convergence. Put my study on this right now, and what does it say? Let's put my study on this. Study, edit studies. We're going to load a study. My study set is the CAT scan. Let's load it right now. There it is. Oh my gosh. And it's telling you you're good to buy here on this line. Right here is a buy. It's showing it's going to go up from there. Buy, it says here. And it's telling you to start selling it at 738. And notice they just dropped that. The sell just dropped to 728. And the ask also is the highest would be 738. So you should sell this between 728 and 738. All right. And now I got a buy flag. Buy flag saying get in here 716. Well, I just did. I just did. I really want to try to buy 708, 711. There we go. I got a 710 there. That's nice. 6 cents below where my software is saying I should make an entry. That's nice. Let's go again. Thank you. 710. Thank you. Well, it's 6 cents below where my software is saying, hey, you might want to get some here. And by the way, it's not telling you to buy a ton of shares here. It's telling you this would be a good place to take a little nibble. And now I'm going to try to buy at market just to see what it fills at. And I got a 710 buying at market. Now I'm going to buy a market again and see what it fills. 715. Oh, yeah. And I just sold SPRC at 637, so it's rising. SPRC is moving, folks. And now I want to remove this sell order, remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. Sell the 644 only here now. This is moving SPRC, folks. I'm up $66.95 on it. And I'm trying to sell it at $6.44 a share. Let's go, baby. Sell it. $6.44, baby. Come on. Let's move. Get on it. Look at the chart on this SPRC. Let me get this AGPU off. Let's put in SPRC. Holy smokes, look at that. SPRC. It's saying sell here. It's saying sell 659. The minimum start selling is 659. I'm going to sell it 644, 647, 48, and 49. There's my sell order sitting there, 644. And I'm going to sell 647, 48, and 49. And I am up on it today nicely. Good call out, Tony Henry, on that one, SPRC. Now, if you're joining me late here today, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stocks that we've been trading and have called out today. All right, take a look at all these on this list that have been called out today, folks. If you want to take a picture of this, you can. These are the stocks that have been called out today. AGPU, RRQS, SoFi, AUD, PAPL, YCBD, TRT, GSHG, YCBD, AIXI, NNBR, Buru, Poet, Open, Allo. That's right. ALLO, CPIX. Two people called out CPO. Well, Marty called it out, I guess, twice. TEM, ANTX, and AKAN. Go look at them. AGPU. Well, I guess I'm not going to get 708, folks, even at the lunchtime. I'm not going to get it. I'm going to try for 711 here. And let's try to buy 712 and 713. Let's try to buy 714. Nobody wants to sell below 716, folks. AGPU. Nobody wants to sell it for less than it is now. No interest at all to sell it there. Let's try 716. Yay! Finally, 716. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it just jumped up to 720 on a 5-share buy, folks. Look at that. This thing just jumped up to $7.20 on a 5-share buy. 720 on a 5-share buy. 711 from 711 to 717 on 1, and then from 717 to 720 on 5. Holy crap, people. Oh, here we go. Adios, amigos. Wow, smoking, baby. Bid now is 712, ask 726. 14-cent spread between the bid and the ask. Holy crap, folks. One share at 719, 725, 26 shares, 725, folks. 26 shares. 712, 400. Who threw that out? Dumbass. You dumbass. 712, and then immediately after 20 shares at 719. Look at that manipulation effort to get 712. 400 shares dumped out at 712, and immediately after that, the price is 725. Nice. Very nice. Folks, this is AGPU. AGPU. And yeah, I'm trying to lower my dollar cost average. I sure am. Yes, I am. Let's get over here and load this study set in here, a different study. Load in CAT scan chart setup. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you this SPRC, if it can break over this line right now, she's gone. If she breaks this line, she's gone. Look at the 5-day chart. This is a critical line right here, a critical line where they stopped it from rising there, and they stopped it from rising there, and here it pulled down to that line and went back up and then dropped. So this is a critical line right here. This goes back. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Holy smokes, no preference, no previous 20 days. This line is a critical line, people. Wow. Let's go back and even further. Let's look at 180-day. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely a very critical line. This line right here that they stopped it at, the 5-day right there, at the price of 641. 641, folks. That is a majorly critical line for them because you can see from right here, it's going to go all the way up to there. And that line is 793, folks. So this line is a pivotal line, 699. And this is one as well. All of these are pivotal lines. I just sold a GPU at 732. It's rising, folks. Oh, yeah. And the bid has jumped to 739. The bid is 726. You think I'm kidding about this going back up to $10? I'm not, people. I'm not. My dollar cost average has now dropped to 904. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen, this thing is rocketing. And I just picked up 742. 742 several times. Here's the chart, AGPU. Let me get over to a 1-day chart on it. AGPU. Oh, listen, guys. If it breaks this line, it's going to go much higher. There's nothing here precedenting. If it breaks this line, it's going to go much. The 5-day, if it breaks this line, folks, it's going to go much higher. Let's go look at the 20-day. Oh man, if it breaks through here, and this is the most critical line of all. Right there. That trend line. Starts at 734. $740, folks. I'm telling you, if it goes over this price, it could easily move right back up to here, folks. There's nothing going to stop it. There's very thin area here above this price. Watch out, folks. I'm trying to buy here again, 742. Oh, man. There's no. Oh, my gosh. Look at all the buying they did at $6.87 a share, folks. As if you didn't know what manipulation's all about, Savannah. Look at all the buying at $6.87. 861,000 shares at $6.87. Jeez. Nice. Right on up she goes, folks. Now let's move to the 1-day chart on it right now. And yes, indeed, it has indeed broken over that line now, that line of resistance. And I just sold at 741. I just bought AGB. I just sold it at 741 and bought it back at 734. Nice. In like 3 seconds, I sold 740s and bought it back at 734. That is fabulous. Well, you got to know where to sell those, put those sell orders in. 744, folks. That's a number they love. And this morning now, the stock price has gone up $1 to $7.39. This morning's low on this stock was, I said, if you buy at $6.39 this morning, I told everyone, if you buy this at $6.39 this morning, you may be buying at the lowest price evermore. $6.39. The stock was down 126.5% from $14.47 a share down to $6.39. Alexa, what is 14.47 minus 6.39?
14.47 minus 6.39 is 8.08.
808, of course. Down 808, people. Oh, my. You hear that, Savannah? They ran it down $8.08 from $14.47. $14.47 down to $6.39. 808 down. Amazing that they would choose that number, Savannah. 808. For those of you that are here with me, I hope you understand. I only give suggestions. I provide, you decide, okay? I provide the chart information. I tell you about the breaking news on these stocks. I show you what the volume is, what the catalyst is. I share all the information with you. This stock that is AGPU, this morning I told all my people that the shares outstanding is only 5.54 million. I told everybody that there's only 5.54 million. Yesterday morning's news that drove the price to 1447 about the $260 million deal they have with NVIDIA. The one that drove it to that price, that news that drove it was on, and they've only got 5.54 million shares. Somehow it traded 83,510,800 shares. How does a stock trade 83 million and go from 1447 down to 639, a drop of $8.08, 126% drop? How does it do that if there's only 5.54 million? And how could it sell 83 million and fall from that price, 747, down to 639? 1447 to 639. How could it do that? Well, it's very simple, folks. You have at 1749, at 1447 a share, you have this person short sell 100,000 shares, and that 100,000 is sold to this short seller, who sells that 100,000 to this short seller, who sells it short to this one, who sells it short to that one, who sells it short to this one, who sells it short to this one, who shorts it to the original one. And now it's gone 700,000 shares of trade, but only on 100,000 shares. You've achieved 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700,000 shares traded, but only 100,000 was really traded 7 times. And then they do it again, and 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 they do it again. And the next thing you know, the 5-day chart on the stock looks like this. It's masterful what they did. And then this morning, after doing that, they made the price hit the 200-day moving average. It's perfect, folks. There it is, right on the 200-day moving average. Executed perfectly. 1447 down to $6.39, a drop of $8.08 to hit the 200-day average. You got it? That is market manipulation 101, people. That is what it is. And now just look at the thing taking off, up and up. What a coincidence that they would take the price down to the 200-day moving average this morning. Huh? And then run the sucker right back up. And while all the mind blown, look at that thing go, folks, with a flat top green here. AGPU. The reason, I just told you the reason. They wanted to get it down to the 200-day average before it went all the way up to 14 again. That's why. That's the reason it was given the drop B sharp. Because market makers don't like buying at a premium price. They have ways and means. They can call up all those who have already bought shares and ask them to sell the shares. They can tell them, hey, why don't we all short this position right now? And every one of you that have bought this long, short it now and run it down from 1447 all the way down to 666 a share and buy it. Look at this lowest level number right here. You want to see what that price is? That price is 666, folks. 666. The lowest level price, 666. You think they wanted to buy it there? Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, sorry, folks. I knocked my camera over almost. Sorry. You think the ones that saw the price run up to $17.47 on the $260 million chip deal with NVIDIA, you think they wanted to buy it at that price? Or do you think it's more likely they wanted to drive the price down 126% from there and get it on the 200-day average? And they did it. They did it perfectly. They brought it all the way down right to the 200-day average, and then off she freaking went. See that? Man, it's called manipulation, people. It's called market manipulation. Understand it. Learn from what I'm teaching you here, guys. Yep, says DeBass Assassin. Yep. Thank you, PAPL taking off. Thank you. That was called out this morning by Jayhawk and Port Bear. Pardon me, folks, but that was called out this morning by Jayhawk and Port Bear. Good calls on that. PAPL. Hold on. There it is. Oh, yeah. Thank you, DeBass Assassin. Your $5 donation just got you another entry into the drawing for Friday. For Friday's t-shirt. Thank you, DeBass Assassin. Now, one other thing I want to tell you guys about, and hopefully you'll understand, is that I make no guarantees, folks. None at all. No guarantees ever whatsoever. But also, that PAPL, that was called out here in the pre-market, folks, because it had spiked. And I warned everybody, hold on now. This looks a lot like AGPU. And be careful now at 111. And I told everybody it dropped. Look at them take it to the 200, folks, just like AGPU and right off the 200. Beautiful buy in there. Just like AGPU on the 5-day chart. 5-day chart, folks. Here it is. AGPU. All the way down from $14.47 a share to $6.39 this morning. Right on the rising 200-day average. Look at them. It's absolutely masterful how they did that. AGPU. And now it is breaking over a seriously critical line. I take you back to right here, and this is a critical line. If it breaks this line, it's going to go all the way up, folks. I'm telling you right now, this is a very, 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 very critical line right here. If it breaks this line, folks, I'm telling you, it is going to go right on up. AGPU, it is at a critical crossover point. And if it crosses this line, it is going to skyrocket. It is going to do the same thing it did here in the after hours. On low volume, they ran this down to there. And this is a very, very critical line here. Because this isn't after hours now. This is regular volume, people. This is a day session. And I'm telling you that this rundown was done in after hours to that line right there. It was done in after hours, folks, on low volume, probably onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, selling 2 shares, 3 shares, 1 share, 3 shares, 2 shares, 1 share. And this is a very, very critical line right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you. You can believe me or not, but I'm telling you, if it goes over this line, it is going to make a move. It's going to make a major move, folks. It's going over right now, and it's going to make a move. I'm telling you, I can hear something right now, ladies and gentlemen. I hear something right now off in the distance. And I know it isn't very loud, but I'm telling you, I hear it, ladies and gentlemen. On this stock right now, I hear something, and I'm going to play you what it is I hear right now. And folks, like I said, I hear it. Oh, yeah. Pull it. Pull that thing. I hear you. All aboard. Pull it. You hear it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's time to hop aboard. I'm telling you, this thing is getting ready to go. Look at it go. AGPU. 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 This is the stock, my number one pick this morning. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Oh my gosh, look at it go, and I knew it would.
Carl Carr. I'm unable to come to the phone right now, so if you just leave your name, number, and a short message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hey, Double K, AGPU. The buy I called out this morning, $6.39 a share, and it just broke over a critical resistance line at $7.50, and it's taking off, my friend. I'm telling you, AGPU, it's going to run way up. Look at right now, it just hit $7.50, and please look at it. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Alexa, terminate. Oh, man, I'm telling you, folks, this looks good. This should now go from this price all the way up. The only resistance is going to be at this line right here, folks, where the 50-day once stopped right there. This is the only place there's going to be resistance, where the 50-day stopped and went down. That line is right here, folks. And that price is at $8.08. 808, we're going to sell it, folks. 803, we're going to sell $7.97, 98, 99, $8, 801, 802, 803, 804. And then it's going to chop back down into the 780s. We're going to buy it again, 788, 792, 793, then 797. Then it's going to go over 8. It's going to go to 813, and we're going to sell 813 through 820. When we sell 820, it's going to pull back to 788. And we're going to buy it again at 788 and 793 and 799. And then it's going to go all the way up to 840. We're going to sell it at 836. We'll sell it at 832, 33. It'll pull back to 820. Then we'll sell it at 840s. It'll pull back to 830s. Then we'll sell it at 855, and it'll pull back to 844. Then we'll sell it at 866. Buy it back at 839. I'm telling you, folks, we're going to kill this stock. We're going to kill it on this stock. We're going to kill it on it, folks. AGPU. It was my number one stock pick this morning to buy it at $6.39 a share in the pre-market. Man, look at that thing go. And by the way, right now, they don't want this damn 5-day to cross this line, because if it crosses it, holy crap, watch out. And this blue-bellied redback is about to become a red-bellied blueback. The 45-day average is about to cross the 50-day right now. And there's no stopping this, folks. Oh, man, if this 5-day blue comes over this line, it is going to be over for shorts for sure. Green flat top, yeah. Joey B, yes, sir. Yeah, Larry Pitts, train, take me on out of this town. Oh, yeah. You know what? You see, oh, shit, folks, I got an album collection over here. And that song that you just did, that you just called out, is right here. Hold on. Because these are alphabetized. And should be right here. Barbara Streisand, Billy Joel, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. It's going to be right here, folks. Black Sabbath. Oh, no, it's got to be before that. Best of Blondie. Oh, it's here, folks. Black Sabbath. I'm trying to find it. BJ Thomas. I know I have that album, Blackfoot. I know I have it. I don't know where it is. I thought it was a black. Hold on. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. It's got a snake on the cover. I know it. I have it, and I have it. I don't know. It might have got put in here out of order somehow. Because it has a snake on the cover. Black Sabbath. Dadgummit, where is it? Oh, man, I can't believe it. I can't find it. Bob Dylan. Man, I don't know what happened to it. I have that album, though. I know I have it. But I will say this, that my kids have come through here on occasion and pulled out a few albums. I can't believe I can't find that. But one album I do have here that you might find interesting, still in the vinyl, folks. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Still in the vinyl, people. Almost the number one selling album of all time, behind Thriller. I think Thriller beat it out. Anyways, There you go. Sid Barrett, yeah. I got that album, but it's not wrapped. Yep. Well, my goodness gracious. AGPU, 748 a share. Nice. I got the 3-album Woodstock album too. Really? Nice. I have it too somewhere. I used to have it up behind me for a long time. Anyway, I can't get too wrapped up in albums right now, though. But as you can see over my shoulder, I have a boatload of albums. I have over 1,400 albums. I got a question. When you were in Nashville, how many times did you go to Starwood? And I bet you listened to KDF religiously. Many times. Open up that Floyd and play some money. Boom, 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 boom. For those of you that are rock, yep, the Mud Hill at Starwood, yep. I want to. He ain't gonna open that. It's worth a ton of money. Yeah, I'm not gonna open that album. I'm sorry. No. If you go over here to right now eBay, and you click on Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon vinyl unopened, sealed, not remastered. No. There you go. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. $5,394. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, sealed, original master, $1,700. Here's another one, sealed, $1,200. Yeah. Holy, yeah. Yeah, I still have some. Yes, yes. You better get a big safe. Oh, I've got some albums. I got some albums in this collection that are very valuable, and they're all in alphabetical order. Coming from Discogs, the record was sold for £9,000, or about $11,900 USD. It was listed as the seller as near mint museum quality first pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. Yep. And by the way, not that they're getting that much, because these are the sold listings on eBay, and it sold for $900. Dark Side of the Moon, 1973 press, sealed, 900 it sold for. 900. That's still not bad. But what an incredible record album, no doubt about it. All right, here we go, folks. This is AGPU, my number one stock pick of the day. I told you, or suggested, that you might want to buy it at $6.39 a share when it hit this 200-day average. Did they play that album for the astronauts? They should have played "This Is Ground Control to Major Tom." Yes. And I'm floating in the most peculiar way, and the clouds look very different today. Or maybe Rocket Man burning out his fuse up here alone. In case you never knew what they were saying there, that's what they're saying on that song. Billy, look at that, folks. 748, 750. No gap between the bid and the ask. 748, 750. No gap between the bid and the ask on AGPU. 1 cent penny spread. It's going up, folks. I already told you if it broke over this line, it was going to go way up. I already showed you that there was no resistance up here. There's none. There's none. Not from here all the way up to there. There's no resistance. And I wanted you to know that this happened, this drop from a price of $9.16. It dropped from $9.16 in the after hours. This is the after hours. $9.16 to the line where it is now. $9.16, folks. It did it in the after hours. This line right here, folks. They did this in the after hours on low volume. It's going to go back up there, folks. It's now going to rise right back up the same way it fell. In a 1 hour period, folks, this thing fell. In the after hours, aftermarket. Do you understand what I'm showing you here? Look at that line of resistance. And it just broke over it. And it could easily go right back up to 916. Yeah, 1982 Pink Floyd, The Wall. I have that on VHS. I have a VHS copy of Pink Floyd, The Wall. A killer, awesome concert where they destroyed the wall behind them on the stage. It just fell in pieces. Yes, I have that on in a VHS tape in my collection. Listen, folks, this 5-day blue moving average is breaking over this listed line of resistance now. And I'm telling you, this is going to go right on up, folks. AGPU. I hear you, Gary. Man, I tell you, man, You know, they knew that they were in trouble if it crossed this line right here. They know they're in major trouble if this crossed this line. And because I'm showing you that this stock fell from 9.16 a share in the after hours to this price that was just achieved. All right, please be aware that this stock price dropped in a manipulation after hours to right there, and it did it in like 10 minutes time, folks. There's no one that owns this stock from here to there. From here to there, there's a huge gap. And now it just crossed over that line. And there's a huge gap from here up to here. It's actually to here. It goes all the way up to right here. A huge gap, folks. And the only reason I put a resistance line after it crosses this price here, I put a resistance line here because if you go back in time, you can see several of these candlesticks stopped there, stopped there, stopped there. So there's a resistance there. And then here there's a resistance line because the 50-day average came up and stopped there and fell. So there's actually this resistance line here created by here, 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 and here. And then there is this resistance line here created by the 50-day hitting that line and falling. And then there's this resistance line next created by something further back here where this candlestick dropped. And this candlestick dropped. And the next resistance line is here. And folks, if this thing goes over this price, watch out. That price is $8.99 a share, $9. All right. 14.47 2 days ago on news of an NVIDIA contract worth $260 million. They shot up to 14.47. This is AGPU I'm talking about. They went from here, $4.55 to $14.47 on that news. Yep, CCTV 177 looking over $10 days to come. All right, all right, we investors. Well, now you can see how important this line is right here. And you better look at the daggum 200-day moving average, which for a long time was on this trend line right there. And you better look at it now. You know what? I'm going to put another trend line here on that line and see if it breaks off of that to the upside. Let's do it. Let's put one here now. All right, hold on. There we go. So see, this trend line that I put in right here, it shows the 200-day was moving along that line straight. Then the trend line changed and the 200-day started at this incline rate. Now, the reason I put these lines in is so I can monitor this 200-day average. And if I see this thing start to rise again, like it did from here to right this angle here, from that angle to this angle, and then if I see it start this angle, then I know, oh my gosh, this thing is going to go so much higher. So that's the reason, folks, that I put in these angle monitors, okay? I want to know when the pitch changes from this line here, which was the blue line, when it changed from that pitch that it was staying on for the longest time, I want to know when it rises. And now, from it staying on this one for a long time, I want to know if it rises. AGPU, folks. lunchtime low right now on this resistance 10-day average line. The lunchtime low, folks, time to buy. And I'm going to right now, AGPU. I'm going to buy it right now at $7.30 and $7.31. And I just bought $7.31. And I'm going to buy it again. $7.31. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average, which is now $9. My dollar cost average is $9. I've lowered it from $9.17 to $9 now. Every one of these buys drops it quickly, folks. And now I'm going in $7.33. $7.23. I just got a $7.26 buy there. Jayhawk SLIP halted on the way up. Volume didn't come in until 12 noon. Jayhawk 325 to 880. Well, I'm buying at market just to see what I feel at. 726 I just got. And I think this thing's going to go all the way up to $10 again, folks, or higher. AGPU. That news is too big, man, a $260 million contract. And I can tell you one thing. There was somebody that had their eye on this thing and wanted to buy it $8.08 less than it was at yesterday morning. And they just drove this down. Just so you're aware of this stock AGPU, which only has 5.5 more million shares, 5.54 million shares available. It sold 83 million shares and fell from $14.47 to $6.39, down $8.08, down 126%. And that's why I told you to buy it this morning, or suggested you buy it at $6.39, which I said then could be the lowest price evermore. $6.39 right there. I drew an arrow to it, $6.39. That was where I suggested some of you buy this morning in the pre-market. And I just filled twice at 726, and now I cannot fill at 726, so I'm going to raise it to 727. I cannot fill at 727. The bid is 722. I just got 726 again. The ask is 730, folks. The ask is 730. And I just bought 726 again, even though I didn't have an order sitting there anymore. See, I tried to cancel that buy order, and they filled that sucker anyway. They sure did. And I just bought 725. I want 722. Now she's jumped up to 728. Take a look over here, folks. Watch what's happening. These are the buy-sell orders coming in. And notice how they're trying to manipulate with one share, 728, 100 shares, one share, 723. See how they're trying to manipulate this stock? 727, 2 shares, folks. 3 shares, 727. But see how they're trying to chisel at it with one share orders? 5 share drop from 724 to 722. Then 50. Oh! 732 on a 50 share order from 722, folks. 10 cents up on a 50 share order. Golly, 732, folks. They're getting weak. They're getting weak. The resistance is getting very weak now, folks. The resistance is getting weak with just one share, two shares, onesie, twosies. The same way they ran it down, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I want to make sure you understand something. When they ran this stock down, and I'm going to show you here on the 5-day. Hold on. I want you to understand, when they ran this stock down after the market closed, they did it the same way they're rising it now. One share, two shares, one share, two shares, one share, two shares, one share, two shares, one, two. After hours, after the market closed, they manipulated it down, and the price was sitting here on this line at 901, and they onesie-twosied it right down here to this price, where the price is now. They onesie-twosied it over a 1 hour period, or probably 30 minutes, and they made the price fall from 901 all the way down to this line right here, all the way down to $7.38. 901 to 738, folks, in 30 minutes of after-hour bullshit. And now, here's where the price is again here. And if you don't think it could easily go from this line right back up, you're very naive and don't know the stock market very well. Folks, this thing could go from here right back up to there. That's why they hit it so hard there just now, trying to pull it back off this line, because they know if it breaks this line, it's going all the way to there. And they know it. The market makers know it. Believe me, they're very well aware of it, folks. They're very well aware of it. They know. That's why they're trying to sell here. That's why they're trying to sell it here against all the buying coming in and buying coming in and buying coming in. Then they throw out and throw out because they know they're in trouble if it goes over that line, folks. I'm telling you, they already know it. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. They know how they brought it down. They know how they manipulated it down from $14.47 on the great news from NVIDIA, the $260 million share, $260 million deal. They knew what they were doing, and they knew in the after hours that they could drop it down on low volume without anybody being able to stop it. I'm telling you right now, folks, they know that it's going to go from here all the way back up. They know it, folks, from here right back up to there. They know it. They know it. That's why they tried to stop it right there from breaking out of all this seaweed they have it stuck in. Stuck in the mud there, stuck in the mud. Because if it breaks free of the mud, it's going all the way back up to there, folks. I'll show you this on the 1 day, and you can see it even better. On the 1 day, you can see it better, folks. And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know, on this 1 day chart, you can clearly see that if this price gets currently over this line right here, if it gets over that line, they know that it is going to go all the way up. This line right here, they know if it gets over this line, it's going to go all the way up to there. It's going all the way up. They know it. The only resistance point is right there, and then right there, and then it goes all the way up to there. They know this. Wow. Look at this from this line. Look at the non-resistance from there to all the way up to $9.08. Look at that, folks. That is a critical line. And look how they stopped it there from going up once, stopped it there twice, stopped it there 3 times, stopped it. Man, they know this line here is going to be the end of the road for them, folks. And notice this morning. It's lovely on the 5-day. Now you just see this on this, but look at it on the 5-day. I want you to see this. The 5-day chart. Look at them drive this price this morning down to right there. You see that? Right there, folks. After they achieved that and hit the 200-day average, they come to the 50-day and pull it back. They break over the 50-day and try to pull it down. Then it takes off more. And all they can pull it down now, they can't even get the 5-day to the 10-day here. They got buyers coming in right now on it, going to run it right back up because the 50-day and the 200 are rising. The 50 days rising, the 45 rising, the 200 rising, and all they can do is march it to here and back up. I'm telling you, this thing's going to go, folks. This is the most critical line for them of all, right there. That line right there is the most critical line of all of them because they know if it goes over that line, it's going right back up to there. With a brief stop here where the 50-day was and a brief stop there where these candlesticks stopped. They know how important this line is, folks. This line, they know that they had to stop it there. They had to stop it there because they knew if they did not stop it right there, that it was going to go to the frickin' moon. Do you understand what I'm saying to you now? Do you understand? Do you understand why they stopped it there and pulled it back down? Now does it make sense? Because they know if it goes over this line that they stopped it here this morning and here where they stopped it earlier and here, if it goes over this line, it's going all the way up to there and they know it. They know it. And I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen because this fell this fast in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes from 908 down to this price in 10 minutes time. Well, I take it back. Each of these candlesticks on this chart is 15 minutes. So in 15, 30, 45, an hour, 15, 30, 45, 2 hours, 15, 30. In 2.5 hours, folks, this stock fell from $9.08 to this price. That is why this line is so critical now. In 2.5 hours, folks, right now it's 12 o'clock. We got 4 hours here. We got 4 hours now. I'm going to let you know now, if this goes back and turns off this 10 and goes up and it crosses this line, they're going to be in deep shit because then it's going to freaking fly. Or it should, because nothing kept it from falling here in the after hours with this low volume where they probably sold 1 share and 2 shares, 1 share, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There's probably about 1,000, 2,000 shares right here sold. 2,000 is probably all they sold. Onesie-twosied it right down to there. It's not going to stay there, folks. If it goes over that line, it's going to rocket right back up the way it fell. I'm telling you right now, folks. Thank you, Jayhawk. SKLZ, unhalted and rehalted, $2 up. Wow. Well, this is the one I'm trying to get people's attention on today, APGU, because to me, this stock has the potential to make a major move from here back up to $10, 40% rise. CPIX had good news, and now they're doing what they did to AGPU yesterday. Thanks to Bass Assassin. I'll write that down. Thank you, my 2 cents. Oh, thank you, my 2 cents. And I saw somebody else just gave a gift a little bit ago, so I need to scroll up here and see who else did. Because I don't want to miss any gifts from people because there it is. My 2 cents. Oh, it was you earlier too. Okay, good. Well, for every 300, For every 300 in gifts, you get another drawing entry. For every 300 in gifts, you get another drawing entry. So, for those of you that don't know it, here on this channel, what we do is we do drawings on Fridays and we give away t-shirts until we run out of these t-shirts I have left. And I only have right now, how many shirts do I have left here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotta fix that one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shirts is all I have left, folks. 9 shirts is all I have left. And then there'll be no more here on this channel for sale. Unless you want to order, I can get these shirts here on Amazon. I can get those on Amazon. But the shirts I got from our buddy Pedro Pinto, he's got his own insurance company now, and he can't make shirts for me anymore. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's the bottom. Trying to take it down and bounce it off the 50-day now. Going to try to take the price down. Boing, right off the rising 50. And as you know, I'm tracking this 200-day moving average line. And I can already tell you that it went from traveling at this angle right here. This is the angle that it was at right there. And it just changed here. And it started this new angle this way. And I'm monitoring it because now it could come off this and go this way. And I'm going to go ahead and put a line in where I think it's going to do. And you see if it follows it or not. All right, let's do that. I think the next line is going to be right here at this angle. Right? Well, I'll have to move it around a little. Just give me a second here. I just sold SPRC at 644. Still rising. And this is the next angle I think we're going to see on this stock. Right there. All right? So I think the 200-day, which was at this angle and is now at this angle, I believe it will take this angle. That's what I think. And could I be wrong? Yes, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think it's going to do that. We'll know soon if we see this 200-day start to make a move up off this line and change and take on this angle of operation here. Yep. Right there. Right there. Man, if it does that and it starts on this angle, that will be awesome. I just bought a GPU at $698. Thank you, market manipulators. I was waiting for that. I knew you'd do it. I knew you'd do it. Let's go over to trade. A GPU. Nice. Well, that was just masterful there. Man, you got it down to $7. That was nice. Well, there she goes, right back on up after the 7. Now you guys know why I sold it up there at $7.30 a share. Now you know why I sold it at $7.30. I just sold SPRC at $6.51. SPRC is climbing, folks. Market makers trying to get this back down to $7 AGPU. Had it this morning down to $6.39, and now they're suffering to get it to stay at 7. This morning, $6.39 didn't seem hard for the manipulators, but now $7 is hard. Hard to hold it there, folks. Hard to handle it. Oh, no, sir. There's no close under 7 today on this. No. No close under 7 today on this. Not going to happen, folks. Not going to happen. It's a lunchtime low. It just ended. Congratulations, you market makers who just took it down to $7. That was sweet. Too bad you couldn't get it any lower. Too many buyers here at 7 and below. And you don't have any damn shares left to sell anyway, do you, Shorty? Got no shares to sell. You've never had any shares to sell here. The most you had was 136,000 and 139. And you capped it out at 136 and 139. And now she's at 703. My. And you got 600, 1,100. Wow, that's 1,700, 1,900, 2,100, 2,200 that want to buy this stock. And you got here 315 that want to sell it. Do you see that? Look over here. Look at all the buyers here. You got 100, 600, that's 700, 800, and 600 is 1,400, plus 1,100 is 2,500, 2,700, 2,900, 3,200 that want to buy this stock, folks. And here's the sellers you've got. 3,200 that want to buy and 140, 200, 340 that want to sell. Are you kidding me? And there's probably not 1,200 at 725. That's just a spoof sell. Man, oh man, folks, look at all these buyers that want to buy this stock. I'll add it up for you again so you understand how many are trying to buy this damn thing. There's 200, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,600, 1,700, 2,300, 3,400, 3,600 trying to buy it. 4,000, 4,100 trying to buy this stock. 4,100 trying to buy it. And up here trying to sell it. 200, 3, 4, 5. Even if that's true, that's only 1,700 shares. 18, 19, 24, 2,600, 2,700, 2,800. There's only 2,800 total trying to sell. 2,900 up here. 3,000, 3,001, 3,300, 3,500 up here. Man, there's people that expect this to go up to $8.52, just like me. There's people that expect it to go all the way up here. And my dollar cost average is $8.95 now, and there's people that expect it to go to $9.03. They're selling $9.03. That's the highest sell order is $9.03 right now. So on the sell side, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to add it up. 100 at 903, 100 shares. That makes it 300, 500, 600 shares. 1,300 shares. 1,900, 2,100, 2,200, 2,400 shares. 2,500 shares. 2,600, 27, 29, 3,400, 3,500, 3,600, 3,600. Here, 48, 36, 4,800, 4,900, 5,185 shares for sale. 5,185 shares for sale. All the way up to 903. 5,185 shares up to 903. Now we're going to add the buyers. And the lowest buyers are down here. And the lowest buy is right here, 471. So we've got 200, 300, 500, 800, 1100, 1700, 544, 1700, 1800, 2000, 2300 at 593, 2300, 2400, 2500, 645, 2600, 3200, 3300, 4400, 5,000, 5,100, 200, 300, 5,300 at 690. Oh, 5,300 plus basically 900 is 6,200 trying to buy. 6,200 wanting to buy, 5,185 wanting to sell. Huh. Supply and demand, baby. Supply and demand. Supply and demand. And just so you're aware of this a little bit more, we need to make this a little bit more understandable. Right here, from the current prices at 693, bid 698. So 694 is the current price. 694, look at the buyers here from just 10 cents lower. There's 10,000 that just came in at 684, folks. 10,000. Does that change the supply and demand now? Holy crap. A 10,000 share order has now come in at 684. Oh, now you got 16,000 that want to buy and only 5,185 that want to sell. 16,000 want to buy and they're just 10 cents lower, folks. 10,000. Wow. 10,230 trying to buy. And here you've only got 22, 100, 200. You got only 423 shares here up to $7, folks. And you've got, I don't know, maybe someone's loading in spoof buys too, or they just did buy. 3,900 now want to buy 685. And only 25 for sale at 693. You see that? And that just went away. Now it's here. So now you've got 4,700 that want to buy and 100 that want to sell. Up to $7, you've only got 405 shares available. And yet you've got 5,700 that want to buy here. 5,700 that want to buy. You see how that works? A lot more buyers here, folks, than there are sellers. And now the ask is $699. Oh my gosh. There's nobody has any for sale. You got 1,300 trying to buy and only 100 at $699. Holy crap, folks. Watch this 1,600 disappear. Watch this number disappear. This is a spoof order, folks. Watch this number disappear. The price won't even get up to $699, and this 1,600 is going to disappear. Watch. The price will not even get to $699, and this number will disappear. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Watch this number disappear right now. It's spoofing, folks, like they've got 1,700 for sale there. They don't have. They just put in a sell order there, and as soon as it gets right up next to it, they poof, it disappears. You watch it. It's going to disappear. This order's going to poof, disappear. This just keeps climbing here. Just keeps climbing. And there's right now, oh yeah, here we go, folks. Watch this number disappear. Watch it disappear. And over here, you got 600, 700, 1,100 that want to buy. There's nothing. The ask is $7 now. I bet you're going to see a one share order coming here for that there, one share. Oh, yeah. 100 shares at $6.99 is the bid, is the ask. And the bid, of course, $6.95. Still down here, you've got 100, 700, plus 1,100. That's 1,800, 2,200, 3,700, 3,800, 4,100, 4,400 trying to buy, 4,400 trying to buy, and you've only got, oh man, look at them make this 2,122. Bull crap. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it, folks. Down here, anyway, it doesn't matter. You still got way more buyers down here. Way more. 100, 200, 300, 400, 1,000, 2,100, 2,700, 800, 900, 3,000, 3,200, 3,500. Trying to buy, 3,500 trying to buy. Oh my, they just jumped up to 702. This is going to be big, folks. Breaking back up over 7 now. Oh yeah, 710. There's just too many buyers here, folks. There's too many buyers wanting in compared to how many are willing to sell here. I told you there wasn't 1,500 at $7. I told you that was a spoof. Look at it disappear. Poof, it's gone. All these are poofing and goning. Oh my gosh, look at them all just poof, 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 poof. Poof away, poof them away, poof away all of them. 712 now on the ask. Forget about it, folks. And down here, you got 600, 700, 800, 1,000, 100 trying to buy, 1,100 trying to buy, only 400, 500, 800, 1,000 shares up to 720. Well, that's where it's going to, is 720 then. That's where it's going to go. Right now, let's add it up one more time. God, dogs, 100, 300 total. 600 total, 700, 800, 900 at 647, 1,000 at 666. We've added up to 1,600 at 670, 1,600, 2,700 at 675, 2,700, 3,300, 3,400, 687. 3,700, 4,800, 4,800 now trying to buy this. And up here wanting to sell. Nothing, folks. 400, 1,100, 1,400 wanting to sell. 2,400 total up to this price, 727. Oh, gosh, man. It's going to 727, folks. I'm guaranteeing you that. Or at least I think it is. By the way, look over here, folks. Look at these buys coming in. 703, 5, 1, 704, 706, 711, 0 at 706. What the hell is that? What is one share at $7, folks? You see, one share at 7, one at 706. Look at that, one share, folks, and then 10 shares, and it jumps all the way up to 712. This is on AGPU. AGPU. 715 on one share. 708, one share. 715, one share. Look at that, folks. Look at that. Oh my God, how are they going to hold this down with just one share at 711, 200, 705, and then right back up to 713? Look at the idiot that sold 200 at 705. What a dumbass. One share at 701, people. One. Look at it. One. And then one share more, 708. You see how this is playing out here? One share at 701.08. 40 shares comes in and it jumps 12 cents to 713. One share at 708. Two share buy, 712. Folks, this is getting away from them here. They're running out of shares to sell here, folks. One at a time, folks, to get 708, people. Look at that weakness. 1,000, what a dumbass. Dumped 1,000 at 701 and the price immediately later, 4 shares, 708. What a dumbass that just sold 1,000 shares at 701. The price is 712 now, you moron. 715 almost. And you sell one share at 706. Look at that. Some dumbass sold 1,000 shares at 701.01. Look how stupid that is. God. Man, this is desperation, man. I wonder how much they pay someone to sell 1,000 shares at 701. And 4 shares later, it's at 708. I wonder how much they pay someone to do that. And then they dump out 6 shares at 705 and 0, and it's at 715. I like that when a 0 share order makes the price jump up 10 cents, folks. I sure like that. This is AGPU we're looking at right now. 715, 279 shares, and then 1 share at 710. Oh my gosh, this thing is going to keep climbing, folks. 1 share at 710, 279 at 715, and 1 share at 710. 1 share at 707. What a joke. Look at this dumbass. Sold 2,000 at 707. Look at all these sellers coming in with that at moron. And then the price jumps to 711. Don't be a moron. Don't be a moron, folks. Don't sell 2,000 at 707. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't sell 200 or even 34 or 150. Don't sell it there. Don't be a moron. Don't be an idiot. But there's plenty of them out there because after selling all those, the price jumps back up to 704 on just 10 shares. Don't be a moron and sell 1,200 shares at 703. Look at that. It's 705.99 now. Don't be a paid moron to sell 10 shares at $7. Getting paid to act like an idiot and sell 10 shares at $7. Getting paid to sell onesie shares at 7. 1 share. Someone's paying them, folks. Someone's definitely paying them. Someone paid this individual to sell 5 shares at 7, and the next thing you know, it's at 704 on 15 share buy. Man, I'm telling you, man, they're getting very weak here. Very weak. when you see that kind of shit going on, 5 shares to get 7 and then 15 to 704, man, you know the games are on big time. Look at all those 1 share sell orders, folks. 703 and a half. Oh my gosh, what a friggin' joke, people. Onesies. Well, I want you to know this is the same way that they manipulated the stock down several days ago. I want you to see it. I want you to see how they did it. I want you to look at this chart and understand how they drove it down. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock price was right here at 708 a share. Or I'm sorry, 901. It was at 901 when the market closed after the run-up to 1447. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in 2.5 hours, they dropped the price from 901 in 2.5 hours to right here, 706. So right now, it's at 706, and it could easily go back to 901 in 2.5 hours, people. This is when they sold it down in the after hours under low volume, selling 1 share, 2 like you're seeing now, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 shares, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, all the way down to where the price just hit. And folks, this is how the market makers work, making the price fall from $9 all the way down to $7 in 2.5 hours, selling 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There's probably 10,000 shares traded from here down to there. 10,000, folks. 10,000. And even here during these candlesticks here, this candlestick here was only 3,800 shares here, 6,100 shares here, 80,000 shares. So to start the fall, they dumped right here, or those were buyers coming in. But to start the fall, they dumped 43,900 shares. Then to keep the fall going, they dumped 59,000. To keep it falling, they dumped 78,000. And then now they only dumped 53,000. All just to make it come right back down to this line. And they're not going to push it any lower than that line. They don't give a shit about going any lower than that. Why should they? Over here, too much resistance on that line. Not going to waste their effort. They took it down there just now, and they're not going to waste their effort. Now it's going to rise back up. That was the lunchtime low right there, folks. Lunchtime low, 649. 10 cents higher than the morning low of 639. Right? Lunchtime low, 10 cents higher than the pre-market manipulation. And now, just like in the pre-market, when they wanted to run the price down and kiss the 200-day average like that, now all they cared to do was drop it down now and kiss the 50-day average. See that? Right there. So this morning, the market manipulators drove the price down to the 200-day. And by the way, from that price, which was $7, what was it? $6.39. From $6.39 a share, folks, it went to the next low of this price, which was $6.55 a share. And from that low, it went to this price, which was $6.66, of course. From that low, it went to this low, which was right there, 677. And from that low, it went to this low, which was 685. And from that low, so here we go. A low of 639, a low of 655, a low of 666, a low of 677, a low of 685. You see the pattern? Then they reached 685 twice at the lunchtime and here, 2 more times at that same low, twice. Now she rises back up. And the next low is not here at this price, which was 685. The next low they achieve is here at this price, 701. Then the next low they achieve is going to be here right now, 711. 711. So the low has gone from 639 to 655 to 666 to 677 to 685. And now the low is there, 701. Very nice. And I told you guys that they weren't going to just now, after they manipulated it down from 1449 and made the price fall 126%, they weren't just going to let it run up now, back up there. They can't do that. They got to make it look like there's some sort of resistance, see, as it goes up. They can't just let it go right on up. But it is going to go right on up, but they can't just let it go straight up. They've got to manipulate it at these lines and pull it down to these lines and then up to that line and then down to this one. They got to do it. They've got to, or it looks too obvious. AGPU, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the one-day chart on it now. And she is running now. And what a coincidence that they would pick this line to run it down to. And this has never been a resistance line other than one time right there. And it really wasn't even a resistance there. The 5-day actually hit this point. Oh, by the way, that's the same point where they just ran it to here. What a coincidence. The 5-day ran up to that line and stopped, up to that line and stopped, up to this line, pulled back, and now down to this line and right off. And then it ran up to this line and pulled down. It ran up to this line, pulled down. Now it ran down to this line and going up. Understand what these lines mean, folks, and use them to your advantage. This would have been another point to buy in if it stopped running up there and came back, and it stopped running up there and then came back. This would be a good line to buy it. If it stopped rising, going up here, if it stopped rising, going up there, on this line, it stopped rising again. On this line, it stopped rising again. On this line, it stopped rising. Well, then on that line is a good place to buy it. If it's dropping, that's a good place to buy it. If it stopped rising, 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 now that's a good place to buy because it stops falling there. You can see it. And right then at lunchtime, there's the line again. Great place to buy right on that line. Every time it's been there, it's been a great place to buy it. And here now, they stopped it from rising on this line. They stopped it from rising on this line. Stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising. Stopped it from rising right there. And now they stop it from falling on this line right now. Stops from falling right here, the 5-day. Not the price, not this one, but the 5-day line. You'll see this 5-day is going to come down right here again, try and double ta-ta this once, twice. There it is right now, see? Right there's a great place to buy right there. a place where the 5-day came up and stopped once, stopped twice. It actually stopped once here, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. It stopped going up. Now they get here to this line again. This line here where they stopped it from rising, stopped it, stopped it, stopped it, stopped it, stopped it, stopped it. And now they drop it to there one more time here, folks. Hasta luego after this, baby. 688 bid, 704 ask. You think they like that number, Savannah, 688? Huh? You think they like that number, 688? You think they like it? 688. You think they like that number, Savannah, to buy in at 688? You think they like to drop it to 688 and buy it and then it takes off? Do you think that when it got up to 688, they wanted to stop it, so they sold it down, and then here they wanted to stop it, so they sold it the same line, and here they wanted to stop it, sold it the same line. Here they wanted to stop it, sold it below. You think they like this number, 688, where that ran up to there and stopped, and where the 5-day stopped and fell, and here where they dropped it to that number and it rose, here where they dropped it and it rose, here where they drop it to rises. It's going to rise again, folks. It's going to rise again. Right now, it's going to go up from here. There's too much of a pattern here, folks. And as of late, from this line, they've only been able to pull the blue 5-day down to there. And I want to track this. That number is $6.88. This number here is 682. 6-cent drop. And please look. The low was here. First the low was here. Then the low was here. Then the low was here. Then the low here. Now the low here. Then the low here. Oh, that's a higher low, isn't it? Right there. That's a higher low, isn't it? Right there. That low where they are right now is higher than that one, higher than that one, and higher than that one. All three of them. This low is higher. Come on, Shorty. Can't you do it one more time and get the same low now? Or are you too weak and feeble? Weak and feeble here. Weak, folks. Weak. You got that line over here once and fell, twice up, 3 down, 4 down, 5 down, 6 down, 7 down, 8 down, 9 down, 10 down. Now that becomes a resistance to the drop, folks. Just like here, you see it? Just like here, you see? And you're going to see it again. It's going to happen again right now. Watch. This is the main line right now, this one here. This line is the main line. You can clearly see it. Since they manipulated it down from this price of $7.26, this has been the main line right there, right there, right there, and right there. Pardon me. It won't go any lower than this. This resistance to the rise. Look at the two labial folds right to that line. Then resistance, 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 Resistance and resistance again, folks. Resistance. Why would it change? That's what I want to know. Why would it change bouncing off this line and going up? What would make it change? Huh? Look at all this freaking selling here trying to make it get to that line. Oh my God, and there it goes, folks. Well, like I said, what would make it change? What would make it change? What it's been doing all day. What would make it change doing that? Nothing will make it change, like I just said to you. Nothing will make it change. And look at that big old freaking spread. My, that is some major tatage. Now, it doesn't look right if you have it on this angle, the zoom in. So let's give it so it looks like a really nice pair. Look at those saggy grandma bra there. Those are freaking triple D, skinny wee triple Ds. Grandma breasts here, folks. I'm sorry to put it to you that way, but that's what it is. Grammy drop right there. Grammy drop. There's the cleavage right there in the middle. My. Look at that freaking grandma drop there. Boom, boom, out go the lights. Boom, boom, out go the damn lights. It's desperation selling here. It doesn't matter what you try to sell here. Everybody's looking at my charts and showing them what you're doing and how you're doing it and what you're trying to do here. Everybody sees, and they know what this line means to you. They know what it means to you. And they know why you're trying to hold it there. They know why you're trying to hold it there. They know why you tried to get it down there earlier. They know why you tried to, why it bounced from that line earlier up. They know all about this line. They're very familiar with this blue line right here, where it was the bottom of this candlestick right there. This blue line was the bottom of the candlestick there, the bottom of this one there, this blue line. They know the importance of it now. There it is, the blue line. Gets up over the top, you attacked it. Gets up over the top, you try to attack it again. Rises off of it. Then you bring it down, rises, and what do you bring it down to? That blue line. What do you bring it down to? That blue line. Rises again, rises again, rises again. What do you bring it down to? That blue line. Then up to that blue line. Then up to that blue line. They know what this line means to you guys. All my people know. You know, as they try to dump shares out here to pull the price down, notice a lot of people bought that right there. They're not worried. They bought that low right there when the price just hit $6.66 again. Hey, Savannah, look where this line is. Look where this line is, folks. 666. Now you know why I want you to sell it when it was at $7.20 a share and $7.30. Look at this line that they just achieved again, folks. It's 666, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. 666, folks. This line here, 665. Just a coincidence that they would dump for one. They would dump shares for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, 11, 12, 13 minutes. Oh, 13, folks. 13 minutes of dumping the stock. Huh. 13, huh. 13 minutes of dumping and dumping and dumping. And for what purpose? For what purpose? To drop it again to this familiar blue line. This is their line, folks. This is what they want to hold and maintain. I don't know why it means so much to them. I know it does, though. I know it does. That line right there. Look at that line, folks. This is the line that they're at right now. What do you know? That line, 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 and here they go way up, and then what do? Come down to that line, folks. That line. It's the same old, people. It's the same old, same old. I show it to you. You decide. I provide the noise. I provide the facts. And I'm sharing with you that every drop has been to that line. Every drop has been to that line. Every drop attempt to that line. Attempt to drop to that line. Attempt to drop to that line. Attempt to drop to that line. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again, attempt to drop to that line. Does it make sense to you now? The Dow and NASDAQ are falling. This is dragging everything down. Might be time to get into cash. Okay, Andrew. Or it might be time to get in on this stock here at $6.66 a share. AGPU. And Savannah tries to tell me that the 666 doesn't mean anything. But when you look back across the history of this stock, it sure seems to mean a lot, doesn't it? Doesn't it, people? Doesn't it? The stock, the number that she says doesn't mean anything, and I'm just imagining this stuff. This, and that's not a she either. He's got a banana. His name is Savannah, but he's got a banana. And Savannah doesn't think 66 really means anything at all. So Savannah would never concede that the number 666 means anything. Never would concede that. 666, 666, 666, 666, 666. Runs all the way up, and then what number do they bring it to? 666. And every time off that number, all it's done is bounce up, back up. You can clearly see it every single damn time. As a matter of fact, here's what I'd like you to pay attention to so you understand what I'm getting at. Do you see how high the price was here? $7.30. 733 right there, folks. 733 right there. See that? $7.33. I told you to sell it there this morning. I told you to sell it there. But regardless, 733. And I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. Way to go, Modeve. Pay attention to what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to pay attention. Look how high this was above this line that we're at now. Now, how far did it go below this line? Just that much. Now, pay attention, folks. When it went back up, it went back up a boatload, and then it came down, and how far below this did it go? Just that much. Then it went up a boatload, went up again from this line. How much did it go down? None. It went up, people. From this line here, how much did it go down? None. It went up, people. From this line here, how much did it go down? Just that far, but it went up this much. Over here, this morning in the pre-market, from this line 666, it only went down this much to 639. And then it shot up to this price, 716. And then it went back to this line. How far did it go below that line? None. It went all the way up to 761. Then when it came back down to this line here, they couldn't even get to 766. They can only get it to 666. They can only get to 692. 692. And from there, it went up to 731. And then, ladies and gentlemen, just now, it got down to this line again. And how far below did it get? That far. This is what I'm trying to get across to you, folks. From this dang line that they keep driving it down to, how far does it drop below it? Pay attention, folks. From this line that they keep dropping it down to, all they keep doing is dropping it down to that. That's all they keep doing over and over. Down to there, then a springboard. Down to there, then a springboard. Down to there, then a spring up. Down to there, then a springboard. Down to there, just below it, then a springboard. Down there, just below it, then a springboard. Down to the line, then a springboard. Down to the line one last time, and then a springboard, folks. This is it. This is it. Down to the line one last time, and now she's gone. Just like all the times before. Yeah, all they keep doing is allowing me to drop my DCA. That's right. And this is great, folks, that now I'm showing you this pattern so you know to buy on this line. 666 is a buy every time, people, every damn time. And they know it too. They know it too. They know it. There's your total recall right there, folks. There's your total recall with a low here and a D cup. Right here, a Vaggie. Right here, a C cup. Boom. D cup and nutsack. Vaggie drop and pop. And now she's gone. And folks, listen, nothing stopped it from going from here to there, and nothing will stop it from going from here to there now. I'm telling you, you watch it. Nothing stopped it from dropping from here to there, and now nothing will stop it from going to here, back to there. Nothing's going to stop it. Nothing. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. Watch it go. Watch it with your own two eyes. Mirror trading now, folks. I'm going to put a mirror right now. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. Here's where the mirror is. Right there. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this is going to be mirror imaging, and most likely, in the way it fell from here to there, it will now rise from here back to there. In the same angle. I'm going to even put a pitch line on it so you can see it. Here's the pitch line of the drop. All right? Here will be the pitch line of that rise. Okay? I'm telling you, watch it, folks. Now, I want to go back to here and move this pitch line over so it parallels the line. So there is the pitch line of the drop, and it will be the same pitch line over here to the rise. Okay? And this actually should be even more acute, like that. That makes this very, very, very clear to see. Here is the pitch angle of the drop, and this will be the pitch angle of the rise. Now, usually, however, when you see these drastic, steep drops, they try to keep a little more resistance to it as it rises. So sometimes the pitch line to the rise can be a little more gradual, like about here. But it doesn't matter. It's still drop. Oh, thank goodness I didn't just get cut off by a call by Double K. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, my friend?
Obviously nothing since everything's down.
Well, the whole market has been down, yes, but I think there's some buying opportunities today, and I tried to call you this morning and tell you to buy a stock called AGPU at $6.39 a share, but I couldn't get you on the phone, and the price is now $6.75, and it is going to go much higher. I'm going to show you the chart right now. I'll send you a
I know AGPU. I actually own it. I don't own a lot of it, but
and I want you to be aware when you look at what I just sent you that over on the left side, when it dropped an hour and a half ago, they made that thing fall in 30 minutes. They made it fall. And now I believe it's going to go right back up to that same line that it started at, okay? And that's from the blue line. And that blue line, and the line that it just dropped to was $6.66. That line at the bottom is $6.66, my friend. So they keep bringing it down to $6.66. But off that line, it always goes back up. This was what I've been showing everybody. Off the $6.66. And I'm going to show you a picture of it now again so you can understand what I mean. Look at this, my friend. Look what's happened off that line every single time. Hold on, please. I'm going to take a picture now. God dang it. All right, I'm reconnected. But let me make sure I'm reconnected. Hey, folks, can you still hear me right now? Am I still connected? Because sometimes when it says I reconnected, they don't reconnect me. They just tell me they reconnected me and they don't. Nope, I'm done. Hold on. I'm back, folks. All right. All right, very cool. Oh, man, oh, man. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, take a look here. And Double K, can you see that, what I just sent you?
let me look.
Look from this line that they just dropped it to at lunchtime, what it's done.
Yeah.
Look at that line that they just dropped it to at lunchtime. Look what it's done every time from that line today. Only in the pre-market, right before the market opened, did they attack it way below that line. Ever since then, and previous in the pre-market, it never, ever went below that line. It got to it and jumped, 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 got to it and jumped. Do you see it?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I tell everybody, how far has it gone below that line early in the pre-market? How far did it go below it in the pre-market again? How far did it go below it in the pre-market? And then right before the market opened, how far did it go below? And then now, every time it's gotten to that line, look how high it's gone above. Folks, it's a no-brainer here. Buy that line and then sell it when it goes up 2 lines, right? It's a no-brainer. Buy the 666 and sell 2 lines up at the price of 690. That's what they've been doing all day. Buying the 666, selling the 690, buy the 666, sell the 690, buy the 66, sell the 690, buy the 666, sell the 690, buy the 639, and then sell the 690, buy the 666, and then sell it, when it went all the way up to $7.60 after the market opened. Then buy the 666 on the lunchtime low, and I think it's going to blow right back up now, all the way back to a minimum of 690. As a matter of fact, the bid right now is 678 and the ask is 682. And the bid just jumped up to 680 and the ask is 682. I'm telling you, folks, it's going to go up to a minimum of 690. And listen, if it breaks 690, that's the second line up from the bottom. 690. If it goes over that, it's going to go all the way up to 702. And if it breaks 702, then it's going to jump all the way up to 709. And I'm going to tell you, if it goes over 709, it's going back to 730. So this is the stock I'm on. AGPU. AGPU. And I hope it makes sense to you guys what I'm talking about. That if somebody says Lost in Lows, hey, Lost in Lows, says the whole market just skipped a beat. What blew up near Iran? What blew up near Iran? Well, let's go over here. Hold on. Iran explosion today. On cam, Kurdistan oil refinery on fire amid explosions at Iran as Iran tensions increase. 1 day ago, that was 1 day ago. 25 minutes ago, U.S. boards ships carrying Iranian oil as Trump orders Navy to shoot any boat, I guess trying to get past the Strait of Hormuz. And let me go over here and change this tool on the search to past hour. Standoff over Strait of Hormuz escalates as U.S. blockade. Battle over Strait of Hormuz continues between U.S. and Iran. I don't see anything. 55 minutes ago, explosion, fire as Dubai's Palm Jumeirah hit by Iranian missile debris. Evacuated airport shut amid escalating tensions. 22 minutes ago, local media also reported multiple explosions across the capital, suggesting possible aerial threats as defense systems responded to unidentified objects. In Iran, air defenses engage hostile targets as blasts are reported. This is the latest news 22 minutes ago. And also 26 minutes ago, U.S. forces have boarded a ship carrying Iranian oil in the Indian Ocean, the U.S. military says. Okay. It says, Iran state news agency says the country has activated its air defense systems in response to attacks against Tehran. Loud explosions were heard. So this must be right now, folks. Iranian air defenses systems are actively engaging what are described as hostile targets over Tehran. Iran media reports blast over Tehran. Air defense systems activated. Well, I don't get it. I heard they didn't have any air defense systems left. That's what I heard. They were all destroyed. Whatever, folks. It is what it is. Well, let's get over here now and look at our AGPU. Man, I want to see this thing completely explode to the upside. Sitting on the $6.80 trend line now. Oh, and I told you folks, it isn't going to necessarily go back up in the same fashion. They don't do that. They're going to make it, it's going to go back up there, but it'll be more gradual. So now we're going to change this pitch on this one. Please hold while I make some adjustments. There we go. And we're going to make another adjustment to it here. Just hold on a moment, please. And now we're going to move it up here. There we go. And we're going to put this right like this. Hold on. There we go. And move this right up here. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. You see, when they manipulate a stock down, they can manipulate it down very, very rapidly with a bunch of selling like they did right here. See all that selling? Trigga says, take a look at KOS, Mr. Cat.
So Penn Entertainment came out with good earnings.
Oh, Penn Entertainment? What's the stock?
Yeah,
what's the stock symbol?
It's up 15% today.
Nice. What's the stock symbol?
PENN.
PENN, folks. Double K calling out. PENN. Let's look at KOS right now. KOS called out. Holy crap. Nice. And look at them drop it down to that 50-day average line, and then it just bounced right off of that thing. Looks good, man. KOS chart looks good. Thank you, Trigga. Oh, I see it. Oh, yes. Look at it jump even there now. And look how long they bar charted this stock right here in this price range. And it just finally broke above it. See, they bar charted it as long as they could until the 5-day came up over the bar chart line, and now they're going to bar chart up here. See, they can only bar chart in an area as long as the 5-day stays in that area. As soon as the 5-day breaks that area, it goes up to the next level and starts bar charting here. See? You see how that works? Bar chart, bar charting, bar charting, bar charting, bar charting. 5-day gets above it. No more bar charting there. Boom. Bar chart's up here now. See that? That's how it works, folks. KOS. $2.90 a share, up 1.91%. Not really up very much, but that's a good-looking chart. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Trigga. 714. I like it. That's a nice looking one. Now, if you're joining me late today, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. AGPU happened to be my first pick to buy at $6.39. But also, Tony Henry called out RR, QS, SoFi by Net5, AUD called out by Jayhawk, PAPL called out by Jayhawk and Port Bear. PAPL has made a nice move, or was this morning. YCBD was called out by Port Bear, YCBD, and TRT. Jayhawk called out CSHG. 28 Trader called out YCBD, AIXI, NNBR, and Darkness Past called out Buru. And he's not the only one who's been calling out Buru, folks. A lot of others have been calling out Buru. B-U-R-U. Poet was called out by Happy Boy. O-P-E-N was called out by Happy Boy. Allo, A-L-L-O, was called out by Nini Guru. CPIX was called out by Marty, and he's called out some real winners, folks. So take a look at CPIX. T-Zoo was called out by Jayhawk. CPIX was definitely called out by Marty. TEM was called out by Nini Guru. ANTX called out by Amado Jimenez. And AKAN called out by J-Rod. So you guys take a picture of this and go and look at all these and tell me if any of these are starting to take off. Because I'll buy into them if you guys can kind of split it up and you guys look at all of them, all right? I can't take the time to look at every one of these. Now, the time, speaking of time, is 2:16. And at 2:16 and 48 seconds, will you hit the like button with me? Come on, baby. 2:16 and 48 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button there. 2:16 and 48 seconds. Trigga is calling out ISPC. Cat, you sound terrible. Thanks, my 2 cents. Thank you very much. Why do I sound so bad? What sounds so bad? Am I just too damn loud? Yep. Someone says, there it goes. KOS is forging resistance. KOS. KOS. But it could pull back from here, folks. But it's just trying to keep moving up. And there's 3 red candlesticks in a row on KOS now. So people are selling against it right now. They're selling for profit. Don't buy that KOS, people. We'll look at it tomorrow. My mic sounds bad. Okay. I don't know why. You sound extorted. Not your voice. It's your mic or something. Thank you. Well, let me try. Well, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry if my voice sounds horrible. My voice is actually fine. I don't know why it's extorted. I think the word you're looking for is distorted. It's distorted. Distorted. Distortion. Maybe I'm talking too dang loud. I just have to bring it down. Now we're going to do the golf voice, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good afternoon now. Catfish Tyler, golf time. How does this sound, everyone? Is this better? We're looking at KOS stock right now. Does this fall more gently upon the ear? Huh? Can you handle it? Can you handle it? Can you handle it? Oh my, take a look at AGPU, folks. AGPU. Buy AGPU. I told you it was going to go right back up here now. The same way it fell from here down to here, it will now rise from here back up to there. And I called it out for you guys. I called it out for you. I told you the same way that it fell from here to there, it could easily rise back up from there to there. And I called it out. The same way that it dropped from here to there, it can now rise from there to there. And I called the pitch angle that it would do it at. There it is, rising right along it, just like I called out, folks. I told you the same way it fell could be the same way it would rise. Nothing's going to stop it here. Nothing. Nothing's going to stop it here. This line of resistance right here, folks, this is a line that it should have stopped at right there, and it went over it. See, right here, this previous line of resistance right there, see that? Right there. It should have stopped there, folks, it should have stopped there. And if it didn't stop there, it surely should have stopped right here at the second line of resistance right there. It should have stopped there. It should have stopped right there, and it didn't. It should have stopped on this line, and it did not. And there's nothing going to stop it from this line from going all the way up to right here, right now. This line, right there, right there. Now, listen, folks, I'm going to let you know if this price goes over this line right here, and it looks like it has right now, then there should be nothing to stop it from going right on up to this line right here. It should go to this line next. This is the next line of resistance. And if it doesn't stop there, then it's going to go all the way up to right here, this line. Right there. So be aware, folks, as this rises now, it should stop here and pull back. It should stop here and pull back. It should stop here and pull back. And if it doesn't stop at this line, then it's going to go to this one. And if it doesn't stop there, it's going to go to that one, okay? Understand how it works? If it doesn't stop at this very critical line, which is a price of 706, then it's going to jump up to here, folks. 716. Watch it, folks. What I'm doing here, this is called mirror trading. Mirror trading. I'm using the way that they dropped the price to determine how it will go back up. It's as simple as that. The silent pump. Yep. Well, listen, there's a reason I put these two lines right here, and you can see they're trying to stop it right there. They're trying to stop it. But you know what? It gets very hard to make this thing stop when the 50-day is rising like that and the 200-day is up above. This wants to pull up. The gravity of the 200-day up here wants to pull this up. And the power behind a powerful rising 45 and 50-day wants to push it up. See that? You've got the 200-day moving average up here with the weight and gravity of the 200-day, which will draw this up to it. Because the 45 and 50 are rising. There it goes. It's going up just like I said it would. Right up to this line. Watch it, folks. You don't believe me, you watch. There should be nothing to stop it from this line here all the way up to there. Nothing should stop it. Nothing should stop it from going all the way up to this line again, where there was a little bit of resistance. And right here, this is the next line right here, right here. Right there. And look at them take it to that line and try to pull it down. You can determine that line from over here, folks, where they double totted and it went up. So this line is critical now, okay? This line right here. Over here, look how far it fell from this line. Look how far it fell from that line, how fast it fell. Look here how fast it fell and how fast it rose, how fast it fell, and now how fast it will rise. I'm telling you, people, this is called mirror trading, and there's never been anything to stop it from going to here, down to here, here, up to there, here, down to there, there. There's never been anything to stop it from here to there. There's never been anything to stop it from here to there, from here to there, from here to there, and now there'll be nothing to stop it from here to there. I'm telling you, you're going to watch it right with your own two eyes, folks. Watch it. Watch it rise. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. Nothing's going to stop it. This is AGPU. I'm calling it. And I'm using the history of the way it fell. Folks, there's never, ever been any resistance on this stock from this price down to there, or from here up to there, or from here down to there. So why should there now be any resistance from here up to there? Why? Why should there suddenly be any resistance there where there's never been any resistance before? Never any resistance there, never any resistance there, never any resistance there, and now no resistance from here to here. I'm telling you, folks, it's going to this price. There's no way to stop it, folks. It never stopped falling. It never stopped rising. It never stopped falling, and it's never going to stop rising. You can watch and learn, folks. Watch and learn. Yeah, what a widespread market fleecing we just went through. Damn. Yep. Well, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about, folks. I've been trading for since I was freaking 40 years old. I've been trading for 26 years, and I know what this is going to do. There's never been any stopping it from falling to there. This line right there. There's never been any stopping it from rising to there. There's never been any stopping from there falling to this line. And now there's going to be no resistance from it rising from there to there. It's not going to happen, folks. Well, this line anyway. This line is the next one it's going to. It's never stopped from here to there, from there to here, from here to there, and it won't stop from here to there. It won't. Right now, as I mentioned to you, there's a very aggressive attack to make it fall so rapidly, and then a gradual climb and a little pullback, and a gradual climb and a little pullback, and then up here. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. I'm telling you, from this line, it's going to go right back to there. Watch it. Watch it this afternoon. Watch it with your own two eyes. Nothing is going to stop it. Even that little flinch of a sell down there, it isn't going to stop it. It's going right up here, folks. Nothing's going to stop it. And if you don't believe me, look at the buyers coming in here. Way more buyers than sellers. One candlestick dump of 2,400 shares, and then more buyers than sellers, and 2-to-1 buyers over sellers here. 2-to-1 buyers over sellers right here now. But so this is the most critical line for them of any. And they know it, folks. They know it too. Boy, how do they don't want it to go over that thing. Look at them try to stop it right there from breaking over it. It pulls down a little, capitulates, consolidates, converges, and then they take it to that line again, pull it down a little, consolidates, converges, and bounces, folks. It's going to run up. It's going to run up. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I've been around this before. I've seen it. Just look at that, folks. Nothing stopped it from here. Nothing stopped it from here even to drop to that price. And nothing stopped it from here to drop to that price. What's going to make it stop now? What's going to make it stop? This minuscule amount of, oh, look at this. This is kind of interesting. Nothing but a big sale right there and then run up. Nothing but a big sale and then run up. Nothing but a sale and then run up. Nothing but a sale and then run up. And then where's the sell here? Skipped it. Now they got the sell there again. And then green. This is how they're trying to hold this in place now, with a little spike, a sell, spike, sell, spike, sell, spike, sell, spike, sell. Should be a spike sell right now coming up too to try to hold it right now. There should be another one here. I mean, if they stick with the program that they've been using, spike, sell, spike 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 sell, sell, sell. Is that a sell? Looks like they got more buyers there than sellers. Sell. More buyers than sellers. Sell. More buyers than sellers. Should be a sell here. Where's the volume of selling? Where's all the volume of selling? Where's the big 200,000 share sells now on this stock? Where are they? Where are they? Man, this isn't going to stop this thing from rising. There it is. There's the spike sell. There it is. Same interval. Same interval. Same interval. Same interval. Same interval. Same interval. See the intervals? See how the timing of it is? See how the timing? See the timing? See the timing? The timing? The timing? Look at that. They're trying to hold this in place with a spike sell. 1, 2, 3, 4 minute. Yeah, these are 1 minute. 4 minutes and sell. 4 minutes and sell. 5 minutes and sell. 4 minutes later, sell. 4 minutes later, sell. 5 minutes later, sell. 3 minutes later, sell. 5 minutes later, sell. Try to sell it down here because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important place to make it fall. And this is where they did make it fall, from this price right here all the way down. And they did it with those sells right there. Then the buyers came in, and then you got them sell it some more, and they were trying to sell here, but ladies and gentlemen, people were friggin' buying it, man. They were buying it there. They were buying it. You can see because it went right back up. Then they're back to the 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell. You can see it, folks. You can see the pattern. 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell, 4 minute sell. And then look at the buyers coming in. I guess they're getting smart on these 4 minute sells. Not to mention, they know it's smart to buy on a 50-day moving average right there. Right there on that 50-day rising 50-day moving average. They want to buy on that right there. Good smart buy there. Good smart buy there. Yes, I am pumping APGU because I know a lot of my viewers bought this stock with me yesterday, and I know their dollar cost averages are higher, so I'm going to keep talking about this all day long so people understand this is a rare opportunity to get in on this. They just signed a $260 million contract with NVIDIA. This is the reason their price was manipulated down from $14.47. The price of this stock was driven up on the news of the deal with NVIDIA to $14.47. And then they dropped the price this morning to $6.39, an $8.08 drop. They only have 5.4 million shares of this stock outstanding, 5.54 million. How did it trade 83 million and go from 747 all the way down to 639? I mean, 1447. 83 million, folks, there's only 5.54 million shares on this stock. How can it trade 83,510,000 and fall from 1447 right there all the way down to 639, $8.08 conveniently for any Savannah fans. $8.08 to a 126.5% drop from yesterday's news and driving the price up and selling 83 million shares when there's only 5,054,000. Folks, the reason they can sell 86 million when there's only 5 million shares is because once they got it up to 1447, They said, let's short sell this thing. Let's all take short positions now. Sure, 1447. It deserves that. It has a great deal with NVIDIA for $260 million. But now let's short it at 1447. And then I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sell 100,000 shares to you. You take the same 100,000, sell it to our friend. They can sell it, short sell it to this friend. That friend, she can short sell it to that one. That one can short sell it to that one. That one can short sell it to that one. And then I'll short sell it again. The same 100,000 shares has now become 700,000 shares worth of volume just to come right back to me. And then I'll sell it again, and then you, and then you, and then you, and then you, and you short sell it. And now we got 140,000. Or, 1.4 million. And then we'll sell it again, sell it again, sell it again, sell it again, sell it, short sell. You see what I'm saying? And then suddenly, a stock that only has 5.54 million shares available has sold 83,510,000 by selling the same shares in a circle over and over and over and over and over. And what is their target price? Their target price is wherever the 200-day average is. Look at the 5-day line. There's where the target price was this morning. Right on the 200-day. They drove it from here all the way down to the 200-day. Right on the 200, folks, this morning. Right on the 200-day average. This is how they manipulate stocks, people. The great news that drove the price from $4 all the way up to $14. Then they started shorting the position and reselling the shares over and over and over and over and over and over and over till they could get it to the 200-day average this morning. And that's where they bought it. And then this afternoon, after it hits the high, what do they pull it down to? The frickin' 200-day, which is now driven up from here up to there. Sure enough, they brought it down to the 200 again right there. See the drop right there to it. Boom, and then off she goes. See how they do it? They're masters of it, folks. They're masters of it. They're masters of manipulation. I heard at one time there was a way to start your individually owned shares from being borrowed. Yes, put your sell orders in at higher prices and then they can't borrow them. But ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Now they bring this thing down, and what point do they bring it to? The 200-day average again. You can't see the 200 average on here, but this is where it is now, way down here, the 200. And it is rising, people. The 200-day is rising. It's still rising. Even though it looks like it's being pulled down flat, it's still rising. And now you're going to see a little nutsack, and off she goes. Off she goes, folks. Off she goes. And I already told you why they were so adamant about selling it from this line back down to here. This line is the end-all line for them. If it goes over that, they stop it. If it goes over it, they stop it. If it goes over it, they stop it. And folks, I'm letting you know, right here, you can see that they drove it down, down, down to that line, and they held it there. And they accumulated all those shares there on it, on that line. Then, when it tried to go over it, they stopped it there. It doesn't matter. It's going to go up and it's going to go over it again. And they know they got to stop it here because there's nothing but a big, fat, freaking void up above it. They know that, folks. They're very well aware of it. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is nothing but one big fat freaking woodpecker. Look at that thing's crest on its head. Look at this woodpecker's long beak and all they've been doing with this woodpecker is pecking and pecking and pecking for the last time. This thing is going to go right back up over this line and go all the way up through here, folks. It's going to do it. It's going to do it the same way it fell as the way it's going to rise off this line up. Before it did it, though, they needed to fleece out one more time to the 200-day average right then. All day consolidating. And $14.47 a share, folks. They reached this line this morning and consolidated and got them a big old satchel. I want to highlight that blue 5-day line. There it is. The blue 5-day line. Look at it. Man, they couldn't let it get over that line, though. They could not. Interestingly enough, now this afternoon, they've driven it down to there, but earlier it was down here. What's up with that? Oh, well, the 200, that's what's up with it. The 200's rising. Here this morning, they dropped it down to the 200 right there. And then now, this afternoon, they get it to the 200, and off it goes. No way to stop it. No way to stop it. No way to stop it, people. No way to stop it. Gets to the 200, and off she goes. Right off the 200, right there. Off she goes. Boing. No way to stop it. Savvy investors know this. And I've been here today showing thousands of people this stock over and over and why they should get it. And I know a lot of my listeners are in places like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Dubai. And here they come now, folks. They're starting their entry now. More buyers than sellers. All of these, they're trying to sell and everyone's buying. They're trying to sell. Everyone's buying. They're trying to sell here. Everyone's buying. They're trying to sell. More people are buying than selling. They're trying to sell. Trying to sell. Everyone is buying. It gets real hard to make a price fall if you got just as many buyers as sellers on every dang candlestick. It gets very hard to make it fall under those conditions. That's why it's not falling. And now you're going to see a flat top green right here. Watch it. Watch this thing come right back up here now. Watch the 5-day get shoved up. Now, here's the one thing I want you all to look at. Do you see how it looks like the 50-day average right here, the red line is actually falling right now? Do you see how they give you that illusion that the 50-day is falling? The red 50-day line that is falling. That's an illusion, people. This is an illusion on the 1-day chart. I can assure you the red 50-day is not falling here, okay? Look at the 20-day chart. Does that red 50-day look like it's falling to you now? Does the red 50-day line look like it's falling to you right now? This is AGPU. Does it look like the 200-day average is falling on this stock? Does it look like the 50-day is falling? Does it look like the 45-day is falling? No, it does not. It doesn't at all, because they aren't. They're all rising. All day, this stock, and all pre-market, and all day long, nothing's happened with this 200 but rise. And all yesterday aftermarket, and all yesterday's aftermarket, and all this morning pre-market, the 50-day has done nothing but rise. So the 200, nothing but rising. The 50-day, nothing but rising. And it's most likely going to go all the way back up to 14.47, folks, or at a minimum hit this number here, $10.28. Well, my goodness gracious. Hey, that number happens to be the same number that SoFi went up to from May the 16th, 2023 to June the 15th, 2023. In 1 month's time, it went from $4.66 a share to $10.28. And they stopped it at $10.28 on June the 15th by having 3 analysts downgrade the stock. They were totally screwed. The price had gone, since I started talking about SoFi, from $4.66 up to $10.28. And they called on that day when it hit $10.28. They called 3 analysts and tell them to please downgrade the stock. And it even said on the headlines, 3 analysts had downgraded the stock, and they all had raised their target prices. All 3 of them: Piper Sandler, Bank of America, and there was one other that had done it. And then all of them had raised their target prices, but the headline said, SoFi shares plunge. 5 analysts rating downgraded SoFi. Let me show you the biggest lie in SoFi's history right now. SoFi, 5 analysts downgrade shares. What did it say? Shares plummet. Shares fall. I'll just say that. Shares collapse, tumble. Shares fall. This is the biggest lie in the history of SoFi stock, and I'm willing to share it with you right now. Here it is. I'm going to find it, folks. This is in 2023. It would be June 2023. What the heck? Man, I cannot believe I cannot pull up that headline now. That's amazing. That's amazing that headline is not there for anyone to see anymore. It's gone. Let me try this. SoFi downgrade. Piper Sandler, Bank of America, and there was one other one. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. It seems to have disappeared. SoFi downgrade. Piper Sandler, Bank of America. I can't remember the other one. I think it was maybe JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. I don't remember. Golly, man, I've shown this to people thousands of times, and now it's not here to see anymore. Let's just try 5 analysts. SoFi, 5 analysts. God dang, man. I can't believe that. Huh. 3 downgrades. is, folks. June 15, 2023. I told you from when I started my channel on May the 16th, 2023. Here is the biggest. The price went from $4.66 a share to $10.28 a share, and here is the headline that made it stop going up. This is the fake story that made it stop going up. It said in the title, this is so deceptive, folks. This is manipulation 101. 5 big analyst cuts. SoFi technology slashed with 3 downgrades. Shares plunge. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, there were not 5 big analyst cuts on SoFi. There were only 3 downgrades. But look at the way they titled this, investing.com. Anthony Noto should have sued the shit out of these people for doing this. This is the biggest lie ever told about SoFi. And the reason that they told this massive lie about SoFi is because they didn't have any shares left to borrow to short it with. They'd already tapped them all out. There were 300 shares left to borrow. 300. And they called these people, and investing.com got a hold, and look at these downgrades. Look at these downgrades. Notice the downgrades, people. Piper Sandler adjusted its rating to neutral with a price target of 8 from 650. Is that a downgrade? There's more to the story, folks. There's more to this story. Meanwhile, Bank of America Securities went to a price target of 10 from 950. Does that sound like a downgrade? And Oppenheimer didn't even give their numbers because they raised their price target so high. This was one of the biggest friggin' lies ever told about SoFi stock. Every single one of these entities, these firms, had raised their target prices, but they called them downgrades. What a frickin' lie. Yep. No, I found it. But this is the biggest created mythical story. And one of the things I want to show you right now is I want to go over to SoFi stock. Hold on a second. I want you to see something here. And I'm going to go to historical data. And I want you to see this. And I'm going to take this data back to start date. Start date. I want to make it 4/15/2023. 4/15. Here we go. Come on, let me get 4/15/2023. 2023. All right, that's what I want to do. Done. And now I want to take this all the way back so you guys can see this. And here's my story for all of you to understand. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, on May the 16th, the low was 461, and I told everyone to buy it at 466 a share that day, or I suggested. And this is the day I started my channel about SoFi, May the 16th, because on May the 15th, David Chiaverini, a 0-star rated moron, said the stock was only worth $2.50 a share. So I jumped on the next day and I started telling everyone on this channel about this stock at 461. I bought it at 466. I bought 2 blocks, 2,000 shares, and then I kept buying it. And everybody else that bought it with me that day, look at the price. It went up and 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 up and up in just 1 month time. By June the 14th, the price was 10.23. And I said, everybody, let's sell here at 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And some of it even sold 10.22. And listen, the next day, this is the day the article came out. This is the day the article came out. Right here, there's the date of the article, June the 15th. There it is. I want to save this, like someone said, save it. I'm going to save it. There. SoFi, 5 big analyst cuts, done. So what a coincidence that the price would go from 466 a share all the way up to June the 15th, 1023, and they come out with an article that 5 big analyst cuts SoFi Technologies slashed with 3 downgrades. Now, I'm going to show you something else here. SoFi cost to borrow. Hold on. Let me put short. Oh, I'm sorry. Just give me a second here. Short shares to borrow. June 15th, 2023. Enter. Man, I wish I could find this. Maybe I have it on this computer here. Let me see. No, I don't. Shoot. Oh, crap. SoFi cost to borrow. Info. Maybe it's on this one. It's all in yellow. Should be all in yellow. One year is the total they allow here. That's not it. No. Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to find this, but I used to be able to show people that on the day of June the 15th, there were only 300 shares left available to borrow against it. That's why they called these analysts and had them do the downgrades, because they didn't have any shares left to borrow. None. Let me see if I can find it here. Man, oh man, dadgummit. Nope. Shoot. Oh well, folks, I'm sorry I can't find it for you, but man, I used to be able to share this with people, and they just were like, "Holy crap, what a scam! What a major freaking scam! They scammed them so bad." Just give me a second here. Shoot. Let me try shares. Shares available to borrow. Let's try that. Shares available to borrow. And I'm not seeing it. Oh well, I'm sorry, folks. Dang it, I can't find it. Man, oh man, oh man. Unbelievable. Currently, there are, on SoFi, apparently there are available 10 million shares are currently available to borrow. But maybe this is what I'm looking for, or text. No. Boy, the short interest has really risen on this SoFi now. Well, folks, I'm sorry I can't find it. But anyway, I don't want to waste time on it. But I did get to show you how they manipulated it down, and they used fake news, folks. They used fake news to bring it down. But you can see part of the reason that my channel got so big during this time is because I was telling everybody all day long to buy this stock when it was $4.66 a share. And it went up and up and up, and all my people were getting happier and happier and happier and happier and happier and happier and happier, and telling more and more of their friends and more, and the price went all the way up from $4.66 and hit a high of $10.23, and all of my people were freaking elated. On June the 15th, on the 14th, $10.23 a share, and the next day, the downgrades all came out, and the price just dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped down into the sevens. Man, we had a field day because we bought it in the sevens, and then a week and a half later, it was at 10.13 again, a 30% profit. Then a downgrade came out by JP Morgan, and it went down to 8.94, and we bought more. And 3 days later, 11.70 on earnings day. You know, JP Morgan Chase came out with their downgrade, and they owned, at the time, 100 million shares or something. I showed everybody. I said, JP Morgan Chase just downgraded SoFi stock, and they owned all these thousands, hundreds of thousands of shares. And then on this day, after they bought them all, they increased their position by like 40% after they ran the price down to $9.26. And the reason that they ran it down to $9.21, $8.94 and bought all those shares is because 4 days later, the price was $11.70 a share. J.P. Morgan Chase. This right here. SoFi, J.P. Morgan. Oh no, it was Morgan Stanley, not J.P. Morgan. Morgan Stanley. Downgrade. 2023. July 2023. Morgan Stanley downgrades SoFi's to underweight, setting a price target of $7 a share. Jeffrey Adelson. And folks, this was in July that they did that. And then, as I just showed you, if you look at the SoFi price, in July, the price hit $11.70. This is how much the poor SoFi stock was so manipulated by all of these entities. And I love that I can show you all of this because you deserve to see it. This was the date of this downgrade was in July. The primary reason for the downgrade was that SoFi was behaving more like a traditional bank rather than maintaining the high growth trajectory of a fintech. And I'm telling you folks, this story was brought out on July the 19th. Now I don't see the date here, but it was, July the 13th. Here it is. July 13th. Morgan Stanley downgrades SoFi, July 13th, 2023 is the date. There it is, right there. Morgan Stanley downgrades July 13th, and I showed everybody on this channel that they owned something like 80 million shares of SoFi stock. And I said, why would they downgrade it on July the 13th? Well, the reason they downgraded it on July 13th, ladies and gentlemen, the SoFi stock was downgraded by them on July 13th, is because they knew that earnings was going to come out at the end of July. And ladies and gentlemen, they wanted to buy it on the cheap before it ran up. They knew. So they downgraded this on July the 13th when the price of the stock had hit a price of, right here, July the 13th, they downgraded the stock and made the price fall all the way down here. And it kept falling, folks, and it fell. And then, what do you know? By July 31st, the price hit $11.70. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Morgan Stanley downgrading the stock from $9.24 price down to $8.94 a share, where they doubled down and bought even more shares. Morgan Stanley, I showed everybody on Fintel how they had done it, and sure enough, after they got it to drop to $8.94 a share after their downgrade, it hit $11.70 on July the 31st. SoFi, folks. Little education for you. I just wanted to touch back on a little history about SoFi for you so you could see why I started telling everybody about it when it was $4.66 a share. Now I'm going to close a bunch of these things that I have open here now. I don't need to have all these windows open. But there you go. The biggest lie in SoFi's history. Told right there. What a lie. What a lie. What a lie. What a friggin' lie. Morgan Stanley. You know, one thing I want to do here before I completely get away from here is I want to go look now, see how many shares Morgan Stanley holds now. institutional ownership. And let's go down here to Morgan Stanley. Control F. Morgan. Control F, I said. There should be a window up here. Morgan Stanley. There they are. Look at this, folks. Morgan Stanley now owns 13,323,000 shares of this stock. And I showed everybody at the time they did the downgrade, they only had 8 million shares. I showed everybody on my channel, hey guys, look, Morgan Stanley just downgraded SoFi and they're holding 8 million shares of the stock. And then it dropped, and then they ended up with 13 million, and then it went from the 894 up to 1170. What a genius move by Morgan Stanley, huh? Highlight the text and paste it in word processor or in an email. Okay, I got it. They pulled it. Yep. We still buying SoFi? No, not necessarily, but I'm just showing everybody the history of how it was manipulated and how I was all over it back then. Man, every time it was manipulated or downgraded, I would go look at who the hell downgraded it and make sure they weren't holding any shares. And what do you know? A year after the downgrade by David Chiaverini, who worked for Webush, exactly 1 year to the day, Webush bought the stock for $2 more than the price was. I showed everybody. I said, hey, look at this. David Chiaverini's got a $2.50 price target. He works for Webush, and they just bought the stock at $9 and something. I told everybody, and the next day, they must have sold it all because I couldn't find that they owned it anymore. Let's look now and see if they hold it still. Control F. And let's go up here and type in here Webush. Nope, they don't own it anymore. But I showed everybody. I said, oh my God, people, look at this. On the anniversary of his downgrade, May the 15th, and I don't know whether I still have SoFi pulled up here or not. Right here I do. Yep. I want you to see this. Let's go up. So May the 15th was when he did his downgrade and had the price go down to $4.45 a share. On May the 15th, they ran it down to $4.45. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that pissed me off because on May the 4th, after the May the 1st earnings call, the price went from $6.43 all the way down to $4.59. And that's when I first bought SoFi. On May the 4th, I bought it for $4.59. And then on May the 15th, he comes out and downgrades it. It goes down to $4.45. And I was so mad, I started this channel the next day, May the 16th. Now, here's what I want to get at. It was on May the 15th that he downgraded at $4.45. And 1 year later, on May the 15th, guess who bought into the stock? Webush. On May the 15th, when the price was $7.21, Webush buys in. And I found it on Fintel. I said, oh my God, look folks, Fintel is showing that Webush just bought into SoFi. And I went over and I did a Control F search. Webush came up, and there they were buying something like 12,000 shares on the anniversary, May the 15th, 2024. And as soon as I mentioned it to everyone and told everyone about it, a day later, we went back to show everybody again, and Webush didn't own it anymore. Hold on a second. I might be spelling it wrong. David Chiaverini. Webush. Oh, it's Wedbush. Wedbush. That's what it is. Wedbush. Let's see if I'm wrong. Maybe they did. Maybe they're there. Wedbush. Nope. They don't own it. Wedbush sold it. Wedbush. But you know, they did. I showed everybody. I said, oh my God, look at this, everybody. I just discovered on the anniversary of his downgrade, David Chiavarini's downgrade, Wedbush bought shares of SoFi stock in the $7 price range. And then the next day, they must have sold that. They must have known I was on to them. And man, they sold out of that thing so fast. And the cool part was that they had bought it at that price, and then it dropped the next day, and then they had to sell it, so they sold it for a loss. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I'll show you right now so you can laugh about this, is that I nailed them when they bought it. And look right here. The price when they bought it on May the 16th, 2024, or May the 15th, was $7.63, low of $7.21, and the next day it dropped to $7.30, $7.11. And they sold it, folks. I know they did, because they were no longer showing up on the institutional Fintel. So that was funny as shit. You know what? I thought that was so funny. I told everybody, look, I caught them. I caught them with their hand in the candy jar. It was so funny, folks. Marty, can we get back to today? Hey, Frank. Listen, I sit here 240 days out of the year talking 12 hours a day about stocks. Okay? And the reason of my channel having over 2 million views is because of this stock, SoFi. I've been talking about SoFi for 2 years before I ever talked about any other stocks at all. So I'm sorry, Frank, that it upsets you that I've deviated for a little bit to go back to what brought me to my success where I am today. But I thought for the benefit of all of my viewers, which are now over 25,900 subscribers, I thought it would be a good idea to touch on SoFi and remember where we started, where we got our beginnings. And I'm sorry if it upsets you. Yeah, we'll get back to today, but I just wanted to take a 15 or 20 minutes out of this hundreds of hours I stream every day and talk about SoFi. Yeah, so, wow. I appreciate, though, your concern about getting back to today. And now I've only got 40 minutes left to talk about the stock I've been pitching all day, AGPU. So let's go look at it now and see what it's doing, AGPU. I'm sorry that I took a little time off. But that's what I do here, man. I talk and talk and talk and talk and talk about stocks all day long. That's what I do every day for a living, for every single day. Frank. So, thanks for your patience and putting up and tolerating my indulgences. All right? And right now, AGPU is over $7 a share, and I told everyone this morning to buy it at $6.39. And I'm going to take a look at the chart right now on a 1 day and see what it looks like, and I freaking love it. I freaking love it, people. I love what it looks like. I love that I had told you guys this was their most important line that they dropped it to, dropped it to, dropped it to, dropped it to, dropped it, dropped it, dropped it, dropped it, and I called Double K and said, buy this now, and I sent him a picture of the lines. I sent him a picture so he could see all this. I sent him a photograph and I said, Double K, please take a look at this. And what you will see is from the line where the price is right now, Double K, all it's ever done is go up and go up and go up and go up and go up. That's what I told him, and I told everyone on this channel, I don't think it's going to go down from here because it's never gone down more than just this much. That's what I told everyone, but it's gone way up, and now it's going to go way up again. It's going to go all the way up here, folks. Sorry, no, it didn't. It went way down. I don't know what you're talking about. From 9 something, it's gone down, way down. What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that this morning, I showed everyone that this stock, AGPU, has gone in one day from $14.47 a share all the way down to $6.39 this morning, down 126%. And the price has fallen now $8.08. And I told everyone this morning that was here with me, if I were you, I would buy this at the lowest price I think we're ever going to see ever more. $6.39 was the price. The stock was down 126.5%, and I explained that they just had a $260 million deal with NVIDIA. And I explained that there's only 5.454 million shares outstanding, and somehow they sold 83,510 shares when there's only 5 million shares available. You know how they sold 83 million? This is what I told everyone this morning. Thanks for asking. They sold the same shares, short sold it to this one, he short sold it to that one, he short sold it to his friend, she sold it to him, she sold it to him, he sold it to this one, and it went back to this one. The same 100,000 shares was sold over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Short selling, short selling, short selling, short selling, short. Why did they do that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they wanted to get the price back down to friggin' the 200-day moving average. And if you look right here on the 5-day chart, you'll see that's exactly what they did this morning. They drove the price down to the 5. They moved it from $14.47 in just a day and a half. They dropped the price to right here, the 200-day average this morning. And that's why I told everybody, this is manipulation 101. Buy it here. Buy it now. Lower your dollar cost average. Get it on the 200-day, because that's exactly what these professional manipulators have done. They've sold the same shares over and over and over and over and over and over. That's how a stock that only has 5 million shares can trade how many? 83 million shares. Look at it now. Look at it. Look at the 5-day line. I'll get on it here. There it is. It's that one right there. The 5-day is that one right there. Look at that 5-day line. God dang, it looks beautiful. Holy cow. This morning, they drove the 5-day. They drove this price down to the 200. That's what they wanted to get it to. And this afternoon, again, they drove it down to the 200, or as close as they could get. You can see that little spike down right there to the 200, and this spike down to the 200. And it's just going to keep doing this from now on. It's going to go up here and down to the rising 200. Then it's going to go up here and then down to the rising 200. Then it's going to go up here and down to the rising 200. It's going to keep doing it, folks. And it's going to go all the way back up to at least This price right here is where it's going to go back to. Right there is where it's going to go back to. $10.28. And this is what got me to start talking about SoFi, because I thought on June the 16th that it had gone up to, from May the 15th to June 14th, I thought it had gone to 10.28. It actually only went to 10.23. But close enough, folks. 10.28, 10.23. That's what got me talking about SoFi. But look at that friggin' 5-day average. Hey, I'm just trying to teach. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. Now, so somebody, Kathy asked me now, what about the 9? Well, let me show you something, Kathy, so you can understand, and maybe this will sink into you. All right? I hope it does. And I appreciate your asking, because I'm going to show you right now. All right? Just watch. Watch and learn, Kathy. I love it. I want you to watch and learn from me here, okay? Watch and learn from me. Don't fail me now, Kathy. Okay, Kathy, I want you to see something. The price was here. This was at the closing yesterday. The price was here. What was this price right here? What was that price? Watch over here and look. $9.08. See that, Kathy? 9:08. Now I want you to pay attention. In just 2.5 hours, it fell from 9:08 down to this price, Kathy, right here. Look at that. In 2.5 hours, in the after hours, for God's sake, with low volume, they used 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, sold 1, all the way down from 9:08 to that price right there. Look at where it was right there. That's where they ran it down to. $7.38 in 2.5 hours after the market closed. So it went from $9.08 to $7.38 in 2.5 hours in the aftermarket. So my point to you now is once it gets here, it can go right back up to that number. And where is that number now? Where is it now? Where is it? Well, today it hit this number. You want to know why they stopped it here? Because I'll tell you why. If you go back over here, if it had gone beyond that number, it was going to shoot all the way back up to there. And they knew that. Today, they knew that. They know there's a massive gap here that they created in the after hours, Kathy. They know there's a gap from $9.08 down to $7.28. So today, the price went up here and stopped right here. And what was that price where it stopped? $7.56. Well, it had to stop there, Kathy, because if it didn't, then they knew that it was going to go all the way back up to right there. They knew it. They knew it. They knew it, Kathy. I want you to be able to understand this. Okay? 775. If it goes over that, it's going to go all the way back up to here, Kathy. And they knew that today. And that's why today they had to try to stop it right here at this price. $7.58 today. And when it goes over that, it's going to go right back up to 9. And I'm not asking, I'm not telling you if it goes back to there. I'm telling you when it goes back to there. And it's doing it right now. And they know that when it gets back to that number, it's going to go right back up to 908. They know it. They're very well of that. They're very well aware of it. I promise you. And this is the reason that it's escalating right now. Okay, Kathy? Okay, Kathy, I understand you want your money back. I'm very well aware of that, Kathy. I'm very well aware of it. And I know a lot of other people on this channel bought into this stock. But fortunately, they didn't spend all their money on it. They keep money dry. They keep powder dry. Ask Mo Deeb how he's feeling now about it. Okay? Big BZ Ziggs, good night, y'all. God bless. You too. Thank you for being here with me. Alexander Cohen, tomorrow, Catman. Yep. Well, you can see what's happening now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what's happening to this stock right now. And I'm here to tell you, when it breaks this line of $7.75, it's going to go to $9. All right? This is the most critical line of all, right here. $7.75. That line right there is the most critical line of all, $7.75. And when this price goes back over actually this line is right here. I need to just move this line down because that's where the real line is right there, right here. When it goes over this price right here, it's going to jump all the way back up, all right? And it may stop briefly at this line right here, which I need to move down to right there. It might stop here at the bottom of this where it dropped right there. But then the next line of resistance is right there, and then it goes all the way up. So you guys watch it. And remember that this manipulation down from here down to here was done in 2.5 hours. In 2.5 hours, folks. In aftermarket, when the market wasn't open, folks, they used the aftermarket to run it down with low volume. And I'm guessing it's the same way they always do in the after hours. They sell 1 share, 2 shares, 1 share, 2, 1 share, 1 share, 1 share, 2, 1 share, 2 shares, 1 shares, 2 shares. You know what I mean? And they just keep 1 share, 2, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie, onesie, twosie. That's all they're doing in the after hours, folks. You watch this. It could easily now go back up in the afternoon. It could go right back up the same way, folks, and they know that. This was very, very big news of a $260 million contract with NVIDIA. That's right, just like he said. Even when Cat is all excited, you should just be nibbling. Losing on the FOMO is the worst. Ducking on nibbling is bearable. Right, exactly. Well, look at this on the wide scheme of things. Folks, this price has been manipulated down in the after hours in 2.5 hours to that line. And I'm telling you, when it goes back up over that line, and they knew it, that was what was so critical about this line here today. The reason this was so critical was because they knew if it went over that price that it was going to go all the way up again. And so they had to stop it there. They had to stop it on this line. They couldn't let it go over this line, folks. They could not let it go over that line. They had to stop it. Because if it goes over that line, they already know it's going to go all the way back up the way it fell. Because they use such little volume to make it fall in the after hour. And now they're in trouble, and it's not going to stop rising. It isn't going to quit rising, folks. It's not going to quit. It's not going to quit rising. Look at the damn buyers coming in here, folks. Look at the buyers on that candlestick right there. They're probably listening to me and going, God dang it, man, he's right. He's flicking right, man. Sometimes it just takes patience. Just think how many investors bought AGPU above $9 yesterday. In the holding, there is still only 4 million shares in the float. Explain that, Cash. Yes. There's only 3. Look, the shares outstanding is only 5.54 million, and the float only has 3.96 million shares in it. How many shares is this stock traded today? How many shares has it traded today? And let's go and look at pardon me, I'm sorry. How many shares has AGPU traded today? $2,362,000. Half of its available shares have now been bought up on the low by people who are probably like me and are just waiting for it to go back up. And by the way, look at that dang thing now. And let's refresh this page. It's probably not that many shares now. It's probably more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, we've reached how many shares are available. The float has only 3.96 million shares available. The float has only 3.96 million shares in it. And now we're at 3.608 million. Every single share today has been bought by people who are probably expecting the price to keep going up, which it should. And who's going to sell them now? Who's going to sell them now, folks? Who's going to sell the shares now? Knowing what I'm showing everyone. Who's going to sell the shares here now? Why should they sell here now? Huh? I'm telling you, folks, this is a critical line right here. And if it goes over this line, the son of a gun is going to go all the way back up to $9. Yep. I bought into it a little late, still up 15 at the moment. Good. Almost half of the float. Yep, Modeve. I called it out earlier, up 75 cents per share since I called it out. That's for sure. Good news. Tomorrow we'll send this thing totally parabolic, and I agree. But it's already, the good news has already come out, folks. The news that was going to send it parabolic already sent it parabolic. It's the market manipulators that wanted to buy it on the 200-day this morning, okay, that made it fall. They're the only reason it fell to that price is because the market manipulators wanted to buy it on the 200-day average. This morning, they wanted to buy it on the 200-day average. And look at the dang buyers coming in there. And by the way, look at the size of this candlestick of buys right there. How much volume was that? 10,815 shares. Right here. 10,000 shares. They bought right then. They're not falling for it. They know what it's going to do. They know. They know. They know. They're buying here, folks. You got 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Here, you got 10-to-8 buyers versus sellers. Here, you've got 100-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Then the little market makers, they're dumping out shares, and I showed everybody here earlier. They dump there, wait 5 minutes, dump there, wait 5 minutes, dump, wait 4 minutes, dump, wait 10 minutes, dump, wait 10 minutes, dump, wait 10 minutes, dump. You see that? That's how they're doing it to try to stop it. Here it is again. Wait 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes, dump. They're trying to pump, they're trying to dump it in increments just every 4 or 5 minutes. They're trying to throw out some to try to stop the run up. Every 4 or 5 minutes they throw out some, folks. They're not going to stop it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you have here a triple upside crossover on the 1-day chart. The current price has just gone over the 200-day average, Kathy. Then the 10-day orange line crossed the 200-day average, Kathy, and now the 50-day has crossed the 200-day average, Kathy. And this is called a golden cross right here. This is a golden cross, Kathy. Are they going to attack down the golden cross and try to peck away on the 50? Sure they are. But it's still a golden cross, regardless of what they try. And this is to be expected. This is called a peckerhead. This is a peckerhead right there. And look, they tried to peck down below, and it just bounces right back up. And watch this go up now. Watch it go up. Because this is a triple upside crossovers, Kathy. All the current price, the 10-day and the 50 have all crossed the rising 200-day average. And notice, after they all finally got across, look what happened to the 200 average line. It went from this angle to this angle. See that? Oh, don't worry about any peckerhead, what they call splash the close efforts here. It don't frickin' matter what they try right now. It frickin' won't matter. If they try to splash the close or not, it won't matter. This is a triple upside crossover. And everybody in the market knows what a golden cross can do. Let's look at the 5-day now. Huh. Huh. By the way, Kathy, I want to show you something else. Just so you're aware of it and make you feel better, maybe. Maybe you can chill out about it and stop giving me a hard time, okay? Good. Let's just chill out about it. Because I want to show you something, Kathy. Right now, on this stock, I'm down $2,699, Kathy. How much are you down? I'm curious. How much are you down, Kathy? By the way, Kathy, just so you know, you now have received a 100% increase in your subscribership. Okay? I'm waiting for Kathy to let me know how much you're down. I'm down $2,900, Kathy. What are you down on this stock? By the way, Jayhawk and others, I asked this morning, did you buy into Buru stock in the past 2 days? And 15% of my viewers did say yes, they did, out of 233. So about 40 people did buy into Buru in the past 2 days. I I guess she left, everyone. I guess Kathy split on me. Yep. Well, my dollar cost average on this stock is much, much higher. My dollar cost average is all the way up here at $8.95. But I'm of the belief it's going to go up back over 9 very quickly. And I wouldn't still be holding it if I didn't believe that. I can tell you that. But I'm going to teach you how to day trade this stock, everyone. And I'm going to do it every day. I'm going to teach you how to day trade it every day. And let's go over to the charts. Let's go over to the 1-day chart. And attempt to splash the close if you want shorts. I got you exposed. I've got you all exposed. You're very well exposed now. Everybody knows what you've been doing and how you've been doing it. And let me try and zoom out a little bit here. There we go. Kathy, the most important thing for you to understand, is the 200-day. All the while they manipulated this down and down and down and down and down and down and down, the entire time the current price dropped, the 200 never stopped rising, ever. It never has stopped. Understand that? So even though the current price has dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped to the 200 this morning, the whole time that was occurring, the 200-day moving average price was rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. And all day today, the 200 has risen. And that's important for you to understand because this is the most powerful line of all of them, the green 200-day. This right here is the most important line of them all, the 200-day moving average. Not this one, not the white one, not the orange 10-day, okay? Not the red 50, not the blue 45. None of those are important as this 200-day rising is. None of them. This is the most important rising line of all. The longest moving average line, rising steadily. You just have to be patient because all this is market manipulation. Down to the 200 once, down to the 200 twice, up it goes, and sooner or later it's going to go down to the 200 again, which will be here. Then it'll go up and then down to the 200 here. Then it'll go up and then down to the 200 here. Then it will go up and then down to the 200 here. Then up here and then down to the 200. Understand? As long as this 200 just keeps rising, this is all you should care about right now. If this 200 stops rising, you got problems. But until then, you do not. Just look at the 5-day moving average in blue there. Do you see it dropping now? Revester says, I'm going to make it go up now. All right. Almost every stock in my portfolio is red 67% after a phenomenal day yesterday. The pressure has also kept AGPU down today as well. Yeah, the whole market has not been doing well, but all the while during the entire day, the 200-day has been rising, folks, all day. Even from yesterday at the closing, even as they bashed it down and they brought it down and they brought it down, its 200-day has kept rising and rising and rising. And it gets very hard to push a 5-day down below a 200 that's rising, as you can see right there. And it gets harder and harder. And by the way, Kathy, look how close the 200 came to the 5-day right there. How close were they there before the 5-day bounced up? See the gap right there between the 5-day and the 200 this morning? Now do you see the gap between the 5-day and the 200 now? The reason they can't push it back down any further, the 5-day down further like they did here, is because the 200 is rising. That's why they can't push it down anymore. The reason they can't make the blue 5-day get this close to the 200 like they did this morning, hi honey, is because the 200 is rising, and now they could only push it down and only had the strength to push it down this far away from the 200. Here they could get it from here to there. Here now it's only here, and it won't go any lower. No matter what they try, it won't go any lower. These are the things that you learn from being around somebody who's been trading for so long. The green line is a 200-day moving average line. This is the average price of the stock over the last 200 days. And today it has gone from $6.32 a share up to $6.59. So the 200-day has now gone from starting this morning at $6.32 a share up to $6.59. All right? That's all you should care about, okay? The 200-day moving average rising. Because this is the most important line of all of them. It's more important. This 200-day average line is more important than the 50-day average line. It carries more strength and more weight and more energy than the 50-day does. The 200 has far more weight, energy, and strength than the 10-day orange does. Much more than that orange line. The 200-day has more energy, strength, and power than the 5-day turquoise does. That's why the 200 is pushing the 5-day right off of it. Boing! And here, it pushed the 5-day off of it again, even higher up than the first push up from there. Now it pushed up from there. And as long as the 200 keeps rising, this 5-day will keep coming down near it and bouncing, and down near it and bouncing, and down near it and bounce, and down near it and bounce. You'll see, Kathy, if you just be patient. You'll see. All right? Atrolis, or welcome to the channel, Atrolis. Fizjon, no, this is not SIDU. This is AGPU. Bid now is 696. Ask is 704. Bid now is 696. Ask is 704. And both of those numbers are green, meaning both the bid and the ask are rising. Yeah, when you see both lines up there and you see the 696 is, oh, what just happened there? What is going on here at 3:54 p.m.? What happened to the 696 bid? What is that? Oh my, and the ask is a Savannah 708. Banana Savannah 708. Where's the 696 bid? Awful hard to get this to close under $7 a share. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of options players that were not expecting this to be at $7 right now, because 2 days ago it was $4. So they're going to be in the money, folks, and they're going to have to pay at $7. I'm telling you, this is important that it's over 7, because come Friday, if this thing's over, I think it'll be over 8 on Friday. I think it'll be over 9, maybe tomorrow. By the way, you want to see some BS? Look at them Vaggie drop that in the middle of the day at 12 o'clock today. Look at them Vaggie drop this in the middle at 1 o'clock today. Look at them try to fleece everybody out right there at 1. Look at them try to fleece everybody out today at 1 o'clock. On every single index. What a head fake. AGPU at 711 now. What is the volume? Well, I got news for you. Every single share of the float has almost been bought up today. On this stock, AGPU, the float is only 3.96 million shares. That's right. And now, let's refresh the page and see how many shares have been traded today. 3.743. The whole float, folks, has been traded today and gone from people who didn't want it to people who do, right? Because the sellers sell to buyers. The sellers don't want it, the buyers do. So at this stage, you've had almost the entire float of this stock has been traded from people who didn't want it to people who do. And that's why it's rising right now. See that? Rising as we approach 4 o'clock. Nice. Man, just hold your horses. Be patient. Be patient with this stock. Be patient with this stock. Be patient. And, Kathy, one other thing I told everyone last night when the price was here, I told everyone, sell this stock. Sell at least half of your shares so if they come at it tomorrow, you can buy on the low. And that's exactly what Mo Deeve did. And I'm guessing several others. I said, listen, folks, I'm going to hold on to this stock. I'm not going to sell all of it because I think it could go way up to $8 or $9 or $10 again. But I'm going to sell some. So this morning, when the price was $6.39 a share, I said, okay, I'm ready to buy some now. So you should do the same, all right? Now, this afternoon, because it's doing this right now, I would not be selling any of it. I'm probably not going to sell a single share of it this afternoon. You know, what I wonder is, why do you think it is that 880,000 shares went into the hands of people at $6.87 a share? Savannah, what's up with that? 688, I keep saying, was a number, but you say it doesn't mean anything, sir. So, and I know that sounds weird to everybody listening to me, but Savannah told me that there's nothing to this number 688, that it was just a number I fabricated and was looking for. But why in the world did they buy 880,089 shares at that price, 687? Huh? Anybody want to guess why? Oh, because it's on my buy-sell sheet, folks. Says right here, buy back 87, 88. It says buy back 87, 88. And they're paying attention. All right, now let's watch it rise. Watch it run up, folks. AGPU. I just showed Savannah, Karen, about 20 minutes ago. My account was down $2,900. I showed it to you. I showed everybody. I was down $2,900 15 minutes ago. Didn't I? So I feel pretty good because in the last 15 minutes, I just made $400. And I'm not done yet. In the last 15 minutes, I just made $400. Savannah is a future believer. CCTC, Weavesters. Christine, about 6 months ago, I was showing everybody my buy-sell sheet, and I had all those numbers where I buy and sell, and I was talking about the number 8 and the number 66 and the number 88. And Savannah came on here and said in the chat that I was delusional and that I was just looking for those numbers and that they didn't mean anything at all in reality. She said the only reason that you point those numbers out is because you're looking for those numbers. And so I said, well, you stick around here long enough and you'll see that I'm 100% correct. And is there anybody that disagrees with me now that these numbers on my buy-sell sheet are not numbers basically to live by? Because they are. And I prove it day after day after day. As a matter of fact, I just proved it again by showing you how many shares that were purchased at this price of $6.88, basically. And the interesting thing is, below that number, there is only 100,000 shares, 108,000 below it, and above it, only 118,000. Why 880,000 at this number? This is proof of what I try to say. But Savannah doesn't believe me. And then I went over to Savannah's channel to find out why she was being such an ass to me. And I found out that Savannah is a guy. Yeah, that's right, Christine. Savannah is actually a guy with a banana. So we call him Banana Savannah. All right? Yeah. BZigZ, I see 66 everywhere, have for years. Yep. Savannah Banana. Banana Savannah. Who, when I was showing everybody my buy-sell sheet, and I was explaining to everyone, listen everyone, you need to sell when the price goes over $1 or $4 and gets up to 408 because they're going to stop it there at 408. And if they don't, then the next numbers you're going to sell is 11 through 13. And if they don't stop it there, the next numbers is 17 through 20. And they will stop it at 20, no matter what it is. It can be $3.20. It can be $4.20. It can be $7.20, $9.20. They're going to stop it at 20. And if they don't stop it at 20, then it won't stop till it gets to 49. All right? I'm telling you, if they don't stop it at 20, then, and it doesn't pull back from 20, remove all of your sell orders here and just sell at 48, 49, and 50. If it does not stop at the 20, remove all these sell orders if it does not stop at 20. All right? Because if it doesn't stop at 20 and pull back down to $6.90 or $6.88, say it's at 620. If it doesn't stop at 620 and go back to 588 or 593, then it's not going to stop. If it doesn't stop at the 20, it's not going to stop here, and it's not going to stop here either. It might stop at 33, but if it doesn't stop at 20 and pull back, usually it goes beyond this and goes beyond this, beyond that, and goes to a minimum of the 38 or 43.44. So that's why I tell people. Now, another thing, these numbers that I have, these cells, Savannah disagreed with me 100% and said this number right here was something I made up. But how many times have you guys seen people sell at 66 and buy at 66, sell $4.66 and buy back at $4.13? I mean, we've seen it hundreds of times. Selling the 66 is a no-brainer, people. And if it doesn't pull back from 66, then remove all these and remove all these. And don't sell any till 82 and 83. If it does not stop at 66, folks, then I ask you to remove all these sell orders and all these up to 83, 82, 83, because it needs to stop and will stop no matter if it's $4.66, $3.66, $9.66. It's going to fall from that number, folks. I promise you, 99 times out of 100, it will fall. All right? Listen, guys, my wife just got home, and I got a T-shirt. I've got to package up and send out to Larry Pitts. His shirt's got to go out to Larry Pitts, and I've got some things I've got to do this afternoon, and I've got to get with my wife and share some fun times. And yep, Christine K says I believe it. Yeah, yep. Well, guys, now this stock is still rising because right now I see I'm only down $2,400. Now I have made $500. I've made $500 in the last 15 minutes because I showed everybody that I was down $2,900 on this stock today, and now I'm only down $2,457. And the stock I'm on and talking about is AGPU, okay? AGPU. That now has a bid of 722 and the ask is 742. Holy cow. The ask is 742. Oh my gosh. Look at the price, folks. They're buying the crap out of it at 740, 741, 742. Oh, wow. How did I know? The price closed at $7.10 a share, Kathy. No, I'm not going to sell this stock. I'm not selling any of it tonight. I'm not going to sell any. I already sold some at 7:30. I sold some at 7:30. Holy smokes, everybody. Look at all the buyers coming in here. 740, 739. Look at them. They're crazy over it. Are they all just listening to me on this channel and they understand? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I've made $700 in just 20 minutes. I've made $700 in 20 minutes on this stock. I was just down $2,900 plus, and now I'm only down, I've made $600 in the last 25 minutes. Jeez. How did I know? How did I know? And folks, it gets here to 766. It's going to go up to $9. AGPU, here's the one-day chart. Oh my gosh, look at that thing, folks. Ah, I told you. I told you so. And ladies, listen, guys and gals, if it goes over this price, it's going to go up to $9 a share. If it goes over this price. And that price right there is $7.51. It could easily go all the way back up to $9 a share, especially if it breaks $7.75 in after hours. And here's what I'm trying to show everybody so they can understand this. Please understand what I'm trying to show you here. They dropped this price in the after hours after closing yesterday. They dropped it in just 2.5 hours from $9.01 to $7.20 something cents in just 2.5 hours. And that was to this line here. If we go back over this line right now, folks, I'm telling you that the price is going to shoot right back up there, right back up. You watch. If it goes over this line right here in the after hours, and that price is $7.44, if it goes over that price, it's going to go all the way back up here, folks. There's nothing going to stop it. Nothing stopped it from dropping over 2.5 hours, and nothing's going to stop it from rising. Nothing stopped it from dropping from here at the closing, and the price was $9.01, and nothing stopped it for 2.5 hours to fall from that price. And I'm telling you, that price right there on that line was the price level, $7.38. That's how fast it fell, folks. See that? From $9.36, folks. At the closing, $9.36, and they in 2.5 hours down to, what is that price? I mean, I'm telling you, folks, $7.24. This is very exciting, folks. If this thing goes over here, it's going to go all the way. It's going to go all the way, folks. It's going to keep rising. It's going to go all the way up. It's going to go all the way up to there. Nothing's going to stop it till it at least gets to this line. Nothing's going to stop it till it gets to where the 50-day was. If this thing comes up now and goes over this line, this is a very critical line. If it goes over this line, it could possibly go all the way back up to right there. So I'm waking you up to it. I'm making sure you understand that, what's going on right now on the one-day chart. Oh my gosh. Look at that. The price is up here, folks. Where the bottom hit right here when they pulled it back and then it went back up. That's where the price just hit just now. An unengulfed candlestick. Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be shorting this stock. No friggin' way would I be shorting this stock. And the reason is because of what I just showed you, folks. And look how hard they stopped the 5-day from going over right there this morning. They stopped the 5-day from going over right here in the midday. And now they've stopped it going over there again in the after hours. They know what I'm telling you is true. They know what I'm telling you is true. They stopped the 50-day right here in the middle of the day today. Because they know what I'm telling you is true. If it goes over this number, it's going to go to the friggin' moon, and they know it. They're very well aware of it, folks. Very well aware of it. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow, everybody. I'm going to get on out of here. I got to go see my wife. I hope you guys have a great night. You called it, brother. Yep. You guys have a great night. Tomorrow, my cell number is going to be at 908, 9 through 930. Then they'll pull it back down to 888, 872. Then my cells are going to be at 944. They'll pull it back to 920. Then I'm going to sell 949, 951, 2. Then they're going to pull it back to 933. Then it's going to go from 966 through 972. Then they're going to pull it down to 955. Then it's going to go from 972 up to 988. And they're going to pull it back to 966. Then it's going to go from 988 to 999, $10, 1001, 1002, then back down to 966. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be doing. All right? You guys have a great night. Catfish Tyler's going to say farewell to you now. I want to go up and see my beautiful wife. I'm going to spend time with her. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. And I want to thank you all for hitting that like button today. We went over 109 likes today. And if you did not hit the like yet, hit it now, please. Right before we go at 4:16 and 8 seconds, let's hit the like button together, everyone. The last of us who haven't. Here we go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the like button, 4:16:08. Yep. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for sharing in all the fun. And tomorrow we're going to have another great day, I think. I like the way this AGPU is setting up here now. A lot of tough resistance trying to keep it from going, but it's going. That's my call. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, everyone. The last thing I want to do is hope you have a wonderful afternoon, wonderful evening. Enjoy the weather. Keep yourselves in good health, folks. Take your vitamins. Sit around the dinner table with your family and talk and discuss. Get to know what your children want to get involved in and what they want to do, and bond, folks, tonight. All right? Yep. Thanks, Catfish. Are you going to hold AGPU for tomorrow? Yes, I'm holding it, and I'm going to have my sell orders on AGPU at $9.08. They will pull it back from first we're going to sell it at $8.98, $8.99, and $9. Then they're going to pull it back to $8.60s, $8.70s. Then we're going to sell it when it goes over 9 to $9.08, $9.06, $7, and $8. Then they're going to pull it down to $8.92 or $8.88. Then it's going to go up to $9.12, $9.13. We're going to sell it. They're going to come down to $8.88, $8.93. Then we're going to sell it at $9.17, $18, $19, and $20. And then they're going to pull it from $9.20 down to $8.93 or $8.88, maybe even $8.77 from $9.20. Then we're going to see it go back up over $9. We're going to sell it again at $9.08. They're going to drop it to $9. Then we're going to go from $9.08 and we're going to sell it up to $9.22, $9.24, $9.28, $9.30, $9.31, sell $9.32, $9.33. Then they're going to pull it back from $9.33 to $9.20 or down below to $9.13 or $9.08. Then we're going to buy back in there, and then it's going to go past $9.30 up to $9.37 and $38, and we're going to sell it there. Then we're going to buy it back at $9.31. Then it's going to go to $9.44. We're going to sell it. Then we're going to buy it back at $9.37, $38, or even $9.33. Then it's going to go up to $9. It's just my buy-sell sheet, Wendy. Just follow it. We're just going to follow it, okay? It's easy. All right, you guys. Yep. You have a wonderful evening, too. And all of you have a great evening. And I always hope that you have great success in all your financial endeavors. I hope you can learn each and every day while you're here with me. And I hope that you have the best of health, because that's really the most important thing. And last but not least, like I always say, I hope that you are surrounded with love, because each and every one of you deserves it. And before I cut away, I want you to look at this. Look at this. Look right here now. AGPU. Watch the 45 and 50 keep rising. Watch the 200 keep rising. Look at the 5-day cross back up over the 10-day and going up. AGPU, people. Keep the faith, okay? Keep the faith. Catfish Tyler, over and out. I love you all. God bless. Bye-bye.